This conference will now be recorded.
You might turn your sound just a little higher.
All right, so I call this city council retreat to order at 8:21 a.m. And I don't have the agenda in front of me. I have the outline. Does anybody have it up, just so I can read it?
Here you go. Flip those 2 pages back. Okay, right here. Right here. Like one more page.
Oh, I have that.
You have that?
I'm looking for the cover sheet. All right. So notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a council retreat on Saturday, December 12th, 2020 at 8:20 a.m. in the City Council chambers at City Hall, 5803 Thunderbird, Lago Vista, Texas, as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. There is an agenda that is attached to this with the outline. Everyone is in attendance as far as my council goes. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. You want to do honors? I don't remember it.
All right.
I don't have my copy.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to lead us in an invocation?
We have to. Please join me in prayer. Precious Lord, we come to you today just asking for your hand in things that are about to occur. Precious Lord, we pray for your guidance, for your direction. May our minds work clearly, our thoughts be directed toward what is good for all. And may we come away from this with a new direction for our city and what is best for the city of Lago Vista. We pray for your hand in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, so now we move to citizen comments. Here's the way this meeting is going to go. This meeting is set up as a council retreat, so all input is going to come from council members. I will break at times to allow citizens to make comments, but this is strictly for council's direction to give to staff and to each other. So this is 100% council input today, but I will allow you to make comments. Before we actually get to the outline, is there anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment? All right, we will proceed then. All right, so we're going to start off, number one, introductions. Some of us have been here for a while, but some of us haven't. So I'm just going to go around the room. I'm going to start with Arch, because Arch is at home. And if I don't start with Arch, I'll forget about him. So I'm going to start with Arch. And if you don't mind, Arch, would you please just introduce yourself, give us a little bit background for our new members and anybody else that doesn't quite know who you are.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really know where to start. I'll say that I've been on council now for 3 years. This is the beginning of my 4th year. And so I look forward to working with all the new members that have been elected to council and to continue working with my other council members that have been around since I first began. Thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce myself. Thank you.
What was your professional background?
Well, I began as an electronics technician a long time ago, and then I became a teacher after I re-careered to become a teacher after having spent some time at the Johnson Space Center. I spent 17 years as a teacher. I was able to buy back the time that I spent in the service, which is 4 years, that allowed me to have full benefits as a retired teacher. So I've been retired now for almost 10 years.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
To give us a microphone a delay. Would you like to go next?
Hello, my name is Dave Williams. I've been on council with Arch for 3 years. Look forward to working with the new members of council. My background has been in sales. I've worked with only 3 companies my whole entire life: Campbell Soup, Dixie Marathon, and Coca-Cola. So I've had 35 years of experience in sales. I've managed teams, I've managed territories. I enjoy working with groups of people. I've had a house up here since '91. I've lived full-time up here for 8 years now, and that's when I decided to get involved in the government of it. Prior to that, I was running in and out, and this was my getaway. So when the wife and I retired, we decided to live up here for 6 months and see if we could live in Lago Vista versus living in Houston. And we sold our house in Houston, and we're here. So enjoy working with you all. I look forward to it. And that's basically it.
I'm Dick Weatherly. My experience was working in medical for 40 years. I was a certified registered nurse anesthetist. Have worked in a number of areas. This was my second experience with being on city council. I was elected in McAlester, Oklahoma back in the 80s, and spent a term on city council there. I've been here now for 3 years on the council, and have been very pleased with what we've been able to accomplish. My biggest accomplishment in life is I have been involved in some 30,000 births. 20 years of anesthesia. I did nothing but OB, and so that's my claim to fame. And I never lost a mama. never had any serious complications from my anesthesia. I am looking forward to the next year. I have been putting my emphasis pretty much on our utilities, streets, things that go with our public works department, and hope to continue to work on that.
Hello, this is Kevin Sullivan. I've been on council before for a couple, 2.5 years, from 16 to 18, and then was just reelected this November. Looking forward to serving with all the folks on the council. I'm a lifelong Texan, lived in the Central Texas area for about 35 years. My professional background, 25 plus years in software and professional services. I was a software developer, manager of software developers, and then I sold software development services. And then I've also been in the real estate industry. I've had my license for about 11, 12 years now. I got my broker's license a couple of years ago, and I'm now retired from the technology business, semi-retired, but still doing some real estate work. I'm looking forward to working on the council with everybody else to try and help things run smoothly here.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm Paul Prince, and to quote, an old album from Bill Cosby that people don't like to talk about, I started out as a child. I was actually born and spent my first 18 years in California. But I got to Texas as soon as I could after that and married a Texan, and been married to Myra for quite a while now, since 1982, actually. But I did physics and then electrical engineering by my background education, and then spent some time doing microwave amplifiers and jumped into computers. So I spent the last 25 years of my career for Intel and then Dell, and then a local startup that a couple of guys and myself started and ran for about 5 years. And then retired from that and been here in the city. Myra and I also run a local art school, Cordovan Art School, that is currently shut down. We shut down with COVID, and we're doing some remodeling while we're shut down. So hopefully we'll reopen that before too long. But during my career, I was, of course, an engineer, which is my technical background, but I also managed engineers. And at times I got up to where I managed some pretty good-sized teams. I had, I think the peak, I had 175 people in an organization at one point and a $25 million budget. So, I kind of understand how to run a budget, how to run dollars, how to run projects, and that's some of the stuff that I hope to bring to my seat here on council, some of the process behind that, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning. I am Shalane Mary. I'm happy to be here this morning. My background is actually all in education. I've been in education now for more than 2 decades. I was a campus classroom teacher, and then a campus assistant principal and a campus principal. I now work at the Texas Education Agency as the Director of Reading Language Arts for the state. Similar to Paul, I'm used to managing large teams. The campuses that I worked at, I was in the El Paso area for most of my career, but originally from outside of Chicago. But the campuses I was principal at were large campuses, 1,300, 1,400 students. So I managed teams of about 150, if you consider teachers and support staff. Lots of kiddos. I loved every minute of it. So I've also managed large budgets, big grants at the agency, $100 million grants. I'm excited to be here. Looking forward to be a contributing member of the City of Lago Vista City Council, and just looking forward to partnering with everybody here in the room and the citizens, of course. Thank you.
All right, well, thank all of y'all very much. My name is Ed Tidwell. I'm the mayor. I've been the mayor for 3 years. I've been involved with council in one form or fashion since 2010. I started off in committees in 2010, first got elected to council in 2012. Been here pretty much ever since. I am a native Texan born abroad. I say that because my parents were both native Texans, but they were in college in Eastern New Mexico University in Portales, and I was born in Lovington, New Mexico. So my birth certificate says New Mexico, but I'm a native Texan born abroad. I came to Austin in 1970, came to Lago Vista in 1995. So I'm going on 26 years, March will be 26 years in Lago Vista. Went to college at Texas A&M, so yes, I'm probably the only Aggie around here. Studied biomedical science, but when I was in college, I realized I was more of an adrenaline junkie than I was a veterinarian. So I joined the Marines in 1984. I spent 26 years in the Marines as an infantryman. So I'm a grunt. 3 combat zones during those 26 years. In 95, while in the Reserve Marine Corps, I got on with Austin Fire Department. So I've been with Austin Fire Department for 25 years. Hope to retire in 3 years. That's my plan anyway. And then who knows what I'm going to do. I'm also a rescue diver. I do rescue diving for Southern Drag Boat Association. I've been doing that for about 22 years now. So if any of y'all ever go to the drag boat races in Waco or Marble Falls, you'll see me out there on the rescue boat. Married, 7 children. They all went to school here in Lago Vista. They're all grown and gone now. So we're empty nesters. So between work, city council, and an occasional substitute at the school, this is how I spend my days now. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move into B, which is personal attributes. So if you, does everybody have the handout that I provided with the agenda that's got the strategic plan that Ron Cox did in 2014 and 2017?
Yeah, it's part of the packet.
Yes. So if you look on page 4, you can see what the council at those times, 2015, 2017, what they said were their attributes. And so, in addition, now that we know a little bit about you, your background, I'm going to go around the circle one more time, and I'm going to ask all of y'all to give us 1 or 2 attributes that you believe you will bring to city council. And again, I'm going to start with Arch.
Thank you, Mayor. Attributes, I think of myself as being fairly logical. I like to use logic whenever I can in making the best decisions that I can. And that's the things that I hope to continue to provide for council. I'm pretty much oriented towards doing things in an orderly fashion. I think one of the things that I've done that I'm most proud of in that respect is that I was able to team with Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Williams in coming up with the rules of procedure, which we use in our regular meetings. So that's about all I can think of that I could say about my attributes that come to council. The one other thing that I'm very proud of is the fact that I have always been very athletic. And so I enjoy all kinds of activities that involve athletic ability. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You had to pick me next. Come here. So personal attributes, I think I've been a supervisor or leader for the past 2 decades, so I think I have a lot of leadership experience. I'm also really detail-oriented. You may have seen in some of the prior council meetings that I like to be well-read, well-prepared. I ask a lot of questions so that I can make sure that I fully understand things. So I think being detail-oriented will, really serve me well. I'm also the type who likes to get in and do the work, roll up my sleeves. Even when I was a campus principal, I always believed in the we vision, so I worked alongside my team. So I really just believe in, if I'm going to ask someone to do something, I'm going to do the same thing myself. So I'm really just ready to roll up my sleeves and get busy and do the work. Thank you.
So this is Paul. The sort of like Arch, I would say logical. That's probably the top of my list, and then thorough is something else that I consider pretty important to really do all the homework, if you will, to fully understand something. I really don't like to not understand something, and so that's a passion for me. And then. So, I'll say this, you may have already seen it in some of my interactions. I can be an aggressive person. That comes partly from my training, my time. I'm not a military guy, but I am an Intel Dell guy. And the culture there is to be pretty aggressive in interactions with people. And there have been many times in my life when my wife says, hey, watch it, you've got your Dell voice on right now. So, I have to be a little careful with that. But the last thing I'll say is that I'm open, and my mind definitely can be changed on things. So if I learn something that I didn't know before, and that changes the weight of the argument, I'll change my mind.
This is Kevin. Like Arch and Paul talked about, I'm logical, analytical. in nature. As Shalane and Paul mentioned, kind of detail oriented and thorough. I thought I kind of put those two together. And then I'm curious, as Paul was talking about, wanting to learn to understand things. I feel the same way. I want to understand something, so I feel like I can make an appropriate decision. And then the final thing I'd say is just persistent, dogged. I'm like a dog with a bone. I want to get to a conclusion of something. And I guess one more thing I'd say is I like to be efficient and effective. I want to accomplish things. So hopefully all those attributes will be helpful.
I probably would say that my number one attribute is my ability to listen and look at issues from both sides. For the last 10 years of my anesthesia career, I was also the hospital mediator between the physicians and nurses at one of the hospitals that I worked at. And the thing that brought me to that was that I would listen to both sides and try to bring both sides into the middle. So listening and being fair-handed with the issues that come before me, trying to look at both sides of it and come to something in the middle. And then as a last attribute, I'm a get it done person. Let's decide what we want to do. Let's figure out a way to pay for it, and let's get it done. Don't sit on it for months or years or wait. If you've decided what to do, you know what you want to accomplish, you've got the funding, then get it started and get it finished.
Reminds me of Suzanne Bland.
There you go.
David?
Dave?
I have a lot of those same attributes that are up there, so I'm not going to repeat the ones that I see. I think I'll add my problem-solving ability. I think is a big one. I've had a lot of creation of budgets and having to implement the programs that are put into the budgets in the wide field of Texas, and I think that's an added plus. I know how to motivate others to get the job done, but also to change the plan wherever it's necessary to readjust. And so those are the things that I would add.
I'm just curious, David, you said you didn't repeat them, but just for our knowledge, which that are up there, would you say are your top maybe?
I think I'm logical and analytical. I'm a hardworking person. I'm persistent, and I listen and try to learn from that. I try not to be aggressive, because aggressive usually means I'm gonna put you out of your misery.
I like the word assertive.
So I know that's the New Yorker in me, so I try not to bring that A1 personality out. I know Kevin's A1. I know how to deal with A1 personality, so that's how I handle it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so my turn, said. I'm gonna go a couple of different directions here. So for my background, just because of the jobs and stuff that I've had with the fire department and the Marine Corps, my ability to work with people has been, something that I've always had to do. We always work in teams. I've never been in a job where I work just as myself. It's always a team, 4-man teams, 11-man teams. So teamwork and working with people is probably one of my biggest attributes that I bring to council. Some of these other things, I've got little parts of several things on the list. Teaching, coaching, leadership. I'm definitely hardworking. I can be aggressive if I have to be. Trying not to be very often, but I can be if I have to be. I'm very open. I try to listen to everybody. I'm very active on social media. I do my town halls. I try to do that monthly. So I try to be very open. I try to listen a lot. Something that I have learned since I've been on council, and this was not something I brought to council, but something I've learned, and that is to be more analytical and logical. Because this was all new to me when I first started. More thorough, those things that y'all mentioned that y'all have, those are things that I had to learn when I became a council member. So, I've kind of gotten to where now I have a little bit of all of these, and I think as we go along over the next couple of years, you'll find that you completely change in ways, not completely, but you will bring in other attributes that you'll be able to put into your resume. Thank you. All right. Got the delay. I forget about the delay every time I turn this thing on. All right. So now we're going to, I'm going to break now that we've done outline number 1, introductions, and I'm going to see if anybody from the audience has any comments at this time. All right, I don't see anybody on the board, so we're going to go into number 2, which is governance. Flip my page here. I'm making these notes on this flip chart. My plan is to take all the notes that we have from this meeting and put it into something similar to what Ron Cox did with his, to present to staff. And then when we have our second meeting, we'll be able to mesh staff side and council side together. And our second meeting will go into more details on actual projects or things that's going on in the city as well. But for today, it's just us. And we're into governance. I'm going to start here. I'm going to divide the page. And over here is City Council. On the left, City Council. And on the right is our staff. So we are the legislative branch of the local city government. It is up to us to come up with all the ordinances and resolutions and everything that the city operates under. Correct? Everybody understands that we're the legislative branch and the staff is the executive branch. Whatever comes out of this retreat and this meeting and other meetings, whatever we present to them they're supposed to execute it. And so that's what kind of the purpose of our retreat is, so that we can get our thoughts together, present it to them, and they can execute it. So for city council and legislative, does anybody have any thoughts that, if you look in your packet, for my notes, I don't necessarily have anything referenced in the packet as far as governance. I have it, it's basically coming from our charter. But I'm going to ask y'all at this point, governance as far as legislative and executive, what does that mean to y'all?
To me, it means exactly what you described just a second ago, which is, we're responsible for policy and the staff is responsible for execution.
All right, so policy, that was the one I didn't mention.
Also adjusting those policies, especially I'm thinking in terms of ordinances. We have a lot of ordinances in our system that conflict chapter to chapter, and it causes confusion and it causes the staff to have a hard time meeting those objectives. So sometimes you need to readjust the policies to eliminate confusion. Or allow
A big part of that is communication.
Yeah.
The ordinances, policies, those give communication to the executive
Right.
branch as to how we want things to be done.
Correct.
I go along with that. But,
Setting goals for the current year,
So,
goal setting.
goal setting.
let's see.
Well, and that's derived from the budget that we're responsible for
Correct.
passing the budget, and that really determines priorities. We're saying we want to put money here, here, and here, but not there, there, and there.
Correct.
So I put, you mentioned communication, so I put down here responsible to citizens. That's one part of the communication, and I put direction that we would provide to staff. And under that direction, I put goals. We're actually going to get into some of our goals and stuff later on today. And I'll put budget down here.
So we have an interesting dynamic, if you typically when we think of governance, we think of legislative and executive, we have this U.S. federal government model in mind. The challenge we have here is that the legislative branch for our city is, volunteers that are part-time with no staff.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And so the reality is, what I've seen in my time here, that 90% of the legwork on legislative activities is done by the executive branch in the city, just because that's where the people are. And so that's, kind of a reality that we probably need to factor in. Historically, at least what I've seen in my, because I've been in Lago Vista, had a home in Lago Vista for 16 years, but I wasn't always paying attention to city government. So there may have been exceptions to this, but mostly what I've seen is a legislative activity that's kind of reactive. We'll say, oh, here's a citizen that's asking for relief from this ordinance. Let's consider that. And this activity today is plus the budget cycle really are the two times in the year that the council is really sort of acting as a lead body on legislative activities. Other than that, the other 48 weeks of the year are kind of reactive, right? And so I think probably this today and then the one we have in a couple of weeks, along with the budget cycle, to me are the most important activities that we would do in a year's period.
I would have to argue with that a little bit, because so much of what we do is approving things that we have taken to the executive branch to present back to us in order to take action. Every time that there is a project that's started, staff has to get that together, they have to plan it, they have to get a budget for it, but then they have to come to us to approve the budget and to give them the go-ahead to it. Every time that there's an ordinance that's out of line and it has to be changed, Staff comes up with the changes and then brings that to us for us to decide if that's what we wanted to say or if we want to say something different. And I can tell you, in the 3 years I've been here, there's many an occasion when the ordinances have been modified 2 and 3 times before we've ever approved them. And several of the budgets and items that have come up, we've either added to or taken away from to make them fit whatever the budget constraints were or where we were at that particular point with the city. So yes, we do have that responsibility to look at the actions that citizens request as far as variances and that kind of thing. But in my experience, that's been a very small portion of what we actually do. We're a lot more into that legislative part of it in setting the ordinances, improving the policies of the city, and then approving expenditures and projects as they go down the road.
You know, and I'll add to what Dick's saying. If you take a look at the committees that are there, serve at the pleasure of the council and support the council, you think of the library, the airport, and the golf course, all of whom have come up with long-range strategic plans as a reaction to requests from the council. And in some cases, legal requirements. The airport, you got to have it if you want to have funding and so forth. So those are actions where the council is proactive in requesting those, getting those, and then taking action with regard to them. I'll go take it a little bit further. And, you know, when we purchased the golf courses and we ended up divesting from one, that was all council driven. It wasn't something that was brought forward by the staff. And I think one thing that happened over the last several years, kind of as my council came on in 16 and when you guys came on a year or two later, that this real strong focus towards infrastructure, roads and water and wastewater, that was council driven. It was not staff driven. So I think there's an equal amount of both. I hear what you're saying. There is a certain amount of reactiveness, but I do believe there's some proactive nature stuff that happens from the council side.
Some of the reactive part of it is like, take streets, you know, we push to have streets done to increase that, but we may not know the actual start and finish and being able to change it up. That's all staff driven. So, and sometimes you get lost in, you know, we're doing streets, but you don't necessarily know every street that's being done in the order in which it's done. You can find it, you can ask the question and you can get a list, okay? But there's no, that's been done and the order's been done by the executive. Okay. So
yeah, and I'll echo those dynamics that y'all have all brought up. You know, we as council set the direction for the executive side, and so the spirit of whatever is getting done is supposed to be coming from us. It's our direction. But there is so much on the macro level that, because we're not here on a daily basis, you know, we're not subject matter experts in every area. So there's a lot of stuff that does actually come from the staff. You mentioned ordinances. Yes, we are in charge of adopting the ordinances and making it. And sometimes going through our committee meetings and stuff like that, we will find ordinances that need to be changed. And we will start that ball rolling from the council side. But then there's other times where staff will find something. Most of it, as we have seen, will come from development services or from legal. And because they're involved in these ordinances heavily, and they'll find something that needs to be changed or modified, and we'll bring it to us. As far as capital improvement projects, yes, again, we're setting the direction, streets, the park, but we don't necessarily tell them exactly what jobs need to be done. And my biggest example, I guess, would be your water and your wastewater. You know, we have given the direction that, you know, we've got to provide the best water and wastewater services that we can to the citizens of Lago Vista. But we don't know when that wastewater treatment plant is at the end of its life, or so there's a lot of times projects will come from the staff side and say, hey, council, this needs to be done. And you'll see that a lot of times in your budget and your capital improvement plan. So yeah, that dynamic is definitely there in both directions. It's a unique relationship. And if you want to go even further, and I don't have it up here, but we have a judicial branch. And, you know, they have if you look at the three branches, they're supposed to be just as equal as the other two branches, but yet in our city, they're not elected. Our executive branch is not even elective. Executive branch is hired, judicial branch is appointed. It is approved by the legislative branch, but it's appointed by the executive branch. So there's a whole nother dynamic that's, you know, to throw in the mix at our level. It's a unique dynamic.
And would we add to that list something about, maybe it kind of ties them all together, but leadership, servant leadership, because service, I think, is a really big part of the legislative branch, right? I know we have responsible to citizens, but I see a big part of our role to provide that leadership, and more importantly, servant leadership.
There is one other one that I want to put down here under legislative, and we touched on it a little bit. That is our role as liaisons for the committees, the boards, committees, and commissions. They're all appointed by us, and they all answer directly to us, except for one. I don't know why it was set up this way, but it was. The golf course reports directly to the city manager. Golf course advisory committee. We have a liaison for golf course, but for some reason, I'm trying to think back. I don't know, whenever we set golf course advisory committee up, we tasked it to report directly to the city manager. But otherwise they report to us. And so it is our job as council to make sure that these committees are following all the rules and regulations and policies and procedures that we follow, and that you know, they're responding to us, and they're helping us as the legislative body to develop all these things that we have mentioned here.
So would we add transparency then?
I think when you talk about the golf course, though, you have Dick being the liaison to the golf course committee. When you're thinking of the golf course, that's owned and operated by the city, so that's a different. That should be reporting to somebody in the executive branch. Now, it may not have to report to the city manager. It could report to some other department of that, but it's not. Don't get.
Yeah,
those
golf course operations and golf course advisory board are two separate things.
Two separate things, yeah.
It is, but again, it's still unique. Library has a liaison. Your staff liaison is Jan.
Yeah.
But yet the library advisory board still reports to council.
Well,
So Parks and Recreation.
The whole concept of a committee reporting is confusing. Maybe that's language I've missed, but I understand the liaison, the interaction, but is there formal language in the ordinances?
Well, each committee is supposed to bring stuff
bring a report.
Twice per year, I thought. What I saw
Either,
there.
yeah, it's either,
Well, okay, maybe it's in there, it's just not happening, because, my observation is that there are specific instances where planning and zoning has a case that was heard in planning and zoning is brought in, but there's no overall planning and zoning, no overall building and standards, no overall library report out that I've been seeing. Maybe it's happening, it's just hadn't kind of slacked off in the last year.
Well, because P and Z Building and Standards and Board of Adjustments meet monthly or more. The ones that actually need to come in for the council to present what's going on, because there's a report that comes to us on P and Z and Building and Standards. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but the library, the golf course, the park and rec, their opportunity to interact with us would be for them to do a report and then come and try to get on one of our meetings and report what they're working on, which is different than, if there's something happening in P and Z, we're gonna know about it.
Yeah, but so we probably don't want to get too deep down this rabbit trail, but my point is planning and zoning, building and standards, Board of Adjustment, individual cases come into the council on a regular basis.
Right.
I have not seen in the last year, as I've watched it pretty closely, I have not seen an overall planning and zoning discussion. I've seen individual cases, but not an overall. And I've also not seen the airport report out. There have been cases where there was arguments about some topic, but there's never been a, what's overall, what's the list of priorities.
right,
And so I think that's important that we need to, have those kind of discussions at council where it's sort of, what's the strategic topics that each of these committees are working on, priorities, and then provide feedback on that.
right, and that goes to the liaison.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of difference. Your planning and zoning, building and standards, and Board of Adjustments have legislative powers and can work independently. If you look at all your others, they're strictly advisory.
Yes.
So your library, your Parks and Rec, your Airport Advisory Board, those are actually typically what you see, supposed to be twice a year, reports from those advisory boards, bringing their recommendations to council. Whereas a lot of times the other three, they're working on cases and they're making decisions themselves. And I don't know that we have tasked them with a overarching, view of what they're supposed to do as a board. So, maybe that's something we need to add to the responsibilities of those boards. So I know we have that in place for the advisory boards, but it may not be necessarily there for the others.
The document though is Citizen Advisory Board and Committee Operating Procedures. Would that cover all of them? Because it does say at the beginning of the year, they're supposed to conduct a workshop to lay out their objectives. And then in January and June, the chair is supposed to report to the city council the progress on the committee's annual work plan.
Yeah, and I mean, at the beginning of each year, they do that. I think, like planning and zoning, they've been so overloaded with public hearings that it's been crazy. And
Well, I'm sorry, it did not happen in building and standards or planning and zoning in the time that I've been on I was on those commissions. Now, that was a limited time frame.
well, you were limited time frame. You came in the middle. I brought you into the middle of the year. That the 1st of January, they'll have their objectives. And
I was there in January, it didn't happen this year, so maybe it was a COVID year, but maybe it happened the previous year.
Well, and they may have just, depending, Board of Adjustments only meets as needed. And so, yeah, if they went 6 or 9 months without ever having a meeting, they may not have given us a presentation.
Yeah, I don't mean to create a debate. What I'm trying to say is I think there's an opportunity for us to increase the strategic level of discussions with the boards and commissions.
Okay. I'm good with that.
The thing, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the thing that I've seen, for example, I have the Golf Course Advisory Committee report. And the way that was dealt with is I distributed it to each one of the council members. There wasn't anything, there were ideas, there was lots of discussion, but there was no proposal from the Golf Course Advisory Committee for any action. So instead of having them come and present, we talked about this, we talked about that, this was this was part of it, this is something we're looking at, this is what we're doing in the future. Instead of that, I simply presented that to the council. And when they have a proposal, when one of the things they're interested in signs, they want some signage on the golf course. When they come to me with a proposal of what signs they want, how many they want, where they want to put them, and an idea of what they want to have them made out of and what a cost would be, they bring that to me, then I will bring that to the council and we will make that presentation. But unless there's a request or an action that's required, most of the time it's just a report that's handed out. And that may not be the best way to deal with it.
And as our liaisons, you need to make sure, depending on which group you have, some of them actually have action plans. So, yes, it's a staff plan that staff puts together as far as their action plan, but a lot of it is driven by us, the council, and our committees. So the library action plan, the airport action plan, the Parks and Recreation action plan. As liaisons, we got to make sure we're on top of that as well.
Well, and Mayor, I'll point out for Paul's benefit, because you're on the airport, you have to recognize that the airport action plan that's generated, it's something that gets communicated to TxDOT Aviation as well, and it's part of their knowledge of what we're doing and how they go about funding us and whether they will fund us. So it's a little bit more important on that one for it to be complete, for TxDOT to have seen it, approved it, and blessed it.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right. Bring some coffee. I'm just kidding. All right, so we've got a lot under the legislative side. Executives.
One you might want to write down there is subject matter experts. We talked about that quite a bit, but the executive side is expected to be and treated as the subject matter expert.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Case in point, Lori.
Yeah.
Aaron.
Well, you got Aaron.
Yeah.
And Dave Street, who can tell me how to make my stuff not echo. Oh, wait.
And Eric Belay, I mean, all those.
Yeah, all the ones.
We've got a bunch of employees that are hired specifically to be subject matter experts.
Yep.
So I'm going to touch on something that's going to probably generate lots of discussion. And here's the one thing that every single council we've ever seen has trouble with. We have staff that's responsible to council, and they're the subject matter experts. And, we go to them, they're supposed to advise us on stuff that, we're seeking information on. But we as council have to remember we're not in their chain of command. So we can't direct them to do anything. We can ask them for information, but we can't direct them. And, over the years, we've had, people that will go to the police department and say, hey, I want you to give me all of this. Or go to our parks guy and say, hey, I want you to copy me on every email that you send to staff. These are areas where you're kind of getting out of your level of working with those people. They're there to provide us with information, but we can't necessarily get involved in their daily operations. And that's why we have a city manager and department heads. We can you could, if you're out on the street and you see a crew out there and you want to stop and talk to them and ask them how things are going and how the job's going and, ask them about, the project and stuff like that, that's fine. You're fact finding, you're getting information. But to ask that laborer, well, what do you think of your supervisor? Is he doing a good job? What do you think of the city manager? Is he doing a good job? That's where you're now getting into that gray area, and we have seen where at times it causes problems. There's one over here if you want to sit where you can.
There's a bunch of chairs up there.
Yeah, you can't see the whiteboard yet back there, if that's important. Welcome.
Thank you. My internet service failed me.
So, we just gotta, we've had problems where, a council person has said, well, I'll see what I can do about getting you a different department head or something like that, and that we can't get involved in. We gotta make sure that we stay out of personnel management. So I just want to make sure.
One thing you might want to put on the executive is project development and implementation. And figure out all the necessary elements of that project and the cost and associated with it and the bidding process and all that. And then they have to set up the implementation plan for making it work in the time schedule.
Yes, that's a very good one, because, we may come to them with something, like a project.
Right.
But we're not the ones that send out the RFPs or evaluate them or, the RFQs. And so, yeah, project development and implementation, that's very big role for the executive side.
One thing we have to have is, we as council members need to make sure that we're touching base with whoever the city manager is, that when you get your monthly package and you have questions, you figure out somewhere in time where you can get all those questions answered on a one-to-one basis with the city manager, because he's the one that's looking at his people and saying who's doing what and what time, and he's the one that has all those things that we don't have. As far as
Whatever he can get them.
and then he can get them. And so that when we get to city council, at least we have, for our city council meetings, at least we have all the personal questions that we have for each other, because we all have different types of questions. We can put them all together, but at least we have the answers. You have your answers to your questions, and you have your answers to your question, and we can figure it out as a council versus, I don't operate good staying up at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so by 10:30, 11 o'clock, I'm kind of checked out. So if we're gonna go to try to sit down and have a conversation on a certain subject matter, like if we're doing a street project or something like that, you might want to know the order of the streets that are being done. You might want to know, are they checking with the neighbors to make sure that the neighbors know that their driveway is going to be blocked at a certain time? Those are the type of questions that we could ask the city manager to make sure that he's communicating with his staff on stuff like that. But I don't want to come to council meeting and have to ask those type of questions.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I could.
And I might.
The only thing I would add to that is that when we do have the conversation in councils, the citizens get the benefit of hearing that discussion. And that's the only reason why I think it's important to have those discussions in council sessions. Because otherwise, if individual members are going to the city manager and getting answers behind the scenes, and it's never discussed in public, the citizens never get exposed to that.
Well, and I'm gonna add something that we should be aware of, and I know we all are in the back of our minds, but we get into routines and we don't think about it because we're not here every day. You know, we're scheduled for 2 meetings a month. That's it. But we have the ability to call work sessions.
Yeah.
You know, if there's an agenda item that we really think needs more discussion than the 2 council meetings, which is our standard that we have set up, you know, unless it's cut and dry, if it needs, you know, we'll put it on the first meeting of the month and then vote on it the second meeting of the month. But if there's something that's huge out there, you know, let's do work sessions, and they're open to the public. You know, anything we do is open to the public unless it's attorney-client privilege. And if there's something that we want more citizen input than just what we can get in a work session or something, we can always hold town hall meetings.
Turn your micro.
On volume now.
Speaker.
Oh, you'll have to mute your,
Speaker, you have to turn your speaker up. Yeah. Turn the volume down on the speaker to zero.
Hold on.
so, you know, I do the town hall meetings on my own, but it's never topic driven. It is just for the citizens to come and they lead the conversation. You know, what questions do you have? Things like that. So,
One other thing.
I thought we could work around that. We can tolerate it, but no.
And I don't see his volume control. He only has 4 icons in there.
You may have to click that
Oh,
arrow.
it's down at the very bottom.
Yeah.
There you
Yay.
go.
So if we have a topic, actual agenda item that we want way more citizen input, you know, town halls. And I guarantee you, we are going to see that this year. We've got some major plans scheduled for this year. CIP.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to be considering bonds this year. So that's going to take a lot of citizen input. We've got possibly a Cap Metro vote in November.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. Those big topics like that, I'd rather have a workshop on that topic, and that's all we stay on versus we stay on that an hour and then we go, or 2 hours, and then we got to go to the rest of the subject matter of a council meeting. I think that all of a sudden, by the time it gets to 11 o'clock, my brain is dead. Okay, so if we got to deal with Metro, let's deal with Metro and get all the citizen input.
You know, at budget season, you see, we have budget workshops where we do nothing but discuss budget.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely have, you know, CIP bond workshops. We will have a mass transit workshop, several of them, because the vote's just one part of it. You know?
One strategic question we could address over the course of today and following is we seem to be in a pattern of having, 6+ hour meetings twice a month.
Right.
And would it be better to have 4 meetings a month and limit those meetings to 4 hours? You know, and it sounds like you would be alert more if we had 4 meetings
Well,
a month.
I'm gonna be alert.
It's
but
probably
like I
true of
said,
all of us, but
but my desire to be a participant at that time is less. I'm gonna sit there and just.
I believe that these meetings that we've had though are anomalies. They're not usually.
We usually haven't
That's
had.
not our usual.
Yeah, we've had one meeting till 12
items on the
o'clock and
agenda.
one meeting till 1 o'clock. So those are the 2 longest meetings we've ever had.
I think maybe the thing to do is to limit the number of agenda items.
I would agree.
and add more meetings to cover those items is what I was
If we need to.
suggesting.
Needed.
I mean, Mayor, you correct me if I'm wrong, but when Melissa was here as the city manager, I think that's what she did. She kind of throttled the number of items she allowed on the agenda. That's wrong, because I know the mayor is the one that's responsible for the agenda. But I mean, I think she worked with Mitch to make sure that we didn't have too many items so that, we went on forever and
Yeah,
ever.
but 19
And a lot-
items on our agenda is a lot.
That's a lot.
Right.
Especially when some could be things that you might have time to push out a little bit, if they're
Right.
just like discussion that aren't really critical
Right.
at that point in time.
Yeah, and I'm gonna kind of go with Arch. I truly believe the last couple of months have been unusual. Yeah, we have had some heavy meetings recently, but normally we don't have that. We're usually out by 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I think once after today in January, I think once we get through this liaisons and this retreat and getting our direction set and things like that, we really won't have that many agenda item things to discuss. A lot of it has been a learning curve,
We'll have to
Every
react.
year, the first few meetings have been long meetings, and I'm not saying anything against you guys, so don't think it that way, that's not the deal, but it's a learning process. And you've had a lot of questions, you've wanted a lot of information, there's things that come up that weren't expected. And so that needs to be discussed, and that needs to be done, and that's part of what you get into.
I think we need to be able to react to situations. If some things come along that we know are gonna be detailed and long in tenure, we're gonna spend a long time discussing these things, we're gonna have to react to those situations and say, okay, we're gonna have to call a special meeting and do whatever it is that we're having to react to.
And that'll come as we learn each other, more about each other, because there's been things that I've put on the agenda that I thought would have hardly any discussion at all, and turned out to be 45 minutes. I'm like, wow, okay, I didn't expect that. So sometimes you don't know, and you don't know what people are bringing to the meeting, so.
Right.
But I think it'll get better. If not, we'll adjust.
So we have to.
All right.
One other thing under the executive that I think is really important is they bring reality to what we do. A really good example, when I first came on the council and Eric was hired, the first week that he was here, I went in and told him that I wanted a street plan. I wanted to know where all the pipes were, and I wanted a plan to get all of the outdated pipes replaced. Austin doesn't have enough budget to do that in short term. And my ideas were appropriate, they're things that need to be done, but way beyond the reality of what we can do as a city government with our budget. And part of the staff's responsibility to us is in the projects we come up with, the things that we would like to see done. Can we afford them? Are they something we have to do right now? Is it something we really need? And is it legal? Can we do it? So it's the job of the executive branch to bring that reality to us, to give us that information. And sometimes, once they brought that reality to us, the thing we have to do is to figure out how we're gonna do it. Make a different plan. The streets, after some discussion, Eric came up with a very rational way to approach street repair. But my solution initially was to spend the money, do the bond, whatever it took, and get the streets fixed right now. You can't even do that. So reality, I think, is an important part of what they bring to us.
I think we have to be reactive to demands that our citizenry puts on us. We can't plan every single thing. I think it'd be really nice to be able to lay out everything ahead of time and say, okay, here's our budget, we're gonna do all these various things. But things happen and things come forward and are presented to us as challenges, we have to be able to react to those challenges. And if it takes more money, then we have to, sort that out, how we do that. But I think it's important to have a budget, to stick to the budget, but we have to be realistic and realize that we're gonna have to make some decisions at times that affects the budget, and we're just gonna have to act appropriately.
But there's also, once you have a budget established, I struggle with not everything that's in a budget is going to get implemented if something else is happening and we need to shift money to take care of that. Say one of our water towers go down, we're gonna have to switch up our budget to deal with that issue. We're gonna have to find additional dollars. We may have to close some additional projects that we thought we were gonna do to deal with, taking care of the infrastructure problem. So, I guess I came from the business world where you set up a budget on all the things that you would like to see happen, but then you have to prioritize which ones are more important. And if you get down to that one, that's fine. But if not, you're dealing with the most important things that you put into that budget that's going to affect the city the greatest. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. And so on the outline, under governments, I listed city staff, city council, and leadership as topic C. But I think as we've gone through, we have pretty much covered leadership already, which there's two you brought up, Shalane had brought up one earlier. And I'm going to give you a really good example, this leadership and servant role. Starting in January, and this may be a work session type item, is our water rate structure. Kevin and Shalane have both asked for that to be brought up. I'm going to start that after the first of the year. I don't have it on this meeting's agenda because I think that's something that's way bigger than a council meeting thing. But as we go through this, and we've had to do it in the past, we are servants to the city, to the citizens, and we know, water, wastewater, utility bills, are really high in our city. But we as leaders have to evaluate and analyze our situation and then make those decisions based on that. So that's where that servant role and leadership role all comes together, because sometimes you might have to make a decision that's it's in the best interest of the city, but is not necessarily what the citizens,
Leadership isn't pretty, and it isn't easy.
So, yes, we'll see it.
Because, wastewater rates, that's always been, that was even a issue when we were on council together, Kat. So we've always struggled with the balance between being able to supply water to the city and trying to keep the rates as low as we can, and that's been a struggle. And it's still going to be a struggle when we look at it.
Right.
Yeah,
there's no easy out.
There's no easy out,
So before we move on, who do I have in the audience still up here? Rory, Lago, Letha, Darcy. On this topic of governance, as far as council and staff, is anybody in the audience have a comment they want to share? Okay, I don't see any hands, so we'll move on. It is 9:34. Does anybody need a break? Good, keep going. All right. We can obviously get up if you need to, but here in a little while we might take a little break. We got to decide what we want for lunch and stuff. But all right, so we will move on to agenda item number 3, and I have this listed as vision, and under vision I've got expectations. Expectations for city council, expectations for city staff, and our perception of what the staff expects of us. We're not hearing from staff, so this is that number C there is our perception. If you want to look back at the last two retreats, I have pages 6, 7, and 8. Page 6 for city council, page 7 for city staff, page 8 for staff of council. And then there was a couple things in the past packet that covered city manager expectations of council. Well, in the past, the staff had already had their retreat prior to council having their retreat, so we were getting staff expectations of us. It's backwards this time, so we won't necessarily cover, what the city manager expects of us in this meeting. But I'm gonna flip my paper here and we'll go on to expectations. Good thing I have great handwriting.
Just lucky you're not seeing mine.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, it's better than mine is too.
I figure if nothing else, if I write big enough, the sloppiness doesn't matter. All right, so we'll start. We've kind of touched on this already in some of our stuff. So city council. What are some of the expectations we have of ourselves?
A shared vision.
Transparency.
That was mine.
Oh, sorry.
You're a little slow.
I'm telling you.
Represent citizens.
One thing I'd add to that is citizens as a whole,
So all
No.
citizens.
all citizens.
Be prepared. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just shouting stuff out there. Be prepared.
I think there are some from 15 and 17 that are worth repeating. Listening and being respectful of others. You mentioned being prepared. Have an open dialogue on things and listen to what everybody else has to say. Don't just be the mouth. You gotta have the ears working too. And I think one that really rings to me is be truthful, even if it's hard to hear. We need to be open and honest with each other and make sure that we're making decisions, properly and appropriately for the citizens.
And I think one of the most important things for us to do is to present a united front. Discuss it, work on it, come up with an idea, and once it's passed by the council, everybody supports it.
What about customer service? Be responsive to citizens. That's probably all part of customer service.
Well, I think that's representing citizens, isn't it?
We'll just add it on there. I'll say on the United Front, that's a tough one, because everybody has their own opinion. And when you're talking to the citizens and stuff like that, you know, going into something, you know, you're gonna have your opinion, and you're gonna wanna share that with the citizens, and that's your role. You know, that's why they've elected you, is for your, because they respect your opinion, and they want you to share your opinion with council. But then again, after something has taken place, whether you agree with it or not, because the action is taken now, that's when we have to become, you know, kind of a united front and say, hey, you know, maybe I didn't necessarily agree with it, but this is what action has been taken. And, you know, so you have to kind of defend the action, because that's what council took. And especially, my role is even a little bit different, because I have to represent not only the citizens, but I also have to give, as the mayor, I'm supposed to represent the city. So I'm kind of representing staff. You know,
But you're also representing us too.
well, yes.
So, you know, for example, you know, I may, my wife may see something on Facebook on a particular subject matter, and she'll bring it to my attention. And I'll come in here and I'll talk to the city manager or to Ed. I say, have you seen that Facebook posting? But I don't feel it's my responsibility to address that. You know, I feel it's the city manager and the city mayor to address something and to speak for the city. Now, my personal opinion, I'm working that through you all to try to understand whether I'm right in this subject or wrong in this subject, or this is my opinion and that's your opinion. But once we come up with what our decision is, I'm not going against the decision. You will never hear me speak on any cut to any citizen that's different than what we come up with.
I think in turn, I'm sorry.
And I work hard at that because, you know, I want them to feel that we're a team and not individuals making decisions on our own. I don't ever want people to think that I'm just making a decision that's my decision and I'm not taking into consideration the 7 of us.
I think in terms of representation, the way that we should see representation is that you as mayor represent council, or city manager represents staff.
Right.
And the coordination between the two is all important for the entire city.
And if I might, Mayor, you know, we all got here by being elected.
Right.
And, you know, we communicate to the citizens in our own personal way.
Right.
For them to understand who we are, and what our ideas are, what we think about certain things. And so I'm going to push back just a little bit with this regard to the United Front thing, in that how are citizens, if they don't know our personal opinion about things that have been decided in the past and things that could be decided in the future, how do they know how to discriminate between us and the candidates we might be running against? So I would just suggest that we can't be, you know, lockstep automatons, you know, voicing the same thing. We should have the right to say, listen, the council decided this in this manner. I think this, it's a little bit different, and you can make your decision whether you want me to represent you or not.
But aren't we going to discuss those differences in our council meeting?
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah, what I don't want is for us to have the social media part of it go crazy. And you know, I mean, I assume we're gonna look at the pros, the cons, the differences, the similarities on every issue in a council meeting, okay? But, you know, if all of a sudden I go away from council meeting and say, wow, talking to a group of friends, and I say, well, I really didn't agree with that decision that we made in council, I'm taking away from the respect that we should have as a council and I'm allowing people to have a different opinion of what council is. You know, I think we get caught up in, I guess because I have to listen to people come and complain about subject matter so much in P and Z, and you know, you think those are all the citizens, and they're not all the citizens. So that's where we got to look at the citizens as a whole. So I struggle with that customer serve. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in customer service different than what I already do. I mean, you know, if you're asking me to get on social media, sorry, I'm not. I don't even know social media. I don't know Twitter. I don't know Instagram, and I'm not joining that world.
And I'll give you, you know, something that I've had to learn, because I started social media, and I'll tell you what got me started. There was a council member way back, I mean, before any of us were around, that had a blog page. And he would actually, after a council meeting, would literally go on his blog page. This was before social media, so you had to log into his website and read his blog page.
That page is still out there, by the way.
Is it?
It's still out there.
Pat Dixon?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
Pat.
can read the Pat Dixon history of all of his notes of council meetings.
Yeah, okay.
It's still on the web.
So Pat was really good at, you know, communicating not only what council decisions were made, but he put his own opinion in there. And when I talk about this, I don't want to make you think that you can't like give your own opinion, but when you're communicating, especially on social media, you have to be, you have to make clarifications so that the citizens understand the difference. So you'll see when I'm writing, council did this, council did that, council did this, and then if it's my personal opinion, I will always put in my opinion. And sometimes if it's strictly just my opinion, I'll start the whole thing off going, hey, this is my opinion. It doesn't reflect the city staff, the city council, you know, and I'll put a disclaimer at the very beginning. And, you know, I try to establish that difference between opinion and action. You know, because sometimes you're talking facts, depending on what the topic is. They're wanting facts, so you're giving facts, and then, you know, then sometimes the discussion will lead into your opinion.
Sure.
So, you know, you just have to make sure that you're clarifying, just out of respect for your fellow council members, that you're not speaking on their behalf. I mean, you know, if you're giving facts, that's one thing. But yes.
Well, I think part of that comes from how you might vote on issues too, right? So there are going to be cases where votes are unanimous, and then there's going to be cases where there are, you know, aye and nay votes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there are going to be times, like if I vote nay on an issue, or anybody votes nay on an issue, that citizens might ask, well, why did you vote nay? And I think it's part of our responsibility to explain, well, this was my thinking when I voted that way. And that doesn't mean that we're not a united front. That just means that we have different opinions. Yeah, and citizens have different opinions. And I think that's part of why we're elected, is to make sure we're representing, you know, kind of,
Right.
you know, all opinions. But it doesn't mean that we're not united.
Well, the thing that I see with that, and the reason that I brought that up, why I said that, there have been situations where there has been someone who voted nay on pretty much everything, and then actively sought to undermine what the council was doing. Who not just went out and expressed that this is why I didn't vote with that, went out and actively worked at undermining and trying to destroy the effort that was accomplished with that vote. That's what I mean by united front. Once you've had the discussion, you've made your opinion known, the council votes for it, then as a council,
we support it. That does not mean that you can't have an opinion against it or that you can't express that to someone, but you don't actively take steps to undermine what the council has done.
I think a lot of times when we vote on situations, we have to step back and look at what is the greater good. That's what we should be voting on. We vote for or against whatever the issue is based on what is best for everyone. And everyone I'm talking about, the people that we serve, which is our citizens and residents of Lago Vista. I think that's really key, that we vote for the greater good in all cases.
And I don't think we'll ever be able to fully communicate, well enough, or maybe well enough, but it'll never be perfect. You'll see situations, there'll be an agenda item that'll come up. As council members, we will get with staff on our own, talk to whoever, and then when it comes to the council meeting, you've kind of had your questions answered. You don't have a lot of questions. And a vote's taken, and it's just like, man. And the perception of the public is out there is, oh, well, they just rubber stamped it. And that's not true. Council has done work on it and studied it and analyzed it, but they didn't necessarily have that discussion in council. Therefore, the citizens didn't see a lot of communication back and forth between council and, that's just, and that, I don't know how to, I don't know how to avoid that all the time. That's
because I'm up here 3 times a week. I'm here. I'm here a lot. I'm asking questions of Aaron. I'm asking questions of Roy to make sure that I understand what the hell's going on and what I have to prepare myself to deal with at the next meeting, and what legal ramifications might be on this particular case, and talk to the city manager to understand what he has going on. And so by the time I get to council meeting, I've kind of analyzed a lot of the information. And so I don't want to just regurgitate what I've already learned. And, so if I hear you say something that I've already learned, Kev, I just don't need to say I agree with Kev, but I want to know that the people on council with me trust each other and that we're working for the greater good. I don't want to think that, that I'm trying to undermine you or you're trying to undermine me. That's not my intent. So I hope it's not your intent. I think we are a team. And that's how I look
Maybe
at
trust
it.
needs to be up there.
and that customer service aspect of it,
I like the fact that you all are more social media conscious than me. So I will rely on you to share the information on social media. Go ahead and write all you want.
Without town halls and work sessions and just stuff, sometimes the citizens aren't getting all the communication, that we could provide. So the social media avenue, I would encourage it. It's up to you individually, but.
The city website's a big part of that too, and making sure that the website is always up to date. And
That's our next topic.
Right.
Let me,
That's an important piece of that.
A lot of this operating as a team, I think, comes down to treating each other with respect.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're not going to agree. We're not always going to agree on every subject.
Nor do I.
And after a vote's taken, if it's 7-0 or it's 4-3, in the case where there's some people that disagree with it, they're not going to change their mind on how they voted just because the vote happened. But I think we can still treat the decision with respect. Right. So that's key. And then the other thing that I would say that to me came out of that discussion is there is a need expressed by fair number of citizens for more open communication and more open decision-making process, so they understand how we came to a decision. And we could easily swing the needle so far that we just discuss everything in gross detail and we'll just kill ourselves and the citizens. So, we don't want to swing the needle too far. I would suggest that there's probably going to be cases where, David, you'll go in and meet with the city manager or, one of the staff people and get your questions answered, as will I. And in order to get those kind of questions answered for our citizens, there's two approaches. Either when that topic actually comes to city council, the person who is introducing the topic, whether it's the mayor or a city staff person, sort of adds to their verbalization the things that came out in these individual discussions, right? That's one approach. And if it doesn't happen there, then I think it's appropriate to say, for example, I might say, hey, I had this question about this. I talked to Roy about it, and he answered my question in this way. So just kind of state it as a fact.
Okay.
So I would suggest we need to move the needle a little bit further towards more communication in the sessions so that our citizens see it happening. We don't need to be discussing every single detail of the baking of the sausage, if you will, right? Okay. But I think a little moving in the needle would be helpful.
Got it.
It's tough. It's, you in your mind, you think you're communicating well, but until somebody on the outside lets you know that you're not, you're like, and it's really hard for me because I'm here every day, or a portion of every day. Some days it's only a couple hours, but some days I'm here from 9 a.m. till 7, 8 o'clock at night. And I've had so many discussions with staff, because we're putting the agenda together, and when they bring something to me, we always end up discussing it. Why are we putting it on there? Where did this come from? What's it about? Is it coming from planning and zoning? Is this a citizen application? And so I've got so much background in my head that I literally, I don't realize that there's 100 people out there that don't know.
Don't have the same information.
Yeah, and for me to convey it, it's hard. You'll see me talking and I'll be trying to read the cover sheet and I will stop. You'll see me talk real slow and pause a lot because I'm trying to think what do I need to say to make sure everybody's getting the right information. So it's tough. All right, so we're ready to go to city staff expectations. I'll write one that we already mentioned.
Let me have you back up for one moment to council. If you would write on the bottom of that. I think that we should be focused on taking an initiative. By that I mean, if we hear from our residents, our citizenry, that they would like to see something occur, I think it's incumbent on us to take initiative if it's a topic that has some real merit. I think I've discussed this with some people in the past where I took initiative on something that related to the way that some of our builders were building homes that looked identical to each other. So you have to listen to those kinds of remarks and decide, is this something that I can do something about? And if the answer is yes, you can do something, then I think it's incumbent on you to take the initiative to try to rectify whatever that situation is, or to enhance whatever it is that you're being asked to consider. I know that sounds really general, but I think we all understand what taking initiative means.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, so I started off expectation city staff. I wrote up here communication. That was something we just mentioned a second ago. Website. And you've hopefully have seen a little bit of change in the last year. We had a communications person, but their job description wasn't necessarily public information officer. And we changed that job description this past year, and our communication has gone up quite a bit. Again, I'm not going to say it's perfect. There's always things that are missed, but our website, Meredith is on top of our website trying to get as many public service announcements out on a daily basis to make sure everybody knows. And she does share that on the social media, on our Facebook page. But it's still limited. We've got the website, we've got the social media page, but we're not on Nextdoor, and we're not on every single page. We put it out in one or two spots, and then hopefully the public shares it.
Mayor, I think one of the failures that I see anyway in that respect is that there are a lot of people out there that don't know anything about the city website. They don't even know that it exists. So I think we have to do a little better job of making that apparent to people, because they can't go to something that they don't know exists.
And also
Yeah.
helping them how to navigate through it.
I was about to say the same thing.
Because that navigating through it can be difficult. I mean, it takes me a while to find certain things on the website.
Yeah. And making sure it's updated, because I know a lot of times I'll go there and things are out of date, or like the calendar often is missing information. So just making sure it's all updated.
News releases, maybe one you want to write on there as well.
Yeah, and I know, in addition to Meredith, who is our PIO, Public Works has their own access. So you'll see street closures or water cutoffs and stuff. Public Works it's taken a little while, but they've gotten better now of getting 24, 48 hour notice.
The homeowners.
If it's a planned outage.
Right.
Now, when something breaks,
Yeah.
or somebody hits a line or something like that, those aren't planned. And getting that information out there is not timely.
Right.
People are already calling faster than we can get the information out there. And as you said, if they don't know to go to the city website, or if they haven't downloaded the city app, those push notifications, they're not going to receive them.
That mobile app is.
What did you tell me to add?
You gotta get more people on that mobile app.
News.
The one thing that I've found though is that there's some problems with that mobile app.
Oh, yeah.
It's not as responsive as you would think.
For a person who is relatively involved in social media and looks at the city website, the city app adds zero value to me. It has not solved a single problem. So I think that the city app needs a lot of work as well. In general, I would say our communication, while it may be a lot better than it was a year ago, is a long, long way from where it needs to be.
I will tell you one thing that the city app has really helped, and that's the code enforcement. Because you can take a photo from your phone and download it straight to our code enforcement department. And now they've got a photo with the date time stamp on it, and it creates a work order. So that is actually, that part of it has been a good plus. The rest of it's just
how much that's being used, because I haven't seen evidence that it's used, but maybe from the code enforcement side, they're seeing it, and that's good.
Yeah, and the rest of it is, information basically, and it pulls from the website. So these press releases, these news releases, as they get put on the website, it should be going straight to the app.
Right.
So there won't really be any difference in news from the website and the app.
Mayor, if I can add to Paul's statement, when we went to TML last year, the last one that we actually were able to attend, I was involved or I listened to a lot of discussions about code enforcement and this and that and the other. And I actually brought back the idea of having that be part of our app. What I thought was really neat was that the person that talked about it being on their city app, they called it, they referred to the label of it was reported. And so that got people's attention. Ours, I think, says something else. I forget what the label is. But submitted report, I believe, is what our.
Submit report.
Submit report.
Yeah, I'm looking
But
at
this
it
one,
now.
this one said reported with a bang.
Okay.
You know, and so I think in that particular city, they got a lot of people to use the app and to report code enforcement issues. So that was an ad from something that we brought back from TML.
I actually did a social media post on that because there was a city council meeting where somebody brought up the fact that code enforcement issues could be
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
and I'm like, well, that's news to me. I didn't know that. So I created a social media post. I actually walked through the steps and described how to do it. And there were probably well over 100 comments on that of people, so education. But nevertheless, I think that, so that one piece of the app, I think is I get that useful, and I understand how that, but in general, I think and I've had discussions with you and Josh. I had some feedback on news releases probably a year ago. Had that same discussion again with Josh in my last meeting with him. I feel like there's some pretty big opportunities here for best practices from other cities and improving our communication.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something we can always have a work session over and get with the company that runs it and see if it's on their end or if it's on our end or
Or if there's a way to report something maybe without a photo.
You don't have
Sometimes
to
it's not
include it.
practical.
Yes, you do.
To get a photo,
You
yeah.
cannot
can't-
submit a ticket without a photo.
Right.
Really?
Citizens
Right.
recently
I thought that was
reported.
just an option.
No,
Okay.
no.
Like the street lights being out and things like that, if it's dark, you don't necessarily want to park on the side of the road to try to get a picture of the
I think there's a lot of small things like that,
Yeah.
right? That the app forces you to do a photo. When the
Right.
news releases come out, they don't say anything about, the email push doesn't say anything about what the news release is. Typically, I'll get 3 to 5 emails for one news release. So, there's a lot of stuff like that going on.
I think labeling though, changing that label up to me seems important because I think it would grab your attention a whole lot.
Exactly.
A whole lot.
This news release is about a water outage on,
Yeah.
National Drive.
Mhm.
That people who care are gonna look at it.
And I think we're privileged every time it's updated or anything, we get that email from Revise or whoever says, go to the website. That's all it says.
Yeah, that's all it says.
And then you go and it's the same thing. You're like, what?
Right.
But yeah, it's because one word has been changed or something.
Okay.
Where she added, it said Friday and it was supposed to say Saturday. She's had to update it. But yeah. So yeah, I need to pay attention to
To the email.
To the actual emails from Revise. I just check the website 2 or 3 times a day. But yeah, the app, the reports and I guess push notices, but the push notices even have a lifespan on them. So sometimes your icon will say that you've received a push notice, but if you haven't checked it within so many hours, when you click on the notification tab, it'll say no new notifications. It tells me I have one, so the little icon stays there, but the
message is gone.
the actual message is gone. kind of like those, if you have the Warren Central Texas, like sometimes I've gotten a phone call from Warren Central Texas but I missed it, so I'll go back to see what it was. But when I call it, it'll say, oh, well, that message is timed out. I'm like, okay, well, I guess that tornado didn't hit us, so. So we've pretty much covered communication, and that's with citizens. What about internally?
One of the big things, expectation, are we talking about expectations by the city staff or of? The
What do we expect of them, in, say, in a relationship with us?
Well, fairness. One of the things that I've noticed over time is that there is some difference in the way that everybody responds. And I think they expect fairness from us in considering things like pay increases and bonuses, and I think that we should expect fairness from them in the way that they respond to us when we ask for information, when we talk.
I think protocol is something that we need to pay attention to with respect to the way that we operate and the way that we function with city council, with city staff, because people can go overboard, as has happened in the past, where you bypass the city manager and go directly to a department head. That's not ever supposed to happen. If you're going to speak to somebody at that level, you speak to you at least notify the city manager that you're going to go to that person.
I was just going to add, I know I sound like a broken record, transparency, same thing, because sometimes we might ask questions or seek information, and I would just say making sure that the information we get is complete, honest, transparent. And then the other one I would say is to stay current, just to make sure that they're always making sure that they're staying current with, new things that might come out in whatever field it is that they're working in, so that their level of expertise, we can continue to trust that they've got, the highest level of expertise.
Right, and I put open with an exclamation mark, and it covers all that: transparency, honesty, openness. I think, and it's been worse depending on who the city manager is. I mean, we've had a city manager, he was only here for about 6 months, but we had a city manager that told council absolutely nothing. And his direction, his staff was, you will not talk to the city council. Council will only be able to talk to me. That was the extreme. But I think all of us at times, and maybe this will be after the fact, you'll be inquiring into something and staff will give you an answer. Like, okay, well then a day or two later, you'll get more information. And you're like, okay, did they know this 2 days ago? Why was I not told about this 2 days ago? I don't know if there's a fear out there that you don't want to tell everything that you know.
Well, I think a lot of it is, I'll answer your question. I'm just not going to give you any more than the answer to the question.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And that could be both a positive and a negative thing, because sometimes the attitude is they don't want to get into that much detail with you, because if they do, that's going to open up a whole bunch of other doors. And sometimes it's just the way you ask the question. You just don't ask for all the information.
I think the way that we're seen sometimes is also intimidating to staff. They see us as the people that have power over their boss and power over them, and so they're maybe a little leery to share any more than they have to. So if you ask them a question, they're going to give you the short answer.
And I think, as a service to the city citizens, maybe that causes some apprehension. They don't want us to be airing stuff at times. You know, if there's something coming down the line, they don't necessarily want to give us all the information because it's not necessarily something, and you'll see this in your retail, in your economic side. There are companies like Starbucks. Starbucks had, let the city know, okay, we're going to be opening up a location, but
They will not want the public
we
to
do
know.
not want the public to know.
Right.
We will tell the public when we want to tell them, so a lot of times staff is council's getting, well, we've got, somebody moving in, we've got a retail company moving into the strip mall. That's all we can tell you. Because,
That happens a lot in economic development.
yeah, you'll see that.
Popeyes or Wendy's or, they're not gonna want you to know until they're ready to open their door.
And it comes back to trust. You would think that you could have between staff and council and that trust is there. But many times you'll see where that trust gets violated. Somebody's like, oh, hey, I just heard from the city manager, we've got Starbucks coming. Wait a second, you weren't supposed to tell anybody. Well, the citizens need to know. That's one of those thin lines. I don't know. Do you get out of respect for the company?
The only thing I can think of though is anything they file is open to public record, so they can make that request.
Yes.
That nobody say anything, but if someone made an open records request, it would have to be, provided.
Yeah, and it's tough, because you might see the permit, Joe Smith Enterprises.
Yeah.
That doesn't tell you it's Starbucks.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why they put them in different names.
Can we add though education on there? Like I was saying, to stay current, make sure that they're always up to date on the,
Training.
Right.
Training and education,
And efficiency, I think we expect efficiency out of our city staff and, spending our citizens' money for the best results.
Fiscal responsibility.
Yeah. And I'm not quite sure how to say this. There's I think we expect our city staff to recognize that they work for the citizens, and have that attitude of they work for the citizens. Most of our city staff is excellent at that. I mean, I'll hear a comment. Anytime I see a comment like this on social media, I'll usually say, thank you for saying this. That person is awesome, kind of thing, to try and reinforce it. There are some, obviously some cases that are not quite as positive, but it's service to the citizens. That's probably a good way to say it. But we certainly expect that. And I think our citizens expect that as city council mayor as well, that we treat the citizens with respect. And like I said, in most cases that's true, but anytime it doesn't happen, it gets amplified, unfortunately. The negatives always get amplified on social media.
So this education, I'm going to touch on that a little bit. Something that I have been thinking about in the future. I don't know exactly when, but you'll see cities out there that have courses in public administration, and they'll meet like on every Wednesday for 2 hours, and it'll 12-week course or something like that. And it's led by staff and council. Just depends on whose day it is. But it basically, you can sign up as a citizen, enroll in the class, and you can come and learn how every department works in the city. And that's something that I would like to see us present to our citizens. I've been delaying it because of COVID. I guess it can be done virtually, but I don't know, in-person classes, there's always handouts and workbooks and things that go along with it. It's literally like a class. But I think, I think that would go a long way in educating, especially permit processes and things like that, so.
I think that's a good idea. The citizens would appreciate that.
Good. All right, I'm gonna flip the page then. And maybe we even talked about this already. Set one thing down. So this is our speculation part of this topic. Because without their input, we don't really know. So expectations from staff of council. So in our perception, what would we think staff's expectation of us would be?
That we be prepared and that we're respectful of them.
Yeah, respectful on that.
Yes.
Prepared.
Oh, for the
Yeah, we had
staff?
that. Yeah, we had that on.
I don't know if we put it on staff. We put it on the hours, but I don't know.
It was kind of between your bullets.
We've got fairness.
You put open and you would lump some things under open, and then I think the customer service comment towards the end.
Yeah.
Some of that is.
Some of the respectful, making sure that.
I don't think I had that.
Didn't have it as a.
That we don't
standalone
waste
word.
their time,
Okay, prepared,
Respectful.
respectful.
respectful. That we don't waste their time.
We're conscious of time constraints.
Yeah. Conscious of time.
I think another one that's really important is that we be open and listen, because you talk, Paul, about in those rare occasions when there's a negative experience, it gets amplified. I think that at the very least, the staff wants us to hear their side of it before we make any kind of judgment call,
Sure.
so that we know exactly what the situation is. It could have been that a citizen just got frustrated for some reason and blew up. And if we listen, we can realize that we can resolve it without saying, oh, it's the staff that screwed up.
Sure. And again, we've talked about this before, but clearly there's a difference between us providing feedback to staff versus providing direction to staff, right? And so, however you want to capture that, whether we're not providing direction, gathering information And I think, in my view, feedback is a good thing, that if provided in the correct manner can be helpful, but shouldn't be confused with us providing direction.
Providing them feedback through their chain of command. All right. All right, so this is number 3, vision, expectations. This time, I know we've talked about 3 different things, council, staff, and what we think staff would expect of us. So I'm gonna open it up to the city. If they have any comments. Okay, I don't see anybody there, but I see Shalane's hand up.
I think I might add one thing there. I know I can't stand to be micromanaged, so I wonder if there's something we could add there about, not micromanaging, let them do their job, give them the space they need to do their job.
Freedom to perform their task.
Mm-hmm.
So I added with allow and trust them to do their job.
Yep. Make sure they have the resources to do their job.
Yeah.
And don't,
So provide resources.
I would add, don't assume that we understand what their priority level is, because we don't set up their performance review. So we may walk in their office thinking that their first task is the street project, where there may be some other project that has priority in their system or their thought process that's more important than what we're coming to talk to them about. So we can't assume that what we're coming to talk to them about is what actually is the first priority on their agenda. I mean, the only way we would know that would be to go to the city manager and see what initiative is set up in order for that person. Okay.
I would think that, city staff has an expectation that we treat their career development and their compensation package, appropriately, right? I don't know how much they would come out and say it, but they're gonna say, hey, I need a raise, or I need benefits, and that's gonna be important to them. Yeah. That we're not only, when you said provide resources, I think that's, and as you wrote that down, that's probably more in the line of provide resources for them to get their job done. But I think there's also, maybe it's called appropriate compensation or something like that, that they have as an expectation of us as part of the budget.
So something that I always pointed out to Josh, as far as my expectation of him and his staff, is what I call the succession plan. Make sure that all of our employees have a path to succeed. Depending on your department, you gotta have certifications. And we have to have redundancy, because if that person leaves,
cross-training.
Who's gonna pick up that if they don't have the certifications? Right. Robin backs up Sandra. She's our court administrator or court clerk, but yet she's got city secretary certifications.
Nicole backs up star.
You know, in our utility department, some of those certifications, only certain people can work on certain things. So we gotta make sure that, and it also goes not just in their certifications, but what is the plan for, what do you call it?
Advancement.
Advancement, you know,
Career development.
yeah. Cause I would like to see, if somebody has a desire, that we may not necessarily have a place for them to go. You know, they may have to take a job somewhere else, but I think it would be nice of us, responsible of us, to provide that education and if a certification or a license or whatever, where they can advance. You know, let's not keep them, I mean, yeah, obviously we want to keep good employees, but we should not be,
Holding them back.
we shouldn't hold them back, yes.
One thing I wonder, we might have, could have added it even to the prior page, is follow through. So if we tell them we're gonna do something, then I think we owe it to them to follow through. And I think kind of vice versa, if they tell us they're gonna do something, then I would think we would expect them to follow through.
I'll go ahead and add that one.
You gotta be careful with that follow through though, because your idea and my idea of follow through may be totally different than what they think follow through is.
So maybe make it clear what
So
the
you gotta make it
expectation is.
specific, you gotta let them know what they're following through on, otherwise it could be interpreted wrong, you know.
Good
So
point.
didn't I get back to you? I thought I said that. Yeah, but it didn't tell me anything. So you gotta make sure that they understand what your follow through is.
Yeah, it gets back to the communication.
Well, and so I went to page 8, and it has, this was 5 years old, 2015. Evidently, we did not discuss this in 2017 due to time constraints. But here's what council felt in 2015. Support the staff. I think we have that. Let them do their job. Stick with the promises council makes. I think that's the follow through we're talking about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does kind of go individually. Like if you've asked a question, you know, if you've trying to get information, you know, you've sent them an email, CC the city manager, so the city manager knows you're speaking to the department head. But if you're seeking information, you know, and vice versa, if they're asking us for something, you know, we got to make sure we follow through. Never approve an agreement without staff analysis of the resource, cost, and effects of that agreement.
That's a good one.
That's a big one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Again, making sure we ask the experts before
Right.
we
That was
assume that's
that
something.
subject matter expert.
Yeah.
That we put that.
Yeah, approve something that's,
Right.
hey, did y'all know that's gonna cost us $1 million to do?
Oh, the bid came in at 100,000.
Provide resources, human and capital. Don't overreact with the crisis of the day.
That's a good one.
That never happens, does it? And allow them ample time to complete their task. Let's see. Allow and trust them to do their job. Contradiction, micromanage. We'll put in here. What do we have on here? Time.
Yeah, that's real important because one of the things that we don't have access to, if you go ask them, they may give you a pretty good answer on it, but they have a whole list of things that they already have on their plate. and you throw something else into it, it's not always a thing of, okay, we'll do that, we'll get started in the morning. It may be, well, I think I can fit that into my schedule with my staff, maybe in 2 months, something of that nature. I know one of the things that I've run into in talking with Eric about streets and the ones we're working on and that kind of thing, there's all kinds of constraints. Who's doing it, whether it's us or a contractor, whether it's the right time of the year to use the material that we want to use to fix the street. So giving them the time and letting it fit their schedule so that they can get it done appropriately is really important. And it's not always the way you'd like it, because somebody is sending me an email every other day saying, I need my street fixed now. They're not very accepting when you tell them, yeah, we will get it fixed, but it may be 2 or 3 months before we get there. So.
Or you're scheduled in 2024.
Or you scheduled in 2024 or something like that. But even if you come up with something, there's something you feel needs to be done, you get approval for it, you get it through everything, you still got to allow them to fit it into what all's going on, because most of them have pretty full plates.
I also think that you need to think through the prices of the day. The prices of the day might not be like, take them fixing Loman Ford right now. I saw a lot of response. Well, when are they gonna finish fixing Loman Ford? I'm having this problems getting up and down the street. That's somebody's crisis, but is that actually a crisis, or do we just have to communicate more, or have that department communicate more what that means, and then closing that one lane? It may be that we just didn't have them communicate enough on the importance of what they're doing on Loman. So that might eliminate some of those ideas that it's a crisis. I mean, it's not a water leak is a crisis. Them trying to repair the pipes on a particular street, that's not necessarily a crisis. It might be an inconvenience, but it's not necessarily a crisis. So we have to help that through a little bit.
Perception and bureaucracy. We're on the inside, and our timeline, it's one thing. We know, okay, a street, Loman Ford, it's going to take a long time because there's several phases to it. Now they're having to go in and do the patching and stuff underneath to make sure that and then we got to come back and do the overlay. And there's all kinds of things that goes into this stuff. Another example, our park. We get a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife that has a 2-year lifespan on it. We have got to take certain actions within 2 years or we lose the grant. Well, because you're developing parkland, now you've got at the federal level, the National Wildlife, or God, there was so many environmental studies that had to be done before you can do anything.
Get started.
And it literally took 18 months, I think, for us to get a permit from U.S. Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, or whatever it is. And we've got Parks and Wildlife going, hey, you're about to lose your grant, buddy. I'm like, so the citizens were driving down the street or they're going by the park and they're like, hey, what's taking so long? This should have been done last year. So there's a lot of perception out there that the citizens, because they just don't know all the bureaucracy that's involved.
Goes back to the communication, I guess.
Right, and I went back 2 pages and I added something that we've got to be cognizant of. And we need to express this to staff as well. And that is our agenda. Here's a great example. Summer of 19, golf course staff put together a study. They hired companies to come in and do a study of our greens. Okay, this was in that, that was made available to them in like August or July or August of 19. Well, it wasn't brought to council until November when we held our retreat. This was, unlike what we were doing it this year. Last year, it was just like, okay, these are all the agenda items staff wants you to consider. And it was basically providing direction. It was more of a work session than a retreat. So one of them was the greens. It was like, hey, do you want us to move forward on this? Yeah, sure, bring it to us. So we brought, just on that, the first thing did was staff put it on the agenda for December. That was the very next month. Well, we approve to repair 3 greens, right? Well, from the citizen side, we waited until December. Council specifically waited until December when we knew all the citizens were going to be on vacation and nobody was going to be logging into the city council meetings, and we purposely put this on the agenda in December when we knew citizens wouldn't be around. Now, that's obviously not true, but that's the perception. So I think the citizens are going to expect of us, monitor our agenda and make sure, we're doing things at the appropriate time. We have to consider sometimes a citizen perception when we're scheduling an agenda item. So, we may move something up or push something back based on staff, comments or on our own, for our own reasons. There's a third one in there. We gotta consider citizens too.
I think,
Jane, can you please mute we're getting feedback from your microphone, Jane.
one thing that would be helpful to the citizens is kind of rapid growth that we're having, especially with all the people that are building, is for them to understand what we can't do and what we can do as a council to, we cannot stop someone.
Mr. Mayor, we can't hear anything now.
And what we can do, under the ordinances and variances that we have, and what we can't do, We just had to go through that with this new gas station that they're putting at right across from Phoenix Automotive. He bought the land, it's his land, and there's nothing we can do to stop him from putting a gas station there. We don't really need another gas station. We'd like to see something else there, but that's what he wants to open, and we can't stop that. We can just make sure that he follows our ordinances and has the necessary safety precautions to protect the city.
Those geodesic domes are another example,
Yeah,
right? There's a lot
right,
of
that's another one, yeah.
conversation on social media about those.
Yeah.
Which are actually kind of cool.
That's not city, that's actually not in the city property.
Oh, it's-
Yeah, the geodesic domes are not
but
in the
there were
city.
lots of people that were like, can you stop them
That's
from
about that time
building those
I'm
things?
doing that, yeah.
Yeah,
If you need me to pick anything up on my way back, just text my
and I
phone.
saw the mayor.
Okay, yeah, we're
say,
actually
hey,
fixing
it's
to
property.
take a break, so we'll decide and then.
Okay.
Do you have a request?
I'm open, totally open.
Okay. Yeah, I know this is kind of off topic, but the geodomes, somebody had pulled up the website or something.
$300 a night.
Oh, God, with all the
Those are fancy.
the cleaning fees and I want to say 2 nights was
I don't.
800
I don't
something
doubt it.
dollars.
Yeah, because it's a 2-night minimum and.
Yeah, it's upscale,
Yeah.
it's an upscale hotel here,
Mhm.
you know, it's
They're
5-star
pretty cool,
action
though.
going on in Lago Vista.
They're neat though. Telescopes and hot tubs.
Yeah, it's like, whoa.
Yeah. I don't know that I'll be staying there though.
There must be a market for it, though.
I think there is a market. I don't think they'll have any trouble keeping the place full.
All right, so did I ask citizens yet about expectations? Did I go there yet?
Don't think so.
We good? We ready to go there?
Sure.
All right, so I'll go to citizens. You know, we covered things, expectations, council amongst us, what we expect of ourselves, expectations of what we expect of staff, and then kind of our perception of what city staff would expect of us. So there's anyone in the audience who would like to make a comment at this time? I think I did. I think I was looking up there, and that's when I saw Shalane raise her hand.
Yeah, I think you did.
You know,
Okay.
Mr. May, you know, one thing that we may want to do with the citizens that are out there is because we had to mute their mic and then have them turn off the volume. If they have a question that they want to get answered, maybe they should put it in the chat, you know, so in case they're, because that's a 2 or 3 step process now to get it back on to where they could ask a question.
Well, they should not be, their volume shouldn't be down. It was just us that was, they're at home. Their volume shouldn't be.
Well, what did you have to do to Jane?
I just muted her.
Oh, okay.
It's the microphone.
Because it was coming through on ours and
Okay, so they should just be able to turn on. their
all she
mic?
should have to do is turn her mic on to speak.
Got it.
But I
I
think
thought
the
about,
suggestion's good. The chat window is open.
It's
You've
open
been
also,
answering some-
yeah.
So if people want to either say, hey, I have a question, effectively raise their hand in chat, or
Yeah.
just say what the question is.
And I thought about, you know, I thought about opening the chat thing. You know, in council meetings, I've had to not open the chat because it opens up too many conversations and nobody can keep track of it.
Okay.
In this situation, because this is a council retreat, you know, the suggestions and the input is coming from y'all. And allow the citizens to comment. But I didn't want to start getting too many suggestions.
Okay.
Y'all should do this, y'all should do that, y'all should do this. And I didn't want to turn this into
Gotcha.
a public retreat.
Gotcha.
That's why we have comprehensive master plan committees.
Okay.
Whenever we go to review that, and then the citizens can tell us what they want. So, here's what we're going to do now. On the outline, we have agenda item number 4, which is communication. City council, city staff, and citizens.
Can we do that?
I think in our expectations that we just covered,
Pretty much all of that.
we hit on communications so hard. Is there anything
In my mind.
that y'all can think of? And, how about silence your phone, man?
I thought that was it.
That's the fire department call, they're saying they need, additional personnel, so if I wasn't here, I could've got overtime today. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna put communication on here.
You can sum it up by saying we're doing well, but it can always do better.
Well, here's what I'm gonna do. We've touched on it real hard, and, you know, I've allowed the citizens to make comments. But in this area, I think I'm gonna open it up to them and let them make some suggestions. And y'all have heard us discuss communication and what we think we need to do better at. So I'm gonna open it up to the citizens and see if y'all have any comments on communication between council and citizens and staff and citizens. So the floor is open if anybody has any comments.
Had you done a mic override on Jane, or?
I did, but they can still open it from their own end.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just a temporary across the board. Anybody that wants to chime in just has to click on their thing. The problem is when I muted it, I muted myself as well. So then I had to come back over here at my computer and unmute myself. And I think it was Aaron that had commented, hey, now we can't hear anything. All right. Well, I don't see anybody's hands up. So we are going to recess at this moment. I think it's time we take a little break and decide, just 10 or 15 minutes, decide what we want to do for lunch, make a head call.
So what time, whatever again?
So this meeting is being recorded. I will not shut it off, because once I shut it off, I'm gonna mute everything, turn everything off. But just note, the meeting is still live. Not that we're discussing agenda items and city business today.
Can we turn our cameras off?
You can if you want. So citizens, we are gonna take a break. Oh, let's say 10 minutes after.
10 minutes after 11?
Yeah, that gives us,
We're at 10:52, so that's 23 minutes.
18 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes after, I'm sorry, 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I didn't get my special cookies or whatever they are.
I thought I brought seven.
Yeah. The rest of the time.
I don't know, maybe you did.
There you go.
Have some more.
This is a batch of a bunch of different, my famous brownies, but lots of different flavors.
I think yours is back over there. You set it over there, didn't you, behind the printer?
Did I? Maybe so. There is one back there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess I did get one.
Well, if anybody extra from the city comes today, I'm gonna make more to bring up to the departments, but maybe I'll drop it up to the police department. Give them some goodies.
Give everybody again.
All right, for those of y'all in the audience that have already come back, bear with us where you're not quite ready.
Brand new pickup.
Let's see your pickup. You got a brand new pickup, right?
Wait till I tell you the deal. I took my old.
All right, just in case we have any audience members, we're having difficulty ordering our lunch. And the government's involved, so nothing's easy. So we're gonna continue our recess. We had to send somebody out to actually place the order. And out of respect, we're not gonna continue conversation until Marion gets back. So if you would, just bear with us and we'll come back in a little bit.
Okay.
I also messaged Kevin and asked him if he would be in that area around 12:30. I put it in my name just in case, but
Gotcha.
so if somebody else picks
All right, we are back. Let me see.
We had Darcy and Jane and
Letha
Lisa.
and Lori.
Yes,
Wait, I didn't see Lori.
LD.
Oh. Okay, hey there. Lori.
All right, so we are going to get started again. And I'm just going to draw a line to communication. And we're going to move to, a sheet here. All right, we're moving to agenda item number 5, which is planning. And we're going to set and discuss our core values.
I gotta wait for my glasses to lighten back up. Outside, they've gone dark on me.
So I think I have, what page do I have written down for core values?
Core values on 16.
Page 8
8?
and page
Yeah.
22.
80116, yeah. Double numbered.
Yeah, some of it's because this is a summary of 2014's and 2017. You say there's something on 16?
Well, it's page 16 of the packet.
Right.
Oh,
It
okay.
equates to page 8 of that.
Oh, okay. So, 2015, council was asked to define their core values. So, I don't see anything for 2017, but anyway, this gives you a good idea.
Yeah.
Probably not a whole lot of change, maybe an update or two. And I'm just using these for example, so. But in 2015, core values, council was ensure a secure and safe community, have a vibrant community with value on growth and amenities, promote a healthy community, financially stable. That's what they mean by health, not physical health, but financial, fiscal health. Have an attractive community with a clean appearance, ensure a well-planned community, be energetic, be caring what? Be proactive rather than reactive. So,
Public safety, number 1.
where do we want to go? Public safety?
Public safety, and that includes police, water, sewage management, and streets.
So, police, utilities, transportation.
That's why he's the mayor.
And, do what?
I said, that's why you're the mayor.
And streets.
I put
That's
transportation.
transportation.
Yeah.
And what do we got now?
I think we've got all of that. Oh,
We have a pandemic.
well,
We, as you have seen, we have glass in police department and here, and we've got social distancing, and, our golf course has to operate certain ways. We've got to make sure that as a city, we're operating to keep our citizens healthy and safe. And, we are a smaller city in Travis County. We have to follow county guidelines. We can make it more restrictive, but we can't go less than.
Right.
Than Travis County. I can make it exceptions on certain things. But, I rarely am gonna do that. So our guidelines are pretty much set by the county. But, we gotta make sure, there could be something isolated, we are an isolated community in the county. Maybe we have a hot spot, and we take different actions than what the county's recommendations.
I think
So,
we got a hot spot now. I think we've got a hot spot now.
you think?
Yeah, a lot of stuff happening over at the high school.
Yeah, I worked at the high school and I'll touch on this a little bit since it came up. There are cases, if you've heard numbers, they've only had like 3 cases. But
Lots of exposure.
the problem is their protocols is everybody around that contact tracing. They have 134 students that are out for, because of the contact tracing, possible exposure. Well, then they had to quarantine all the teachers. So on Wednesday night, I got 2 phone calls. They were looking for a substitute for a 5-day, for 5 days.
I couldn't get it.
And I couldn't do the 5 days, but then I got a call for 2 days, for Thursday and Friday. So I did volunteer to go there Thursday and Friday. I went there Thursday. That's when they made the call to just get rid of in-person school for the rest of the semester. So I didn't work on Friday. But yeah, their teacher situation and the lack of substitutes. The substitute pool is not great out here, so.
We should extend that, since you brought it up, to emergency management. All of emergency management as a subtopic under public safety.
Yeah. Yes, emergency management. We have ESD1 out here. Whenever I know we are not contracted for them to be the emergency management coordinator for the city at the moment. But just because I work in the industry, I know if there's something that ever happens, if we have a tornado or a fire or something, ESD1 is in charge of it. They're the incident commander, and that'll never change. Whether they represent us at the table is the only thing that changes. Yeah, so Donnie and his staff would always be in charge of the incident, unless it gets to a scale that other agencies, state or federal agencies, come in. But then he's actually still the incident commander. As far as emergency management, our ESD is always going to be in charge of any kind of natural disaster or something like that. So everybody else just works for them. And then the emergency management coordinator, by default, is the mayor. It's always the mayor. So I would be the one sitting at the desk, and I'd be calling Chief Norman going, hey, what's going on? What do you need? And basically I would be supporting him, even though I'm the one sitting at the table. And I also respond to, or I just said that the county is the one that Travis County Emergency Management is the one that actually would run the operation, and I would just be the liaison for the city. Yes, emergency management. Speaking of that, I got a grant. We have a proposal for a grant, Homeland Security type grant. And I know in the past that we've had a desire to get, warning sirens for the city. It's just not something we've budgeted for. It hasn't been a big priority, but I've asked staff to look into this grant opportunity to see if this Homeland Security grant is something we can use for maybe those early warning sirens. So off topic, but all right, what else?
Going back to this, just looking at the list from a few years ago, the last one, which says be proactive rather than reactive, instead of just reiterating that, I would suggest maybe better wording from my perspective is be proactive and responsive.
There you go.
Because I think that we don't want to be reactive, but we do want to be listening and take action appropriately.
And I'll give you some context on where that came from.
Proactive and responsive.
So in the past, our capital improvement program was not as well established as it is now.
Yeah.
And we weren't looking forward into what does wastewater treatment plant need? What does streets need? We weren't as well organized, and we were spending money to fix things. It was always on the after the fact situation. So the guidance was we need to be ahead of the game. So that's where that came from. And I know when I took over and was sitting with Josh, and I've used the term in one fashion already, and that was succession plan. Not only did we need a succession plan for our employees, but we needed it for all of our departments. We have action plan or airport action plan. These things are streets. These things are slowly getting updated and implemented and brought in so that we are being proactive and can try to set us up to succeed. You'll hear nobody, when they laid out all the water lines, 50 years ago, it was never mapped. And for crews trying to replace, as we've been upgrading our lines and getting rid of the old iron, the pipe, or trying to find it, and a lot of times it was very difficult because nothing was mapped. We have 2 GIS people now that as we map everything, as we lay everything and replace it, it gets mapped. Now everything we've found, we've been able to map. So we're still finding every now and then. But that's just another thing to be proactive instead of reactive. Yes.
I have 2 possibilities. One is to be fiscally responsible, and the other is to act ethically. Sound?
Ethically pretty much says it.
All right. Yes, I agree with both of those. So this, I'm looking at the ones from the past. So several of these comments are community-based. do we want to just, would we like to just leave those in there?
Which comments, I'm sorry?
So, ensure a secure and safe community. We've got public safety up here. Vibrant community, value growth and amenities.
We really are. The growth is coming whether we're into it or not. It's the only thing we're doing is trying to control it. So
Right.
maybe
Effectively manage it or something?
responsible management of growth.
Manage growth.
Not control.
Yeah.
I like that, responsible management. Growth.
Healthy community, it said financially stable. We've got physically responsible.
They manage growth.
Yeah, I think that's an important point because in my mind, this is 5 years ago, right? So the thought process of with value on growth and amenities, we had no growth going on 5 years ago.
Right.
Essentially.
Correct.
And so it made sense as a council back then to say, we want to try to encourage growth. That's not where we are now.
Right. We're trying to manage.
Maybe we need encouragement around business growth. We certainly don't need encouragement around residential growth. We need to manage residential growth.
Correct.
So it's a different world than it was 5 years ago.
Yes, it is. And I don't think that it's going to change in the next few years. I don't see it going any place different than where we are right now.
Yeah.
Well, SpaceX is coming to Lago. I saw the announcement.
Well, they manage growth and amenities.
Well,
Was that online?
Elon is moving to Texas, and then Oracle's headquarters are coming to Austin. Those are the two big news. But, I didn't see the SpaceX specifically.
Well,
Yeah, but Musk has already moved. He's already here.
Yeah.
Bought a home, moving his offices.
what is, am I thinking of the wrong person? Oh, I'm thinking of Bezos.
Yeah, Bezos is Amazon.
Who am I thinking of? Who does
SpaceX
who does?
SpaceX is Elon Musk.
Yeah. Okay.
Musk is Tesla and SpaceX.
That's right. Okay.
And he's already figured out Texas is a good place to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, amenities, I think we're doing, in the last 5 years, our golf course has gotten much better. I think a lot of it, and we'll see over the next few years. This year, our golf course has just done outstanding, but a lot of it has to do with the environment that this world is in right now. I was reading, and I think y'all saw it where Paul Roberts sent that thing about golf courses, and, so the question now is, will it be sustainable?
Well, some of the other amenities is more, not so much those kind of amenities, but, as the growth keeps growing up on the home side, we need to have the appropriate places that people need in order to. So, that's the retail strategy part, and trying to figure out what businesses we do not have here that we actually need.
That we can draw.
That we could draw, like, auto body store and.
Grocery store.
Our
that kind of stuff. Well, we have a grocery store.
Our park's well underway.
Yeah.
So we've got a great park amenity coming on.
And we're working on the hotel aspect.
Airport. We're constantly trying to add amenities to our airport.
The one of the bullets here, I think, holds up for me, have an attractive community, clean appearance, and I think that's almost a subtopic under managed growth, because man, there's just never ending citizen complaints about developer trash and sprawl, so that's a clean and beautiful city we can be proud of is certainly, to me, is a core value that the city has had. We may have more problems with it now than we've ever had before, but the core value is still there, or should be.
I think Developmental Services has come up with a new dumpster that developers are going to have to handle trash versus than just putting the plywood.
Yeah, we wrote that up. It's in the ordinances. We wrote
Yeah.
that up in building and standards.
And we tried to get ahead of that, you know, expanding our green center services. We just ain't found the proper location for it yet, so we're trying to get ahead of it.
Bulk trash, though, I think is another one, coming up with some sort of solution for bulk trash.
That's the green center
That's the green
expansion.
center.
So that'll take the, like, refrigerator,
Refrigerator,
all of that. Oh,
washing
good,
machines,
okay.
tires,
Yeah.
batteries.
That'll help a lot with the illegal dumping and stuff that happens.
Yeah.
That's the vision.
So bulk
Finding a
and
location for it.
bulk and household hazardous waste.
Oh, it'll do both. Okay, great.
Someplace on there, we need to put a community center.
Yeah, that's a
Because
project.
that is something this.
Is that a core value though? That's more of a.
Under managed growth and amenities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave amenities, because we got several.
Yeah.
You know, one of the biggest amenities we want, I don't know if we'll ever get it, waterfront property.
Yeah.
You know? We just, it's not there, we can't get it. Community center, definitely. I was thinking, a rec center, because that's kind of hand in hand with community center, but. Let's see. Well-planned community. I think we've got, that's the managed growth. I'm gonna add the other two, just because I think it's a good attitude as a value. So I'm gonna add those back in. Be energetic. Caring.
Those are personal traits, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's a trait for the city too. Are you going for it or are you just sitting on your thumbs? And I think an energetic, I have lived in both. I've lived in a community where everybody was just basically sitting on it. There was no expansion, there was no adding, there was nothing to improve it. And then I've lived in a community where the city government was working very hard, as we are, and making things better.
If I might suggest to make sure we're actually answering the same question, what it says in here is, what are the core values of the council that the council will use in making decisions on behalf of the city? So, you know, I don't know that energetic necessarily is a core value that I'll bring to to making decisions, but caring and diverse.
One of the things that retail strategy is looking at too, through the Arch and my efforts, is looking at an emergency medical center, which would go under public safety.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you cut your hand.
Urgent care,
like an urgent care center, but not an emergency care center, but an urgent care center.
Just put medical care there.
Because most insurance places don't accept the emergency care center. They'll screw you with that.
Most communities I've been in, energetic starts at the council. If the council is working and doing things, if they're getting involved, if they're bringing things forward, then that goes down through the staff, through the city government, and out into the city. So I think energetic is something that needs to be a core value, or just, as I said earlier, figuring out what it is, figuring out how to do it, and getting it done.
And that would be
our customer service would be very reflective of how energetic we are as a council.
And it ties back into being responsive as well. So,
yeah,
that's all good.
Cool. All right. Where's my thing? Core values.
Guiding principles.
So, guiding principles. So we're going to start. Let me flip my chart here. We'll start with our mission statement. We adopted one 5 years ago, and we need to see if it's still relevant. And I show that to be on page 20. Oh, I'm sorry. Page 20 of the, I guess that would be 28 in the packet.
Oh, okay.
Is everything 8 pages ahead?
Provide and maintain a healthy, safe, vibrant community and ensure quality of life.
So I pulled some definitions because I know we've got what our current mission statement is: provide and maintain a healthy, safe, vibrant community, ensuring quality of life. That's our mission. So mission statement is a short statement of why an organization exists. What its overall goal is, identifying the goal of its operations, what kind of product or service it provides, its primary customers or market, and its geographical region of operation. That was from Wikipedia. So, provide and maintain a healthy, safe, vibrant community, ensuring quality of life. Does that cover why we exist and what our overall goal is?
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know that I would change it then.
That pretty much covers.
All right. We will stick with that mission then. Well, then the next step is the vision statement. And if you'll notice on one page prior, we don't have one. We never came up with one, at least in this session. So do we want to try and come up with a vision statement? So I have from Business News Daily, they say a vision statement is similar to a mission statement. A vision statement provides a concrete way for stakeholders, especially employees, to understand the meaning and purpose of your business. However, unlike a mission statement, which describes the who, what, and why, a vision statement describes the desired long-term results of our company's efforts.
So that would be the comprehensive plan.
So,
in our CIP direction, wouldn't it be those two things?
Page 27 in the packet.
27 in the packet, 19 in the book, or in the plan. So, I mean, we have stuff that, like David mentioned, we have the comprehensive master plan that outlines our
long-term.
Then the CIP gives us the short term. Right? Am I wrong in that?
The
So it
CIP,
gives it year to year to year to year.
yeah, but those are projects. I don't know if that's an overall vision. What is it,
It has to be a little bit more general than that.
What would be our long-term vision? Does anybody have the comprehensive master plan on them?
Yeah.
Does it say anything in there about a vision? I can't remember. I was thinking we had a vision statement somewhere, but.
The word vision appears in there 92 times. Oh, no, that's provisions are included in that search. 51.
I would think it would be one of the very first intro pages. I don't have my copy with me.
There's no vision statement per se.
What?
This is it. Have an idea what you think it might be.
I was thinking we had a page that had our mission statement and the vision. Purpose.
The vision statement would be something that would change over time, though, wouldn't it? You'd have to reflect.
Changes according to what's going on.
Exactly.
You know, it's interesting. I've been in organizations where we've tried to develop mission and vision statement, and people, including myself, struggle with, which one is more concrete and which one is more abstract, visionary kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that should be kind of
I think, Ed, I don't know which way as you were reading for mission statement, you read something from Wikipedia, and then from vision statement, you read.
Yeah, I couldn't find the same.
Yeah, the same source.
I couldn't find the same source for both.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a vision statement, short statement of why an organization exists, what its overall goal is.
So I guess my typical thinking is a mission statement, you say, this is kind of what the problem we're trying to solve kind of thing. And then a vision statement is like, this is how we view what we're going to do to solve that problem we laid out in the mission statement. So vision would be a little more tactical than the mission statement, but not much. But like I said, I've had people argue it both ways. So I don't know. One of the things, let me just throw something out here. I've been toying with, especially over the last 6 months, do we need something in a vision statement that says something about being easy to do business with? And I think of that as not only from a developing new businesses, but with respect to citizens as well. And I'm not quite sure how to lay that out. But
Congenial.
Yeah. And I say that because I've had my own personal experiences as a small business owner, and I've had feedback from other small business owners that, man, it's hard to get through the process here. And so from a small business perspective, I'd like us to be easier to do business with. And then on the flip side, there's, citizens who say, whatever their complaint is, whether it's roads or water or, whatever the complaint of the day is. I think there's an opportunity for us to be, what's the right, I'm trying to get some wording here, but, the friendliest city in Texas, or the easiest to do business with, or, we're welcoming the growth, but managing it at the same time, just kind of throwing out some thoughts there to try to give you where my head's going. City of choice, yeah.
Be a city of choice for businesses and residents alike.
Yeah. I like that.
Can we modify that some?
That's pretty broad, long term.
Be a city of choice for businesses.
While assuring appropriate development.
So,
safety,
but are we talking about
and
the
opportunity.
vision for the city? Because
Vision for the-
aren't we really talking about the vision for the people that live here as opposed to businesses?
I think it goes for both.
For both.
I don't know. I see it more as a statement that you make about the direction that you see the city moving in. Not necessarily tied to business, but more, more about what it represents to someone who is potentially looking to move to this city.
A vision statement describes the desired long-term results of your efforts.
That sounds like a mission to me.
Depending on who gives you the definition, I think they
Yeah.
are not clearly separated sometimes.
Yeah.
That city of choice doesn't hit me the way it should. You know, I think, to be a city,
The reason I put the city of choice in there is we'll get down, later on, we have these areas of emphasis. These are things we'll be focused on more directly. And going through the packet, under economy and growth, we have city of choice, and under operational, this is what council put in back then, under economy and growth, they put city of choice. And under organizational and operational effectiveness, they put in employer of choice. So.
to be a city of enhanced services for businesses and residents. I don't know.
I kind of like city of choice, though.
City of choice, you like city of choice?
You want it to be a place where people and
Want to
businesses want to come.
Right.
Yeah.
Choose to
City
live
of
here,
choice
they
says
choose to open a business here, they choose to recreate and vacation.
Here's a definitional thing that I actually just found that I kind of like. So this is a clear point strategy is the website here. And they say a mission, so this is distinguishing between mission and vision statements. Mission statement defines why your business exists and why it's important. Vision statement declares where your organization wants to be in the future.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Right, and so if we go back and say the mission statement that we had, do we have a definition? Because we have a mission statement.
Provide and
Does that
maintain a
define why
healthy,
we?
safe, vibrant community, ensuring quality of life. That was the mission statement.
That's why we exist.
Right.
Yeah, and
You
then
know,
why it's important is kind of implicit in that, which is fine, I think. Then the question would be from a vision, where does our city, or where do we want the city to be in the future?
I think in order to get there, we have to enhance the vision of the services that the city provides to businesses and residents. That's one. We have to.
That's a tactic to get to that, but what is the vision, the goal of where
What's
we're
the
trying
end
to get?
goal? Yeah, that's what I see it too. What is the end goal? To be a city of choice sounds.
To be a city of choice.
Isolated.
But that's.
Our vision is to not be like Lakewood.
Isolated. One of a kind.
The more like.
Unique.
I actually I'm pretty good with that vision statement that you proposed there.
I can't see it.
I think it sums it up in a nice succinct statement without getting overly wordy.
Mr. Durbin put on the chat the definition of both the vision statement and the vision statement. He says, vision describes the basic human emotion that a founder intends to be experienced by the people the organization interacts with. Grounds the group so it can actually actualize some existential impact on the world. Got that other definition.
Holy,
Yeah.
That's a little deep for me.
Oh,
I mean, I think that's consistent with, the shorter version of what I read a minute ago from the other consultant page, whatever it was.
and of course, that just being the place that people would want to come, that includes all the things that we're talking about: financial responsibility, meeting the needs of residents for health and safety,
Being easy to do business with.
easy to do business with. So I've never seen a vision statement that long. I'm used to it being half a page, but the more I think about it, the more that just kind of says it.
Well, when you're doing your search, were there examples?
Yeah, they had a bunch of examples. The page that I got to had 7 cities that had vision and mission statements that they thought were pretty good. But,
Are any of them in Texas?
South Carolina, there's some county health department, Houston, Texas. So Houston says the vision is self-sufficient families in safe and healthy communities. The mission, this looks like, I'm sorry, this is not Houston overall, this is Health and Human Services, so that's got a different spin on it.
I was like, that was kind of weird for a city of a couple of million
We're
people.
looking for a catchphrase, isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
So it can't be something that's super long.
Right.
Yeah.
I really kind of feel like that
Well,
there's a lot you could fit
and
under that.
don't forget, we've got a motto out there or a slogan. I guess the chamber coined it, but it's been adopted, and that is live like you're on vacation.
Right.
So, how does that fit into our vision?
Be a city of choice for businesses and residents. To provide ease of service and communication, ease of service and
So Kansas City, Missouri is one example here. It's pretty wordy, it's a little long. So their vision statement is, our local government will be nationally known for its transformative efforts that make Kansas City the diverse and sustainable community of choice for people to live, work, and play as a result of its safety, is kind of where you're going, as a result of its safety, vibrant neighborhoods, business, educational, and cultural opportunities, connectedness, and vitality.
Wow.
I like it.
It's actually
Yeah,
kind of where you were
what I
headed.
was trying, yeah.
Will we get in trouble for plagiarizing that?
Probably.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got a lot of good stuff in it. Yeah.
One thing that's in here is that, they say, got some words leading up to it, but then they say Kansas City, the diverse and sustainable community of choice for people to live, work, and play. And then they give kind of what makes it that way as a result of.
Right.
So, city of,
You Googled that?
diverse, where are you putting diverse?
To be a
in there?
diverse
Diverse city of choice.
city of choice for businesses and residents.
And we could say,
Through providing a
as a
safe,
result of,
yeah,
and then say, what are the attributes that make it a city of choice?
a city of choice. Yeah.
As a result of our beautiful hill country location, I don't know what it is, but as a result of that, we could throw a few attributes in there.
Can you read that one more time?
Sure. Our local government will be nationally known for its transformative efforts that makes Kansas City the diverse and sustainable community of choice for people to live, work, and play as a result of its safety, vibrant neighborhoods, business, educational, and cultural opportunities, connectedness, and vitality.
So I've got to be a diverse city of choice for businesses and residents alike as a result of our location, natural resources,
Well, they have vibrant neighborhoods, which is, kind of nice, vibrant communities or neighborhoods. But this one is pretty good. Business, educational, and cultural opportunities.
Yeah.
I like that.
As a result of our location, natural resources, and business, educational, and cultural opportunities. So that's 3 words, but it's all one idea. And business, educational, and cultural opportunities.
location, natural resources, and business, cultural, and educational opportunities.
And while you're thinking about that, let me read their mission, because that's the contrast to the vision, right? So the mission of Kansas City is to deliver quality, customer-focused municipal services with an emphasis on public safety, neighborhood livability, job creation, responsible planning for economic growth, infrastructure improvements, transportation systems, public health, and the environment. In pursuit of this mission, we use data to make decisions and measure progress based on economic, social, and environmental factors.
The mission statement is more like a vision statement.
Well, their vision statement is a great place to live because of this. And then the mission statement is we put emphasis on the things that we just listed.
Yeah.
Public safety, neighborhood.
Who, what, and why.
We're here to steal some power.
Oh, okay.
I've got it. You have your cord?
I didn't bring my cord with me.
No.
Someone steal his one.
Well, mine's fully charged. You can have mine, plug it in over there.
Okay.
It's probably fully charged too. It's sitting there turned off for a while.
If it's not long enough, we have an extension cord back there that we can plug in to the dais right here.
Looks like there may be.
There's a whole bunch of plugs right under there.
We good with this?
Yep. I'm pretty happy with that.
Awesome. I agree.
Thank you, Kansas City.
Yeah. Did we want to do anything with the mission statement, or are we good with it?
I'm pretty happy with the mission statement.
You have the mission statement sitting there. Now that we're looking at this vision statement, read, if you will, read the mission statement as we're looking at this.
Provide and maintain a healthy, safe, vibrant community, ensuring quality of life.
I think those are consistent.
They're linked to each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. It's pretty good.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is lunchtime, but before we break again.
Kevin's picking it up, by the way.
Oh,
Oh, yes. Okay, well, we will continue on until lunch gets here.
Oh, we got an echo.
Somebody's
Oh.
on.
Yeah, it was me.
Oh,
I'm good now.
Unplugged it, it went back up.
So I'm gonna open it up to, the citizens to see if they have any comments on our mission and vision statements. Okay, I don't see anybody. Oh, Lori
Just
did.
want to let you know I'm still here. I don't have a comment, but I am still here.
Okay.
Very impressive, Lori.
I watch for your green light to come on. That tells me if you want to speak or not, so.
Thanks for staying with us.
All right, well, we will move on to the next guiding principle. So in my packet, okay, so in the packet online, it would be pages 17 and 18, and then 29. So we're going into preserve the past, protect the present, and plan for the future as our guiding principles. We'll start with preserving the past. Okay, so let's see, page 9 in my book. So under preserving the past, we have honor the history of the community, honor the volunteer spirit of those who established the community, be open to and listen to the community, recommit to establishing destination opportunities that made this community what it is, and preserve the rural environment and beauty of Lago Vista. Thoughts?
I mean, those are all pretty high level things, which are, I don't have any problem with. I'm not quite sure what number 4 is meant, what's meant by that. Recommit to establishing destination opportunities that made this community what it is. It sounds like somebody had something in mind there, but I don't know what it is.
Well, so we have to reflect back.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of a drought. There was no lake. 2015. This was kind of the big start of, let's see, I'm trying to think. We were in the middle of a lawsuit that had to deal with water intake, water treatment plant, wedding venues, those type of things. And this was kind of at a time where things were really starting to drop off as far as a destination for the city. Our growth was really low right then. At that point, we didn't have lake. All the ramps were completely dry docked.
Right.
You couldn't even put a boat in the water.
Golf courses were in terrible condition.
Yes.
There wasn't much
Just
reason to come
wasn't.
along.
So it was, okay, how do we get it back? You know, this was designed to be a resort waterfront golfing vacation community. And the council at that time, they wanted to bring that atmosphere back to to Lago Vista. And I think, we're growing, so, kind of preserving that, what it was originally created for as a resort waterfront golfing community is going to be extremely difficult as more people come and diversity. But we do know that that is a great natural resource that we have here. And right now, as a city, our golfing is that's the largest amenity or attraction that we have to offer people, whether they're living here or vacationing here.
Oh, look at the man.
There he is.
There he is.
Our favorite council person.
Welcome back. Now to try and figure out whose is whose.
Exactly. I don't see any writing on the top.
Oh my goodness, no labeling at all.
No. How about, I'll hand it to Paul.
Shalane has the list, so.
Yes.
This is a wrapped up burger and we cannot tell what it is.
It would have been nice to label it.
Burger and fries, They
all have fries. All right, well.
Let's do, can we do this? I'll just hand it to
Are we gonna
somebody.
break or?
Everybody open that and declare what it is. So it's gonna go to two people, no matter what happens, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm okay.
What you have?
there is a chance that
The only
it's what
way
you
you'll-
ordered.
Okay, that is some kind of burger.
It won't have mustard.
All right, so
Are we gonna break?
We'll have a split.
those at home playing along, we are going to
Take a look and
recess for lunch at this period, because I have lost control of the chambers. So we're gonna recess.
Take a look at that.
Um,
Something like you ordered.
Oh, wow. You all got,
Until what time?
y'all gave me the right one?
Oh, good.
There is
Bacon on there.
Mayor?
22 minutes long enough?
Cause I was the only one that wanted to split, so.
No,
No, I did it.
Oh, did
But
you?
it's the same exact
Take a
order.
look and see if that's what.
And mine is the
This one has
bacon cheeseburger, but no no mustard.
Cheeseburger with
Bacon,
bacon.
cheese.
Okay, so we're gonna recess and
Cheeseburger with bacon.
until
Cheeseburger with bacon burger.
1 o'clock. That's 22 minutes. I think we can all do 22 minutes and then we'll come back.
Guys,
Of course, that's always subject to change.
utensils and napkins right here.
No, this has something with jalapenos on it.
Mayor, how long are y'all breaking for and you want to turn that mic off?
I did.
Yes, we're
This
But
looks
I
like
had-
it's-
We're gonna break
this
till
is
1
stuff
o'clock,
with jalapenos.
22 minutes.
This is the mayor.
And yes, I will be turning
This is the mayor.
all the sound off.
This looked like a side of ranch. Did someone request that?
No, that's odd.
Okay. Oh, and there's a bunch of ketchup. Does anybody want to?
Yeah, I need
I got one that I think is mine.
There's ketchup.
Oh, can you catch up?
Want ketchup?
Sure.
I don't need ketchup.
All right, we are back in order, and I'm going to start. Counselor Sullivan has rejoined us. He had to leave for a little while. He's back, and so I'm going to take a few minutes here and just do a recap with him on the couple of areas that he missed. Let's see. Go back here. Let's see. Expectations. We covered that. It's the one that says core values. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So here's where we were at. As you can see, we just crossed out communication and went straight into core values. So we have established for our core values, number one, public safety, emphasis on police, utilities, our water and wastewater, transportation, which is our streets, taking care of our community because of the pandemic, medical care, and of course working with ESD as part of fire. And we also included emergency management under public safety. We wanted to be proactive and responsive. In the past, it said proactive versus reactive. And we felt like there are certain things that you still have to be reactive to, but we felt the word responsive was better than reactive. So we've gone with proactive and responsive,
Okay.
Fiscally responsible and stable, sound, managed growth and amenities. I'd have to look back on here. Where was that? Core values, 8.
That's not just managed residential growth, but that's also commercial growth too.
Yeah, we had kind of taken, so we have, going back to the past, it had like vibrant community with value on growth and amenities, clean appearance, well-planned. So we kind of combined all of those from the past into this one here, managed growth and amenities. Keeping Lago Vista beautiful and, clean, keeping our city clean. Oh, that says trash as a result. That refers to the growth.
I can tell you when we do our Lions trash pickup on Loman Ford, it has grown. The amount of trash has grown.
I'll actually be there next week.
Yeah.
I'm off on Saturday. And then be energetic, caring, and diverse. Then we went into our guiding principles. Let's see, where was that? Page 20.
You want the mission statement?
So the mission statement from 2014-15 was provide and maintain a healthy, safe, vibrant community, ensuring quality of life. Everybody was satisfied with that. So we did not change the mission statement.
Okay.
Now we got to the vision statement. We didn't have one. We did not have a vision statement. It was not in this packet. It said to be determined. And for some reason, whether we went back in 17, I don't know. We could not find a vision statement either in our strategic plan or in the comprehensive master plan.
Would that have been the one right after, Josh didn't come until
17.
He came in 17? Okay.
So this would have been right before Josh.
Okay.
But we didn't have one.
I just remember the vision statement.
Yeah, so we created one.
Okay.
And this is the consensus that we have come up with: to be a diverse city of choice for businesses and residents alike as a result of our location, natural resources, and business, cultural, and educational opportunities.
Like it. Sounds good.
And you were caught up.
I see where we are on the agenda, so.
So we started discussing preserving the past. What page was that?
It's on page.
I was on page
29.
29 in your packet, 21 in the handout.
Correct.
So I don't think we had really any changes or anything with preserving the past. There was a question on bullet point number 4, recommit to establishing destination opportunities that made this community what it is. And, you know, the thought was, Paul had shared this thought, he was like, reestablishing with that. So our discussion was about the timing. When this was first came out, 2015 is in the heat of the drought, and
right.
You know, we had no amenities basically. I mean, the course was open, but that's when we were running 2, and we were $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 in the hole each year. And so that reestablishment, we think, is pretty much taking care of itself. But
to me, this would make a lot more sense if we eliminated that 4th bullet and kind of combined it up in honor the history. So if we expanded honor the history of the community as a destination and resort location. And that, I think, captures the spirit of number 4, maybe clarifies it a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll make that so I don't forget it. Okay, so honor the history. As
a destination and resort location.
Destination and resort community. Is that what you said?
Well, I said location because we already used community and residence, so my English teacher wouldn't like that.
I know it.
Get smacked on the hand.
That's why I had to ask. It seemed in my brain that was. All right, so that was preserving the past.
And then that would mean striking the 4th bullet.
Right. Number 5, I really like number 5, preserve the rural environment and beauty of Lago. And it gets harder and harder all the time as we see.
As we grow.
And, you know, old Lago, as we refer to it, is not as hard. I mean, yes, we do have builders coming in and buying up lots and putting these little houses on all these lots. And it is changing it some, but overall, I don't think it's having a huge impact of,
right,
you know, the appearance of the city, because that's already been established with the streets and everything. But now
it's starting to fill up.
But now we've got subdivision after subdivision talking, and man, those are subdivision regulations. This is something we've really got to stay on top of if we're going to preserve this rural.
But I really like what we have here, because no matter what you want, you can find it in the Lago Vista area. Whether it's, you know, a typical suburban neighborhood like Lakeside, Old Lago, you know, high-end waterfront, you know, sections, you can find it out here, and you just have to look and, you know, for what it is that you desire.
Yeah. We don't have many, but the what do they call it? The rural
community center.
No, where Paul Roberts.
Estate homes.
Estate.
Oh,
yeah. With the multi-acre. We don't have a lot of that, but we do have some.
Right.
All right, I think that was pretty much it for preserving the past.
Mhm.
That doesn't change, because it's in the past, and will always be in the past, but. So I want to go down here to protect the present.
And we've been doing quite a bit of that.
So let's look at what they have down here. Provide for infrastructure improvements to meet the needs of the citizens and provide for the future. Provide needed amenities of the citizens, recognizing the changed demographics. Strive for economic stability and be true to the vision. Yeah, I really don't see eliminating any of those.
Right.
Because those are going to be ongoing.
Right.
That'll fall under, the top two at least will fall under protecting what we have and planning for the future. Strive for economic stability. What do you think that means? More retail growth?
No, that we have a.
Or is that internal?
I'd say the growth in the households is helping with our financial stability because obviously we've got new taxpayers, property taxpayers. So it's a combination of the encouraging it to be built out and new businesses to come to support that burgeoning community.
Yeah. And then also maintaining city expenses within the limits of what we have to spend.
Absolutely.
And making sure that we're physically sound.
If we get more of the businesses to move out here, that would take some of the weight off of the citizens.
Yeah.
We really need,
really nice.
We really need the businesses.
But the flip side is whenever you talk to people about businesses, you usually have half of them that say, yeah, I want this and I want that and I want the other. And then you got another half that say, I don't want to change, and it's tough. So you can't make everybody happy.
No.
They don't want change until you mention HEB, and then they're all about change.
Maybe so.
Or Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen's,
Yeah, Dairy Queen's really popular.
I need my Blizzard.
I think as the demographics change, so when we have young families with kids, all that's gonna change.
Well, and they've been coming.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Lakeside by Sarah, the Hollows, and they keep coming, and they're the ones who really want the amenities that allow them not to have to travel in Cedar Park and Leander. So, and I think they're going to eventually override the old timers that would like Lago to be kind of peaceful and quiet.
Although I would say that I've heard young people say, I don't want Lago to change. I mean, so I wouldn't just pigeonhole it to the old timers.
No. But I mean those that have been here. I don't mean old timers as far as age. I mean old timers as far as those that have lived here a while
30 years
and like the quietness of the neighborhood. And
Like the HEB.
Like that they don't have to lock the front door, that kind of thing.
There's talks right there where Anderson Mill comes out on 1431. Supposedly there's been talks of a big HEB going there, and then the smaller one at 183 and 1431 going away. And I've heard people say that if that HEB was to open up, it's closer than the one at Lakeline, it's closer to the superstore in Leander, they would not mind Lago not having an HEB.
Right.
I think
from a city aspect, that's sales taxes that we're losing out on. But those that don't want huge growth or big retail growth, you drive, that's maybe 8 miles to get to the HEB.
Depends on where
And
you
I've heard a
live.
lot of people say,
20 minutes from where we live.
a lot of people say,
For me to just get to 1431.
a lot of people say, man, I'm fine with that HEB if we got one somewhere between Cedar Park and Jonestown on 1431.
Let's just put them all in Jonestown.
Well, and
God, could you imagine the septic tank for an HEB though?
That's gonna be the problem.
Yeah, the thing that I'm hearing from a number of our older citizens is that they really don't want all that here, but with the traffic that is now being carried by 1431, they feel threatened or endangered by having to get on that road and drive over to Cedar Park and Leander to do their shopping.
For sure. And I guess y'all got the email. You know, I had sent out the email because I forgot to bring it to council at the meeting, saying, hey, I was gonna apply for that transportation board because I wanted representation for this part of the county.
Yeah.
Well, I had my boards mixed up. And I was thinking CAMPO, which is Capital Area Metropolitan Planning. They're the ones that have the bridges in their 2050 plan going across the, that was the board I was thinking. But the application was actually for CTRMA, Central Texas Regional Mobility. That's your toll roads. And so when I went to fill out the application and I saw, oh, this is the wrong board. And then I looked down even further on the qualification page, the very first thing, I testify I am not a elected official. Oh, well.
Guess I'm not applying for that one.
Doesn't matter anyway. So when Campo comes open, I'm still gonna try to get on Campo.
That's the one you want.
Because we don't have much of a voice out here.
Will they be the one that will help us expand Roman Ford? Make it wider?
No.
Is there anyone that will help us?
So
we can ask for help.
Remember they came and had, they were at our library, they were at the Jonestown Strip Center or whatever, and I visited them at both places and I asked them very specifically about that. And the impression I got is that they potentially could, but we're nowhere on their plan. And you know, you have to get multiple entities like Point Venture, for example, to work together with us for an expansion of Loman and go to Campo directly. That's the impression I got, is that it's possible, but not particularly likely.
Yeah, and if you didn't see what he's talking about, they have their vision of Loman Ford Road, which if I'm not mistaken, was a divided highway with bike lanes.
Well, I hadn't seen that.
And I was like, bike lanes down Loman Ford Road. Okay, now this is a great vision. So they'll have a vision, but yeah.
Well, and if you remember in our transportation study that was tried so hard to get updated, it talked about eventually Loman Ford would be, you know, 3 lanes going both ways divided with a turn lane.
Right.
And I mean, with the way traffic's going, you know, we're not that far away from needing something close to that.
Especially during the rush hour.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
If, yeah. It's a
How we
whole different
acquire
thing.
all the
But,
land to
Well, I know.
do that.
I know.
That's the problem.
I know.
some, yeah, we're gonna get off topic here, but hopefully some of the outside subdivisions will create a similar thoroughfare that will hit 1431 and not bring as much traffic down Loman.
Right.
And hopefully it won't have to grow to that big. But now 1431,
yeah,
I would still like my standing request, whether it's 2 lanes in each direction. I don't know that we need 3, but I would like to see it divided, you know, like it is between Cedar Park and Jonestown, and then your little turnouts, so you can make your left turns. But we'll see.
Back to the protect the president.
Point of order.
Yeah, the 4 bullets here, I'm not a fan of any of this language as is, to be perfectly honest. You know, when I think about, so, you know, provide infrastructure, that's planned for the future. That's not protect the present.
Right.
Provide amenities, that's planned for the future. Strive for economic stability, I don't know what that means. You know, we could say, you know, live within our means or balance the budget or something like that. Maybe that's protecting the present or fiscally responsible.
That's
probably what they mean.
A vision that doesn't exist.
Well, you know,
Yeah. So
infrastructure improvements, that would be more like, you know, we have a certain amount of streets that we're doing this year, city streets that we're doing next year. So, I mean, you have to continue to
make some improvements each year to the infrastructure.
But he's,
Well, we don't see-
but he's saying that has to do with the future.
Yeah, that's investment in the future, which, I mean, it's okay. I
You
don't
just
have a
take-
problem with the
Oh.
statement. I don't think that it necessarily is talking about protecting the present.
Okay.
Protecting the present subjects, really, the ones we have are like our tree preservation ordinance, our dark skies is another one.
Yeah.
And I would say that, fire-wise is something about, we have a pretty
Yep.
serious fire hazard in our area here. And so something around that, under protecting the present.
Fire-wise, we're doing pretty good.
Okay.
I think it would be better if it said provide for infrastructure maintenance.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if we could scratch out the word provide and just put maintain on
Yeah,
those.
maintain infrastructure improvement.
Maintain infrastructure, maintain amenities.
There you go. Maintain amenities. I agree with you. I think it would be a great idea to include something about dark skies and firewise because
What is on your shirt
big
there?
deal.
Scenic City.
Scenic City.
You know, it'd be nice if we could figure out a way to expand, keep Lago Vista beautiful, like what you do on Saturday, where we keep going up and down Lomans. I mean, I wish we could do it on other streets.
Oh, they've got over 170 people signed up to do streets all over Lago Vista.
The Adopt a Street program.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so KLVB does that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
The other thing is, there's not a coordinated event.
Right.
Like-
The company came and spoke to us about, providing funds that could help, where we could have
There are citizens that get out there, you'll see them, they'll post their picture where I've adopted this street, and here we are out. So, but it's up to them is when they go out and do it, so.
Oh, yeah, I see different people from Lago Vista, keep Lago Vista beautiful, doing up the streets, but it's not as big as when you're on Saturday doing it, so.
Sure.
It'd be nice if we could figure out a way to make it bigger on other streets, like,
Yeah.
Strive for economics, but we were just scratching that, right? Because none of us really.
Well, I wonder if that, to Paul's point earlier, has to do with the fiscal responsibility, like, making sure that we maintain. our
Maintain fiscal
responsibility.
responsibility.
Mhm.
That's good. Now with a vision statement, we can say be true to the vision.
Be true
We
to
could-
vision.
Well, we couldn't before.
Be
Right.
true to the vision.
Instead of maintain fiscal responsibility, that doesn't really sound right. I think it should be ensure or something like that. Maintain fiscal responsibility doesn't sound right. It's just the,
I don't have any
sorry, it's
problem with
the English
insurers.
language arts teacher in me. I think it's better to
Ensure.
ensure.
Sure.
Mhm.
EN, sure.
Yes, EN.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we just put physically
Like
responsible.
Or be fiscally responsible. Gotta have that verb, maybe. They really should all start with this, anyway.
Yeah.
Like maintain dark skies.
Right.
Be fiscally responsible, though, suggests the future.
Firewise,
Not
dark
present.
skies.
I think you wrote ensure. Is that what did you end up writing ensure?
Ian, yeah. I did.
Are we in plan for the future now?
No, I've got a thought, I'm just trying to.
Are we supposed to read that to it?
Well, it kind of goes with tree preservation, firewise, dark skies. I'm putting natural resources.
Preserve? Are you talking about preserving it?
Yeah, it was like the lake. I mean, I know that's not something we own, but
I think we as a community we need to make sure that we're protecting what we have as far as the lake goes.
Protect natural resources. That's a present activity. Protection.
Preserve and protect. Dark Sky, Scenic City. Anything else? Now, plan for the future.
I don't like that first one, the way it reads. Makes it seem like we just scrubbed the whole comprehensive plan and got a new comprehensive plan, which is not the case. I think,
Well, you gotta figure this is when that plan had just hit the street.
Hit the street.
You know, so that's.
Oh, so it was new.
It's kind of time sensitive, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we.
Plan for the future, I would say it'd be more like work to continue implementation of the comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
You could just say implement the comprehensive plan.
It's already been implemented.
It's already been voted on and implemented, it's just, the future would be to continue to work for that
Sort of
implementation.
act on it.
Yeah, the action,
That's another
because
comprehensive
at different
plan.
points, it has different elements that need to be
Well, and plan for the future, we should, because I thought, Mary, you said we're moving towards a new effort for a comprehensive master planning, is that correct?
Well, we've got a committee, a little subcommittee.
Okay.
That is supposed to be reviewing it to see how we are.
Oh, okay.
In relation to what was said.
Right.
You know, like the library expansion and stuff here. We're about 2 years behind on that one, you know, so there's some we might be ahead of, some, so that this little review is supposed to see.
Okay.
And then, I know it's a 20-year plan, but we're 5 years into it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking probably in 21, you know, this year we're gonna be looking at bond and things like that, CIP. I think, this is just me saying, as we work through all of our stuff this year and how it relates to what's in the comprehensive master plan now, when we get into this point next year, our biggest thing, of course it may change, but one of our biggest things is going to be, do we start the comprehensive master review plan again? Because I think every 5 years is a good year. I mean, so look how much our city's changed in 5 years.
No doubt about that.
You know, and with, we were talking about, you know, growth and stuff with preserving the past. Yeah, the people that have been here want to preserve the past, but we have to acknowledge that, you know, this pandemic has really changed the dynamics of where people want to live. And they're getting out of the big cities, that closeness and stuff. If a lot of people are realizing this is not healthy to live in these congested cities. So there's a big move to the suburbs and to the slightly rural places like us. We're also on the fringe of a city that's constantly attracting huge businesses of Tesla and Oracle and, you know, these people that are leaving New York and California, these businesses, and they're bringing thousands of jobs with them. And with the work from home environment growing, we could have people that work, you know, Tesla may be out there by the Circuit of Americas where they can test their cars, but that person, you know, whoever it is, maybe living in Lava Vista and working, you know, tele. So I don't really see the influx slowing down.
Oh, I don't either.
In our community. And as much as we want to preserve the past, we also have to realize that the future's changing, even for us.
Yeah. Plus, large companies, I mean, the COVID
has had an impact on large businesses because it at least taught large businesses that you don't have to have your employees all in the same spot. A lot of them can work from home and be on their computer and do the same thing and just get on a conference call and not have to have an office or a meeting place or have one centralized meeting place versus a meeting place in every building.
Right.
You know, so.
You saw, well, prior to the pandemic, a lot of these places that, like, somebody was wanting to establish right there at Vista Village, rental office space. It's just an office where people can rent it by the hour or by the day and hold conferences and stuff.
There's one in Jonestown, and they came and spoke to the Economic Development Committee about putting one here in Lago, where all these home-based people, if they didn't want to have someone come to their house to conduct an interview or something like that, they could have a meeting space up at Lago Vista Village where they could interview people or have a conference meeting up there. And
I don't know if the pandemic has changed that dynamic or not, but those seem to be in fairly high demand nationwide. So.
Yeah, they are. And cost effective also.
True to the vision. Seems kind of corny to me. It seems kind of corny. But it's a given. We're going to be, we set a vision statement. I don't see us not being true to our vision.
I would probably strike that. I don't know if it's adding any value.
Sustainable economy and economic development.
The one thing I don't think we have is a vision on what we want that business economic development to look like and where. You know, like I wish we could draw a map and say we'd like a hotel here and, have a picture of some restaurants here and have the medical emergency center over here so we could have a vision of what we want our 1431 corridor to look like.
Maybe we need a bullet in here that says create a vision for economic development.
Yeah. I mean, we have it,
We have it outlined in the future land use map of the areas that are set aside, Dawn Drive, Loman, and the Bronco 1431 corridors. We've got it set aside, but you're right, there is no visual.
There's no visual where we can show it to a company and say, this is what we're trying to do. This is where you could be valuable to our community.
Well, and think about this, those things that are laid out already in the future land use map, many of them aren't big enough for like an HEB, for example.
Right.
And so to be honest with you, if an HEB did eventually want to come, they would probably have to get land outside the city limits and ask to be annexed if that's what they wanted, for example, because they wanted services from us. So that's why it's a little bit difficult to provide that picture you're talking about, because some of the areas that are available right now couldn't support some of the bigger vendors that potentially would come to our city.
Yeah, but I don't think Lago is ready for HEB. Okay, so maybe where we are right now, we don't have that. We just have our Lowe's shopping center as that part of it, but we have all the other elements that we'd like to see. Here's an auto body shop over here. Here's, so that we could, in the businesses that I saw in cities that I've had to handle, there was always a picture of what the city wanted it to look like in a given area, whether it was their downtown area. Our downtown area for businesses is probably going to be off of 1431 and Loman area. And Loman. So we need to have what we would like to. We wouldn't like to have another gas station go up right there. We got to have some other thing.
Right. Right.
David, isn't it true that when HEB goes in a particular area, they buy up a whole big piece of property where they can kind of control everything that goes in as like a complex of businesses?
Either that or they have a company that works with them to control what HEB likes to have around them.
Okay.
I've seen it both ways.
So right now, I've just put continue economic development as a plan for the future. But remember, just keep it in the back of your mind, the visualization of it, because there's another area we will get to that I think it fits in better.
Okay.
Become an eco destination with services, businesses, recreation that are environmentally friendly and sensitive. Kevin Sullivan, can you tell me who put that in there? Suzanne
Bland. Yeah. Okay. that makes sense.
That's her 100%.
Yeah. I think the only issue I might have with it is that we can do have something to do with the recreational opportunities, but the services and businesses, they're going to come or they're not, and they're going to operate in a certain way or they're not, and we can encourage that, but it's hard for us to control that.
Well, and we've seen talk, what was it, Water Lights?
Mm-hmm.
Was that one of the potential developers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one with the hotel and.
Yeah, they were talking about being net neutral.
Environmentally friendly.
It's going to be up to, it's up to us to maybe promote it and support it with the things we do with fire, the dark skies and the,
Scenic City.
Yeah, Scenic City, KLVB, things like that. But I think it's gonna be one of those partnerships that we're gonna have to work with development.
Right.
We've got geodomes now.
Mm-hmm.
They're not in the city limits, but that's kind of an eco destination. I haven't gone and seen it, see exactly how much eco they are, but they kind of advertise themselves as a eco destination.
Are those like cabins you can rent short term? Is that what it is? Okay.
They're like a hotel room.
Oh, wow.
They're nice.
And they're not cheap. They're about $400 a night.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, once you factor in the cleaning fees and all that, yep.
To me, this fourth and fifth bullet are kind of fluffy,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do with those. So I would actually just suggest striking those unless somebody just loves them.
Well, the other thing is, as far as being an eco destination, we are actually moving toward that right now with the Turnback Canyon Sports Complex, the connection
That's
into
true.
Balcones.
That's very true.
We're fixing to have a thing out here that people are gonna drive hundreds of miles to come and go up and down, walk around in, hike in,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. So we already have the lake, which is definitely ecology, clean water, clear water on a lake. Yeah, that's
was a
part of
reason.
it, but that's all things that we're gonna be moving toward. And if we don't worry a little bit about the effect on the environment and our ecology in the area, then I think we're gonna miss the boat on it.
Yeah.
But I think you echoed what I said, which was we can have a lot of impact on recreational activities that become available around here, a little bit less impact on the business and services.
Yeah.
But what you just described is stuff that we have control over and the ability to really impact.
Maybe capturing it is a great point, Dick. Maybe trying to capture that. This should say something more like focus on the infrastructure needed to support our eco destination location.
Oh, whoa,
You like that?
I like that.
Can I say it again?
Can you say it again?
Now, can you say it again?
Focus on the infrastructure needed to support our eco destination.
Okay.
That's a good wordsmith.
Oh, I like that.
Focus on infrastructure.
Only part I don't like is
To support our eco destination location.
And planning for the future.
But that's why they're
Exactly. I would, it's another one that that's not down there. I still believe that the city and the Lago Vista POA could find something jointly that they could create from scratch and develop for everybody in Lago that they could visit. And you don't have to be a POA member, you live in Lago, you can go there. Such as, down there by, past where the driving range is, down to the water. Maybe they develop some sort of park that everybody's involved in creating it. The city puts in money, the POA puts in money, and it's a joint project of some sort.
I've heard the idea bandied about, don't know if it'll ever happen, but the thought that the POA, the city and the school district go together to build an Olympic size pool.
Something.
That the school then can have a swim team, people in the community can go swim, whether you're a POA member or not. And to me, if you could talk to the school district about potentially putting it on their land, their own land.
People that want to burn it?
Exactly. Bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to go there, the Lago Vista Aquatics. We used to go there for other kids. All the kids would go there to burn it and they had the best facility. It was us, Marble Falls, and Burnett, and by far, Burnett had the best facility. It was covered indoors, so you could swim year round.
But there should be some sort of project that we're working on jointly. And I don't know.
Well, and I was thinking partnership.
Yeah.
So, city, POA, school district, but now you gotta, I guess that's 3 different
bureaucracies,
taxing entities paying.
And to come to an agreement amongst all 3 for who's gonna pony up what, who gets to use it when, it gets difficult, I get it.
We already use it for lifeguards, YMCA.
Yeah.
So that facility that's in Burnett that we were talking about, it also has other recreational activities. It's a rec center.
Mm-hmm.
So it has outdoor basketball courts, it's got some indoor courts.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as big, but it's more like the YMCA Cedar Park.
Mm-hmm.
Are we at that level of growth yet that we could encourage, if we're ponying up the infrastructure, can we get somebody like YMCA to manage it? So
we
that
may
kind
not
of
be there yet, but I think we're gonna be there before very much longer.
Yeah.
When the population is increasing, the number of people that are coming in this community, it is something that we definitely should be looking at and thinking about for the future.
On a completely different plan for the future, there is nothing in here about the biggest part of our budget, which is infrastructure investment. Right? So when we plan for the future, there's nothing in this list right now that talks about all the money we need to spend on water, sewer, and streets. So we probably should say something about that in here,
but that's one of the sections.
Appropriate investment in our infrastructure.
I was just gonna suggest that that's one of the sections in the comprehensive master plan.
It has to be covered in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, if you remember, Ron sent the note and said how he split up transportation with one. And so I do.
Maybe it's covered by that.
I believe it might, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's a.
refer to comprehensive master plan. Oh, well, we've got this up here.
Yeah, to the extent that it's really spelled out in that. What about transportation plan? Is there anything about transportation in the CMP? I can't remember that off the top of my head.
Well, that would be streets.
Well, not just streets, but also what are we doing? So if we're gonna get out of Cap Metro, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, we're gonna have to develop
Well, Cap Metro is definitely mentioned, and then I think there's reference to the thoroughfare plan that we're looking into.
I agree with you.
But I don't remember exactly what year they had it slated.
But we had a separate transportation plan that was conducted when Frank was kind of the assistant city manager or whatever, around the 2008, 2009 timeframe. And we wanted to get that updated because quite frankly, we've grown so tremendously in that 10, 11 years. And that was where I got the thing where I said, it had suggested that Lone Ford might need to be 3 lanes both ways. It came out of that 2008, 2009 transportation plan. I do think we desperately need to update that plan.
Well, I think that's what our thoroughfare plan is is supposed to provide us is, part of it is the transportation.
Okay.
Study.
Yeah, because I mean, we've already got our engineers in-house saying, we need to reroute this street.
Yeah.
You know, so it's, yeah, we're there.
I think I've got that thing. I'll try and get it to both. I know these guys have it, but I'll try and send it.
What?
That transportation study that was done. It was about a 40-page document and had some good info in it. So I'll see if I can dig it.
There is a thoroughfare study that
Okay.
I've got. You've seen that, if that's what you're talking about. It's probably not that size.
Okay, then maybe you already have it.
Okay,
I'll make it up.
thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, no.
All right. And there's gonna be, when we get down into, the next subject, which is our strategic planning, review of current goals, issues and challenges and areas of emphasis, that's gonna delve even deeper into these things. So we'll get more detailed here in just a minute. All right. It's only not even 2:00 yet. We're doing good. So before I get to the strategic planning, of course, I want to open it up to the citizens to see if they have any comments on the mission. I think I already did mission and vision, did I not? Well, if not, if you have any comments on the mission and the vision, or our guiding principles of preserving the past, protecting the present, and planning for the future, I'll open the floor to you. All right. I don't see anybody turn green, so. We are going to go into number 6. Strategic planning. A, review of current goals. And I have page 14, so that would be page 22 in the packet, I believe. Let's see.
Yep. Oh, the packet is 22.
Okay.
It's 14, I think it said. In the handout.
Okay.
So, we're starting from scratch. As you can see, review of existing goals. They don't have any real existing goals in here. We've got, it's kind of weird. Because when we get down here to areas of emphasis, those things are broken down into goals.
Yeah, community and quality of life, economic growth, and organizational and operational effectiveness. One of those things we've accomplished already.
So
you,
if you look at page 39
39 of the packet.
of the packet, not 39 printed, but use Acrobat, just go to 39.
31.
Areas of emphasis, strategies and goals.
And goals.
Updated
Yeah.
2017.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, I'm just gonna skip the reviews of current goals right now, and we'll go on to what we think are our issues and challenges, and then we'll go into areas of emphasis, and those are the ones that are broken down in your packet with the goals, and we'll kind of do a review of those goals and see if it, if these are still our areas of emphasis or not, and whether, if they are, if the goals are still. And if not, or if we have different areas, we'll be adding our own goals.
Okay.
Sound good? All right, so issues and challenges. Let's see what they had from the past. That was on page 22 in your packet as well. So 24, these were categorized within the existing area of emphasis as follows. Well, I'm not going to do that. We're going to list out our own issues and challenges. All right. So y'all tell me. This could be a
road conditions.
This could be a long list.
Yeah, road, street conditions, I think is an issue.
Water and wastewater.
What's the issue?
Well, don't we need to expand,
I'm leaving the witness.
like expanding the wastewater treatment plant and,
Potentially expanding the water treatment plant.
and I think we're already working on finishing the clarifiers and things like that for the wastewater.
Yeah, we're almost at the point of doubling our wastewater capacity. So with the construction that's being done right now, there's a little bit of stuff that's still got to be done, but the major portion of expanding our wastewater capacity is fixing to be taken care of. So we're probably in pretty good shape with wastewater. The one thing that we're going to be looking at that's going to have to be done is to go from stage 2 or type 2 to type 1.
And I was gonna mention that, we've got to convert that one plant, right?
So
For the
that
park.
well, at least part of it, whatever's going to the recreation fields, because you can't have kids sliding
Gotta be
around
type
on
1.
unpotable water.
Right.
So that, as you correctly wrote, is an expansion upgrade topic. There's a separate water, wastewater lines in the ground problem that we have, right?
Yeah, the piping.
So we got piping to be replaced, and that's a
We still got
completely separate issue from the need to expand our big equipment.
changing the plant.
And we've done a lot of that, but we still have a lot more
But
to
it's still
go.
a bit, just like with roads, a lot happened last year, but there's a lot to go.
Well, actually, the last 3 years. Eric's been working on that almost since he got here. So we've removed nearly all of the galvanized pipe that was in the ground and replaced that. We still got, I think it's around 20 miles of aged PVC.
Yeah, from what I understand, I got a little comment in one of the meetings. The only iron pipe that we still have is right back in over here.
Yeah.
And the problem
There's
is,
very little of it.
yeah, and the problem is it's tied into Dawn. So they went in and did this Dawn Drive replacement. And now they're looking at replacing the other iron pipe. Well, they discovered to get to it, because the iron pipe was ran along the back property line in between these lots. So it's not along the street. So now they're having to go through people's yards, side of their house, and then get to that property line, and they're digging up. They're gonna have to dig up right in the middle of everybody's backyard to get that out. Now, they're not gonna replace it in that place. They're gonna completely eliminate it, but they're having to do something, but it's tearing up.
Mitigation.
It's gonna tear up a bunch of people's yards. But from what I understand, this area here is the last of the iron pipe.
So a different issue and challenge is the, the development debris, sprawl, crud, whatever you want to call it, right? That's a big issue and challenge with our citizens is dealing with development challenges. I don't want to capture that.
That also impacts the streets,
the
right?
managing-
Because the more heavy equipment that comes down the streets tears them up. So they're kind of linked in some ways, right?
Yeah, you were saying, Rich?
I was saying the correct term might be managing that.
Managing development issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't stop the development.
Yeah.
You know, we can do is manage it.
I think one of the things that we need to address there is the fact that we have a lot of issues that come up that are code enforcement type, but we only have one code enforcement person. And the one that we had that is, I think he's retiring soon.
He's retiring and.
He spent part of his day out doing the groundwork and finding stuff. And half the day he actually did the writing, his reports and stuff like that. That just wasn't, to me, that wasn't really.
I think 6 months, a year ago, they added Crystal as a second person. So there's been two for a while, but now that he's retiring, we're back to one. And I think clearly we need two or more.
Yeah, two or more, exactly.
Yeah, it was right about, 18 months ago, we had sent Guadalupe to get all of her certifications. And as soon as she got all of them, what did she do? She went to Leander and now works for code enforcement in Leander. And so then we had to send Crystal to school. So now Crystal is certified. Now, whether she will be moving into Greg's position when he retires or not, we don't know yet, but we're still gonna have to replace Crystal now. Or Greg, one of the two, so. So development issues, I put trash, degradation, let's see, degradation.
Let me ask you a question about that. Maybe we can get a chance. Greg DeLong came here from Lakeway. He was actually a police officer there. Is it a requirement of the code enforcement officer to be an actual officer, law officer? No?
Just Crystal's not.
Well, no, that's my point is, if there was a requirement there, would she have to have that kind of background?
I don't think so. I think,
Because they write tickets,
You have to have
right?
the certification.
yeah, it says a code enforcement, but you don't have to be a, you don't have to be a peace officer or a law enforcement officer.
So that code enforcement officer doesn't actually write tickets. Is that
They
right?
write citations.
Citation.
Well, I mean, is that?
And then they got
is
to
that any
report
different?
with that citation.
Yeah. It's a
Violation.
code enforcement citation, which is different than a law enforcement citation. It's comparing apples and oranges, because they're two different things. They have
I'm gonna
two
assume that
different
you're, I'm gonna
ramifications.
assume that you are expert in that area.
No, simply a question that I've asked. Because the thing that I was wondering about was when we were having to look at replacing Crystal, could we have one of the officers from the police department fill that spot until we advertised it and got somebody? And I was told no, that's a whole different world. If we brought an officer over from the police department, they would have to go back and get the certification in order to be able to write the citations for code enforcement.
It's kind of like your old school meter maids. You know, they could write you a ticket for.
Yeah, they can write you a ticket.
But they were not law enforcement officers.
I've had several businesses call me up and say, can you help me? I just got a citation for my temporary sign.
Yeah, I got a citation for parking my boat on River Rock and I can't even help myself, so how can I help somebody? Next issue that should be on the list, I think, is animal control. Because we have a problem currently in the city.
Lots of posts on social media about that.
Would we have like 2 officers that do that
We
periodically?
have zero.
None.
Police officers are not doing that anymore.
Mhm.
And they're
Oh,
not
they're
taking
not doing
temporary
that
animals.
anymore?
Nope. They're not taking animals in. There's no doggy jail.
No, because only in cases of,
Is it-
bites.
Yes, safety.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a trickle down effect. If we collect something and we keep it over so many days, we're supposed to hand it off to somebody. Well, nobody's taking, we have nobody to hand it off to.
It's a problem we have, and I don't, we're not gonna solve it in a 2-minute discussion, but I don't think we wanna make it a problem for the police department, as it has been in the past, but it's a problem we need to address.
When I came on board in 2016, I got a tour from Chief Danny, and we went through the station, and there was a dog in the doggy jail there when I went through on my tour, so they did do it at that time.
Same thing,
Yeah.
I went through that same tour.
Yeah.
And they had 2 dogs in
Well,
there.
they still have it, but again, we have nowhere to take. If somebody doesn't come and get it, we have no place to take it. And because of COVID, they've also closed the police station to citizens. So to avoid people coming in, they just said, we're not taking animals in. Cause we don't want people coming to get them and coming into our offices.
So right now, there are some citizens that are just kind of doing it, right? Star does a lot of it, Denise Simmons does a lot of it. But
And they always
they're
have.
begging for help. They're overloaded. So I think it's a citywide issue that needs to be. dealt
Yeah, I
with.
understand there used to be some partnership or something with, Lifelong Friends, stuff, but
Yeah,
something.
there was. Yeah.
So maybe another issue that we would add is the maintenance and enhancement of amenities and the, moving forward with the burgeoning population and so forth, and the addition of any new ones. That's something that we're gonna have to deal with, because as we get new residents who potentially want new and different amenities, that's something we're gonna have to manage.
Let's see.
Well, I mentioned earlier, when we were on the break, I usually go golfing on Sunday afternoon, and business is so good that they don't have carts available. I mean, at your tee time, you have to wait a little while for more people to come in. So that's an example of a maintenance of a current amenity that we may have to, take on. It's an excellent problem to have.
Yeah.
That means because there's a ton of business going through there, and they're making money now instead of losing it. But it is still an issue that we are gonna have to deal with.
Yeah, but they, when they saw they were having problems with carts, they looked at that to determine whether they should, lease out another 10 to 15. It was gonna cost them another 3, 4 months to get 10 carts. That didn't make sense. So what they're trying to do is wait for the lease to expire, and then just lease a larger amount of carts.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I just know that it's something that we'll have to look at.
Well, we've also been hoping that people will become immune to COVID and we can go back to sharing cars.
Yeah, that's the other thing, not being able to share a cart.
I mean, we did actually implement something, a month or so ago, that it's like, if you're related in the same household, you will share a cart or you will pay extra for it.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if that's had enough effect on the availability of carts or not, but.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if you were there just recently and we're still short.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the main problem where they have that problem is on the weekends.
Yeah. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's where the cart problem becomes an issue. During the week, it's not an issue, but those 3 days when there's cars in the overflow parking lot, oh, man.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not just that. I mean, look at the new park, and we get the trails in place. There'll have to be a maintenance plan for the trails, so depending on how much use they get and so forth. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things around amenities that we're gonna have to maintain and expand and, potentially look for new ones as new people come to town.
Expansion of amenities.
Challenges.
On that expansion of amenities, would it be helpful to put in, expansion of city-owned amenities
Oh, yeah.
versus just amenities? Because I mean, at the same time, we're still trying to get other immunity for people here in Lago that are businesses.
Right.
And services.
I'm just talking about city-owned.
Yes, I don't know if we should put expansion of city-owned amenities on that line.
Or just city amenities.
Or city amenities.
Yeah, and I would say expansion / maintenance of city amenities.
Yeah.
But yeah, with the increase in population and the increased usage of these amenities, they're gonna require maintenance.
Would you say that a potential challenge might be, because we've spent some time talking about, protecting natural resources and things like that, but of course, the more we grow, the less available land there's gonna be, right? So I'm thinking of like wildlife and, just the beauty of Lago Vista. Would there be some sort of a challenge you might want to list around that?
Well,
I mean, really, can we even do anything about
yes.
that?
So, we have in our subdivision plans, now, I don't know if this would be something that we'd put under issue and challenges. But our subdivision rules, regulations, whatever plan, they have to, we've got guidelines, they have to keep so many acres of green space for every acre of developed plotted thing. So there's things in there. The only thing I would say is, as we're going through this, planning and zoning or liaison, or as the subdivision come up for review, we need to make sure that what we have in our regulations are adequate. Right now, everybody seems to think they are adequate.
And do we know where there might be any endangered species or anything like that located, so that we don't allow for neighborhoods or
yes,
to go into those kinds of areas where we might have some sort of wildlife that we could be impacting?
We have two, let's see, they're not like listed as endangered, they're listed as threatened. That's the golden cheek warbler and the black-capped vireo. I think the vireo has kind of gone off that list. You don't hear much about the vireo anymore. I don't know what happened to it.
Numbers have increased.
It's either increased or it's gone extinct.
I think they've increased.
Yeah. But, so the golden cheek warbler definitely exists out here, and we have, oh man, there's major restrictions.
But we know like where they all are, so that we don't allow
This
for
whole
neighborhood to
area,
be.
you can pretty much say this whole area.
Mhm.
So, if you're developing over a certain size lot, you have got to go through
An environmental study.
Environmental study. You've got to pay. You're only allowed to, you've got to pay a fee, and you're only allowed to clear so much of that. There's a percentage, you can only clear so much.
So that's all, I think the answer to the question is that's already in existing development activity.
Oh, yeah.
So we don't need to add that as like a challenge, it's just making
No,
sure.
we just gotta, it's there.
Enforcement is the only challenge.
Yeah, and it breaks it down, like cedars are a non-native tree for Central Texas. We've got junipers everywhere. So there's that thing that they're not a protected tree because they're non-native. But you've got the golden cheek warbler that makes its nest off the loose bark on the old growth cedars. So certain times of year, you can't cut junipers if you're on a lot over a certain size and then if it's a cedar over a certain size with this old growth, you can't cut it because they have to be able to pull birds have to be able to pull that bark off of the old cedar trees to make their nest. So the golden cheek does have quite a few restrictions in place.
And I looked at this quite a bit with Emily Samples, who's the POA person who's a deep expert in this area. There are areas of Lago where the protection is more or less. It's not exactly the same over the entire city.
And that's kind of what I was getting at, like knowing.
But there's a map that I looked at.
But you can pretty much blanket, this whole area has some level of restriction for the golden cheek.
And as you get out towards the Balcones Longland, it gets stricter out there.
So no more homes in London.
So we absolutely beat this into the ground earlier, but it should be on the list, communication with citizens.
Yeah,
because as much progress has been made in the last couple of years,
it's still one of our biggest issues.
Now, at some point, the citizens do have to take a little bit of responsibility. A ton of them don't know who even have a website or have an app. So if you're not going to expend any effort at all to learn, then it's almost kind of a little bit shame on you. But we have to continue to try different mixes of communication mechanisms to get out to them.
That includes like us, I try to keep a 24 to 48 hour response rate when I get like emails and things like that, because I think that's part of it, maybe stuff that, it might be folks that are reaching out to us individually and our responsibility to make sure we're responding.
But there are a bunch of people in town. If you ask them about, have you been on the website? Oh, no, I don't go on the website. Well, have you been on social media? The only thing I do on social media is every once in a while I look at Facebook. Well, do you have the app on? No, I don't put that stuff on my phone. And how you reach out to those individuals, it's just almost impossible to reach them with what we do today, because we don't have a written newspaper.
Right. Which would be a great idea.
There's a whole bunch of them that are on the same page I still take the Austin newspaper. I like having something to hold in my hands to read. I don't like reading the little print on the computer screen, but one of the things I think that really could be an asset to our citizens and to the community is to get or help for a community newspaper.
Could be a group of people and, one is sending out information to next door based on press releases and projects that come down from the city.
Yeah. But over in Leander, they've got a newspaper they put in their mailbox.
That's right. And
they do the Cedar Park too.
Yeah.
Cedar
Park Leander edition of the Community Impact paper.
Yeah.
That Community Impact paper is great.
Oh, yeah.
But something like
But
that.
it's expensive.
Well,
if we could
it
in
all
some way.
depends on how much money is invested in that newspaper in terms of getting people to subscribe to it. That is having businesses
Subscribe and put in ads.
Put ads in.
So we have tried the Community Impact and the Hill Country News. We've tried both of those, and both of them have gave it a shot. And they end up dropping us. They don't get the advertising dollars. Yeah. And so unless you get people to subscribe, you can't compensate. Well, nobody wants to subscribe to newspapers anymore.
We can subscribe to the online version of the Community Impact paper. But they only cover exactly. They only cover the things that are going on in the community, in Leander and Cedar.
So here's what I attempted to do, and what Dick's talking about. Believe it or not, that is the majority of your community. When you're campaigning, if you go door to door and talk to people, you will realize the majority of the city does not go to the website, does not have the app, does not log into council meetings, does not get on social media.
Right.
That is and it's not just a majority, it is a huge majority of the citizens have no idea what's going on. They probably have there's probably a large part of this community that has no idea who we are. They saw our names on the ballot and voted for one of us. But unless they can put a face with it, they don't know. They don't watch. They just don't. So here's what I've tried to do. Radio. We added online service where you could stream it live. You know, the FCC won't let us
transmit.
We only have an AM station. We don't have an FM station. And we've only got 2 miles or 5 miles. I think we expanded it to
5.
Just 5. But still, even with 5, you drop down below that hill, you can't get it. So we added the online streaming and hoping that we can get businesses to stream it. You know, like while you're shopping at Lowe's, you could listen to Lago Radio. But nobody took us up on that idea. No businesses wanted to stream the hits of the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
And Lago business. But, you know, Mayor, I was just going to comment. I came on board in 16, and I know since then, because we all recognize that communication was an issue. It just keeps coming up and up, and you just don't get away from it. And the radio was added. We revamped, completely redid the website so it was more user-friendly, added the app, all in an attempt to try and better communicate with the citizens. And it's still an issue. And I can't say that I got an answer to solve the problem, to be honest with you.
Yeah, without hiring, because we're having to outsource. So like our website, you know, we have people that have permissions and privileges and know how some of it works, but it's still outsourced. And when something breaks, a link breaks or something, you know, it's like, oh my, you know, depending on what it is, we're having to reach out to somebody. We don't have that level of knowledge in-house that we can run our own, you know, build our own website. And I don't know if we have the capacity to.
But I'm not sure if we made it, it's what we have now is a huge improvement over what we had when I first came in.
Correct.
A huge improvement. And I just don't know what more or what different you could do with a website that would make it that much more efficient at communicating with citizens.
Well, keeping it updated and current is probably a start. You know, making sure like the calendar is updated and things like that. If that's kind of what you're getting at. But.
I mean,
it becomes a little difficult in that calendar. Some groups communicate their calendars, some groups don't communicate their calendars. You got only one person that's trying to figure out what's going on in the city. And it's good if that person was attending all those events, but they're not attending all the different functions or have communication with all the different presidents.
You know, to me,
I'm
gonna suggest this is like Alcoholics Anonymous. We need to admit we have a problem.
We do have problems.
And I think it's maybe a little better than it was 5 years ago, but it's not a lot better than it was 5 years ago. We need a professional communications person that changes the trajectory dramatically. We don't have that.
Yeah. And even for like boards and committee meetings and things like that, the website at least will tell you, you know, meets the first Wednesday of the month at 6 p.m. Right. I mean, all that stuff could be on there and, you know, if there's a change made, then not on the calendar.
We're not on the calendar, but that, you know, the boards and committees are there. It shows who's on them and it says when they normally meet.
It is so hard to find things on our website. It is not well organized. The news media releases.
And that's where I have problems because I've used it so often. I can always find what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I can find things,
you know.
But
sometimes you
for people who don't spend a lot of time on it,
I have a lot of people that said that they've gone on there They were on it for 5 minutes, they gave up and just turned it
I
off.
get frustrated.
What I don't get is you will be like, let's say you're in development services. And when you click on it, you'll read, if you have a code violation, click here to submit a report. You click that, error, link not found, something like that. What? But if you go over here to the left, on the sidebar, it'll say file report. You click that one and it works just fine. How does that link work, but this link doesn't? That's what I don't understand.
That's just basic website stuff that happens, right? And so if you don't have someone that's a professional that's managing that kind of stuff, it's just stuff breaks.
Well, I'm not saying that we don't have somebody that can. We do, but they're also our PIO. So I think it's an overload basis, because they'll spend their whole time doing PIO stuff and not even know, unless somebody tells them that a link is broken, it could go days before somebody says, hey, did you know this link is broken? No, and I don't know how without somebody going every day and checking every single link, and how do you know when a link's broke?
Well, we can't fix those.
Does the software have
directly correct, can we? We have to go to this company.
It depends. Some of it we can, some we can't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
So,
Maybe what you need to do is look at another company.
possibly.
That might be one of our issues, is to
But
evaluate the company that's doing our website.
I would suggest that we may need a stronger PIO. You guys may not want to say that, but I think that's a big part of our problem.
Well, if you're the PIO and there are all kinds of problems going on with the site that was developed by somebody else, and it's hard to know what to fix. It's hard to know where to go.
Somebody's got to manage the subcontractor. If the work's being done by a contractor, we need somebody that's managing the subcontractor and getting it right. So anyway, that's a big issue that I think I would like to see 12 months from now.
But I don't think we have a person that does that.
Sorry?
I don't think we have a person that does
I think
that.
that's what he's getting at.
Actually manages.
That we need to have someone.
Yeah, to me, a PIO should be, if our subcontractor is not doing a good job on the website, the PIO should be fixing it.
Yeah, but I
That's
don't think
changing the
that PIO has been given that charge to have that type of relationship.
I'm suggesting that
And so maybe we
need to make
yeah,
that assertion.
yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one thing to say that PIO should do, but that PIO has to be given the responsibility to make sure that they are communicating
Right.
that way. And that doesn't exist right now.
And part of it might also be the organization of the website. So to your point, Mayor, where you're talking about like the same, you have a link that takes you have a link in two places that takes you or supposed to take you to the same place. Maybe you just need the one place that link exists, so that if it breaks and somebody fixes it, they may not be aware that same link exists in 3 other places on the website and doesn't need to. So it might just be also a, kind of reorganizing so that everything that is associated with this is here and not in 3 or 4 different places, which could make it really unruly to try to, manage.
And it's like, I think at one point we tried to put a page of just forms. You could go to the forms page and find all your forms. Well, nobody seemed to be able to find or think to go to the forms page. So we had to go back and provide links from the department page over to the forms site to get them. And then like our reports, I don't know if it's still the same way because I don't ever file the reports, but you had different departments that actually use the same form. So maybe it's a report form, but you could click whether it's going to development services or if it's going to library or if it's going to Parks and Rec or wherever. It was the same form. Well, the link from development services might work, but the link from the library didn't work. And I don't know.
But one thing I would suggest is before we go take another stab at trying to make communication better, is maybe we poll the citizens to find out how we can communicate in a way that they will receive it. So that we don't just go do another stab in the dark at trying to solve the problem and not know if we're gonna be successful or not.
Problem is you're going to get a response from the people that you reach anyway.
Maybe so, but, well, what I'd suggest is that the survey needs to be, I don't know the right way to put it, but I mean, you've got to get a broad response from the citizens to a survey like that to make it worthwhile. Because I mean, like all the people that show up for our meetings online and so forth, and they routinely go to, we don't need responses from them.
I think we do. I think we do, because the people that are listening, I'll just use myself as an example, and then other people that I talk to, people that are listening, will tell you that our current communication, which they are listening to, is really poorly done. So I think that's a class of communication that is poorly executed to people who are listening. And then the majority of our citizens, as you guys have pointed out rightly, are not listening. So how can we find new channels for those? But they're both fundamentally
Two different,
messed
very
up.
different
Two different
problems.
problems, but they're both not good.
Yeah.
The one communications method that seems to be pretty effective is our water bill.
Yeah.
You know, but you can't get everybody to, you know, to look at the water bill and look at the announcements that are made there. You can't force their hand.
Sure.
But we probably have more people that look at that than any other communication method.
Well,
No question.
the only problem with that is it's not real time.
Right.
You know, you're sending out, you know, you have to have it posted. For them to get it January 1st,
Probably a month.
we have to have it like December 1st to people. So we're giving them news, old and future news in December 1st and they're reading it. And it may be January 14th, because they know their water bill's due on January 15th. So they're like, oh, and they open the bill and they're like, oh, look at this. Oh, look, there was something yesterday. I missed it. You know,
But maybe if it's something that's recurring, something that says, have you checked our, you know, city website recently? There's some things that have been added, something to get their attention.
well, we tried a signboard on the side of Loman Ford Road to put things up there. You know,
But I think on the newsletter, on the sidebar, there's repeating stuff that's there every time, whether it's the golf course or I think there's a link to our website saying, you know, go check our website. So.
It's there.
yeah.
That shoots my idea.
There and phone numbers.
Right, yeah.
I'll talk to people and go, hey, we put this announcement, it's been on that menu board for 3 weeks now. Oh, I never pay attention to that thing. Okay. And now we're getting enough people that are moving into the subdivisions between the Hollows and Lakeside that never come down Lake.
And I don't know.
Never come down Loman. Like I've had people that have no idea where City Hall is because they pay their water bill online. They've never been to Dawn Drive.
Now Lakeside by Sarah, they have a nice newspaper that goes to all their people.
Yeah. But, you know, I don't know if you remember when Melissa was here, there was a big item in our budget to put a sign, a lighted sign that you programmatically you could change. And we never could figure out, well, where we're gonna put it, so the vast majority of the citizens would see it. It's specifically because it's a Sarah and Hollows and so forth.
And
we never did put it up.
And we've discovered, because the school board, well, here's something else. You couldn't put the messages that we wanted to put on there. We couldn't, because the highway department regulates how fast the message could change.
It's a safety issue.
And
that's the reason why we didn't do 1431.
So
if you cause accidents, people look at the sign.
Every time you're driving by, you're seeing the same message because it has to stay there for 20 seconds or something like that. So you never see it change, and depending on how fast you know.
Yeah, Jonestown's got that problem. Sometimes I have to drive by there 4 times before I see the whole message.
Yeah.
Even the big banners that hang up, I have the same thing. I really read it unless I'm reading it, then I'm like, what did that say?
Well, and we used to put our banners across Logan Ford Road
We don't allow them.
when PEC would allow us to use a bucket, or if they would come and do it, we didn't have a bucket. When PEC quit doing that,
Truck to hang a sign up.
Oh,
Darcy's out there saying the same thing we are.
So Paul, what type of communication, from the people you talk to, what type of communication are they looking for?
So I
I
think
mean,
there's not regular communication on the community boards. There is some, but there's not regular communication on the community boards.
Okay.
And whether that's 10% or 30% of our population that are looking at community boards, it's not 100 certainly, but I think we could do a lot better regular communications using that form than Nextdoor where people are.
Okay.
Some people are.
you won't see the city as a city post on somebody else's page. Because there are too many retention requirements by state law. And you cannot control retention on somebody else's page. So they can delete stuff, and then if there's an open records request and you can't recover it.
That's fair. You know, we, in the same way that we're sending, this will be my second example, we're sending out, when there's news releases, there are emails that are sent out if you're signed up for the emails.
Mhm.
And you know what the email says? Are you signed up for that?
I get the press.
The email says, check this website. That's all it says.
Oh, really?
That's all it says. It says, check this website. And in fact, you'll get probably between 3 and 6 emails, check this website. And when you go click on the link and look at the website, there may be nothing new there. There may be 1 new article, there may be 2, you never know. So it's sort of like the crying wolf thing. That email, you start ignoring it because you're like, oh,
Because you're not getting
it's not new information.
Okay.
And so that I would use it as an example of something that was a good idea that's very poorly implemented.
Okay. Okay.
And so we can probably, if we talk to other people, we'll come up with a dozen different things like that where we're already kind of trying it, but it's being done in such a way that it's not being effective.
That is not being effective.
And so I think we could communicate a lot better with the 20% of the people that are actually willing to listen. And then you've got the other 80% of the people who, you know, maybe they don't look at the sign, they don't read their water bill, and there's nothing we're ever going to be able to do for them. That's what I
Gotcha. And is that the same type of communication that you were talking about?
as
That
far
what we talked about earlier, about having better communication and transparency. Is that the same thing that you're talking about?
I mean, yes, making sure that we're, using all possible avenues and that our methods of communication are up to date. Transparency is different, of course. That's how we communicate, or what we communicate, I should say, not the how.
Okay.
So.
So we're going to be, to your point about records, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
To your point about records retention, I understand that, but I think we should be able to have someone from the city who will go out and say, hey, here's a news release on water outages, click this link. And then I don't know that you have to retain that posting which pointed to the link about the information. I don't know, but I would hope we could do that.
We do that on our page.
So I'm the marketing person for the Lions Club.
Yeah, actually, you're doing a far better job of marketing Lions Club than the city is doing of marketing stuff on city.
So I was just gonna describe what I do.
Yeah.
I go make a post on the Lions Facebook page.
Yes.
I then get the link for that post and I go post it in the community board and other places. It all refers back to the original post that was on the Lions Club.
Right.
And as council members, we can do that.
Right.
But
the city can't.
Yeah, the city, the city won't do that. There's too much.
Say that again?
Too much liability.
So I can take a press release that I get from the city, I can take that and send it to the Lions Club? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And then they can post it on their website?
It could be, and I don't do it for all of them, but if I think it's important enough, I'll copy and paste the link from our city thing and share it on the community boards and stuff. But I don't do it for everything.
You're talking about the link. Are you talking about the actual press release?
I just link it to our page. I just put the link, so when they click on the link, it goes to the city website. And I do that because I want to direct everybody to the city website.
Yeah.
But there's some things like a water outage. You know, there'll be a water outage, it'll pop up. Well, I'll be at the fire station or something and I won't see it until 7 o'clock at night. Well, it's already been fixed. So that I don't go and share with the community board. But if I've got enough time that I can share it and it'll get out there. But we can talk about that. But your social media, we're looking at bringing in, because of the retention requirements and stuff, expanding our abilities to capture these things. You will discover that if you have a Facebook or social media page, other than Nextdoor actually maintains records for you. They're the only one. But if we have a Facebook page, any of us, like myself, we have to give the city access to it. In case a citizen ever wants open records, the city has to have access to our personal Facebook pages.
Did you just say if we have a personal Facebook page, we have to give the city the what?
Well, not your personal.
Oh, okay.
But like I have my personal page, but then I have my mayor page.
Office holder page.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But if you have a page where you discuss city business at all, you're gonna.
I'm telling you, the only thing to see on my Facebook page, you see a biography, and that's it. And I probably do not need
his high school picture.
You know, I mean, like, I'm trying to figure out if I wanted to send a press release to you, Kev, because I know you do the website, I know the person that does the Men's Golf Association website and the Women's Golf Association. I would take that press release and just send you the press release and say, can you please put this on your website? I don't know how to do the link connection and.
Right.
So that's the part I'm confused about. I would just send you the press release and say, please add this to your website.
But if you go to the city's website where the press release is, it's home, if you will, there'll be a URL link for it when you're actually looking at it.
And I can just send it.
Just grab that link and send that link. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to get with you.
Yeah.
You have to demonstrate.
Not a problem.
Okay. Yeah.
So we've already gone into this just by identifying our issues and challenges. But the next step was to identify areas that we want to emphasize. Going back to previous retreats, they have identified community and quality of life. Let me see. Community and quality of life. This is on page 22 in your packet.
Yeah.
Community and quality of life, organizational and operational effectiveness, and economy and growth. So, and then those are all broken down in later pages. Do you want me to go through the breakdown now, or do we just want to look at areas of emphasis?
Let me ask you this, is there anything language on this in the comprehensive master plan?
I
mean, it seems like the kind of thing that a comprehensive master plan ought to address.
It may be some duplication, but specifically like this, I would say no. Only because
this is more specific.
Well, this is more specific and this is more council driven, where the comprehensive master plan comes from the citizen input.
Okay, and then the second question is, are we talking about areas that we want to emphasize in this coming calendar year or in a big picture kind of thing?
I think it's both. So we identified our issues and challenges. Now, out of those issues and challenges, what areas are most important? And I'm just saying the three that previous retreats identified were these three that I read. We can either, just go with those three and change what's underneath all of those, each of those three. Or we can come up with our own. But I'll tell you the breakdown now so you can think about whether we need to change it or add or. So under the community and quality of life, they have developed long-term vision, develop a communication strategy, educate the community on the city, beautification of city, and engaging volunteers. Those are starting page 45 in your packet and going to page 53.
And Mayor, just real quick, if I might, Paul, you asked about, is it covered in the master plan?
Yep.
Starting on page 124 of the comprehensive master plan, it's implementation. And it goes through and talks about what you should do in year 1, year 2, and year 3 and beyond, and blah, blah, blah. So there is areas of emphasis over specific periods of time.
Okay. So if you see, so you see this, this breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
So strategy number 1, develop a long-term vision for the city. And then it's got all the goals, 9 goals.
I'm sorry, what is that you're holding up there?
This is on, it'll be page 45 in your.
Of the packet.
Okay. So as an area, area of emphasis under the first one, community and quality of life, develop a long-term vision, and then they've got all their goals listed. And I don't know that we're going to be able to get into all of this in today's session.
No.
I think that would be for a different time. I'm thinking today what we just need to do is, develop, come up with our list of what we think our areas of emphasis are. And then we can come back at another time and work on our goals and our action steps. And I'm thinking that's work session type things, take into each one individually. So that was community and quality of life. Those are from pages 45 to 53. Under their second, 45 to 53 in your packet.
Okay.
Those were under community and quality of life. Their second area of emphasis was economy and growth.
Correct.
So under that, starting on page 54 and going to page 60, they have city of choice, town square, revenue streams, golf course, hotel, water access. And then their third area of emphasis, which starts on page 63 and goes to 69, organizational and operational effectiveness, employer of choice, capital improvement, grants, and then permitting process. So as you can see under community and quality of life, they had already identified develop a communication strategy. So all this discussion we've had about our communication, I think this is something that we need to list as a subtopic, and then we can have work sessions on it. But my first question, so we have those three groups. Do we wanna, are we happy with those three groups and then just put subtopics like they have? Or do we need to change the three areas of emphasis?
I think the some topics are pretty good. You know, like it's organizational, operational, effectiveness.
With all of the subtopics, they do paint a pretty broad brush. They cover a lot of ground,
Right.
given all the subtopics underneath those three.
Right.
So those three seem to be pretty good general buckets.
Right.
And
We might narrow down the actual goals that are underneath.
Right, well,
Yeah.
some of them have been done, and can be
Right.
eliminated.
Eliminated.
Others will need to be added, perhaps.
Is there ever a place where we can get water access? I don't think there is it?
That we own?
That, well, even available to own, is there, Kevin, is there an area of water land that we could get that would allow us access to the lake in Lago?
if you go west of town and, you know, talk to the Pens, their,
Oh, but
property.
it would be all the way down that way.
Yeah, it'd be on the other side of Tessera, but outside of that, there really isn't a whole lot
Yeah.
in and around Lago Vista that you could get your hands on. And if you could, you know, what would it cost you?
Right.
I'll give you a perfect example. There was that, if you know where Canyon Oaks is over here, do you know where water treatment plant 2 was that got, you know, taken down? There was land below that. It was like 30 acres and it was waterfront. It was the Sunset Harbor, whatever.
Yeah.
But it was like $3 million for that property. I think they ultimately sold it for maybe 2.5, I think. But bottom line is very expensive and it was extremely slow. Plus it was already, you know, kind of, it was a PDD for something else.
Right.
But bottom line is it probably wouldn't have been a very good parcel for the city to get to try and provide water access. And then I'll say one last thing, and that is, and I think I've said this over the last couple of years, after the county put $10 million into Arkansas Bend, and they're promising to put like 8 million more, I believe, we can't compete with that. So the question is, why should we even try? Let's just, you know, ride off the county's coattails. That's the public access out down here on the peninsula. And if people want to come to Lago Vista and get public access, they can through Arkansas Bend.
I think our best opportunity is gonna come when some developer decides to pony up the 60-something $million and buys the Wynn Ranch.
Oh, I know.
The Wynn, which is right there at Sylvester Ford Road and Loman Ford Road. And it's already in the city limits.
Is it really?
It is.
Oh, we don't.
I don't know when it was annexed in, but if you'll notice, our city limits cuts across underwater.
Yeah, it's
And
goofy.
it comes up and it takes in, I think it's 50 acres.
Okay.
And I think it's on the market for,
But see,
I think it's maybe more than that, but 60-something million just to buy the property, but it's
For
got,
50 acres?
maybe it's 500 acres.
We're talking about recreational use.
I believe that's what the item was there for.
But it's got
Why
like,
do we even have any interest in that?
I think they're probably talking about like boat ramps and stuff like that, right?
This went back to the day when everybody was angry, or not angry, but the POA had all the water access points in Lago Vista. And many people were saying the city needs to own a water access point.
Their own spot.
Yeah, I would just argue with Arkansas Bend and the improvements there. I'm not so sure it's all that necessary.
and this is very close to Arkansas Bend, it's on the same road. But if a developer ever wants to come in and buy that, however many acres it is, I can't remember. I just know it's 60-something million now. It's got like a half mile of waterfront.
And they're not gonna give it up for, you know.
If we could somehow write into our subdivision, the PDD with them, that they have to set aside, you know, maybe we subtract some of their green space requirements, but that they have to provide us the citizens of Lago a waterfront park. I think that's gonna be our closest we get unless the POA ever sells us something.
But how would you limit that to only residents of Lago?
You can't.
Because, I mean, that's what happens, right? is
No
then
public
you-
park,
then
no
you
public
have-
park is ever limited.
Right, because then, really, truly then, I mean, yeah, citizens of Lago could use it, but it's eventually gonna get so overrun by folks that don't live here that you may no longer want to.
And that's the thing, problem with it, that's why the HOA will not ever, because once it becomes city-owned, it's open to the world.
And if I remember correctly, there was a big fear in Lakeside that their boat ramp was gonna be available to everybody, but somehow they managed to limit that. I don't remember how they did that, but I believe their ramp is only available to their,
I think you have to have an access card.
yeah, to their residents. And my guess is that Wind Ranch that you're talking about, it'd be the same way.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
would.
the HOA is gonna control it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So unless we can write something into that PDD.
I think the problem is that any chance for the
I'm
city
looking at the
to pull
PDD here, I don't see any waterfront in that PDD on the map, on the zoning map. This, you're talking about this stuff down here. This is Sylvester Ford. Oh, there's a tiny bit down here on that inlet. I'm sorry, on that inlet right there. But none of it on the main body, but there's on it.
So I think, well, maybe not the whole thing is annexed in, because I want to say that they are selling all
And
the
that's not
way.
in city limits, according to this map, which is now
So only some of it is
2.5
then.
years old.
Yeah, because they're selling all of that.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't see the need for us to ever have any interest in owning waterfront property.
No, it's always been something as an attraction, but it's one of those reality things that I don't know if it'll ever be. And again, with Arkansas Bend, and that place is fantastic.
Do you know roughly what portion of
we have
it?
at Buckhead? Something where every citizen can attend it versus
Yeah,
just
just
the
POA.
POA members.
That's kind of what I was about to ask. Do we know what portion of our citizens are not Lago Vista POA members? I don't know whether, is it 10%, is it 20%?
It's grown.
It's grown now. It's probably in the 20% range now.
Yeah, because all the people in Lakeside would not be.
Nobody in
The
Lakeside,
hollows.
you know,
Yeah.
somebody in
Yeah.
Hollows. You know, there's quite a few people that can't get in.
Exactly. So that's where the call comes from.
Right.
There's no place to launch my boat.
That's it.
Right, except Arkansas Bend.
Yeah.
You know.
When the county doesn't close it because of COVID.
Well, right now, it's so limited to the number of people that can even get out there.
You know, and the POA is getting ready to develop a new marina. But at the same time, if you're not a POA member,
That's
you have
great.
no access
That's
to
great
it.
for the 80% of us that are POA.
That's right,
members,
that's
but
right.
For the other 20% that haven't.
That doesn't help them any.
All right, so I'll keep the three areas of emphasis and we'll just kind of go through the subtopics and I'll go down the list and we'll see if it's something we want to keep. Some of these are outdated, you know, so if we don't want to keep it or if we need to change it or modify it, we'll do that. So I have the first one, develop a long-term vision. Now,
Where's that?
I'm thinking this comes from the 24th, this would be started on page 45.
Or 40.
39 of the packet.
I have it on 43, so maybe you might have it on different pages. The one that you have all the.
Oh, in the table format?
In the
Yeah,
table.
the table format, yeah, I have it 37 in the packet, I mean, in this, which would be 8 pages, would be 45.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it. It's on.
Yeah, the table starts on page 45.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first one I have is developing a long-term vision. My interpretation of this is that this was put in the 2014-15 retreat prior to the comprehensive master plan coming out. And I don't know that this was relevant anymore.
Yeah, because goal number 2 is complete comprehensive plan,
Yeah.
which has been done.
5-year budget planning process.
So, I mean, you almost get down to,
Water master plan, wastewater parks master plan, thoroughfare plan. Now, we haven't completed all of those, you know, but for the most part, I think this vision for the city is kind of outdated.
Mm-hmm.
But as we talked about earlier, I think next year it's gonna be time. So,
Yeah, I mean, instead of develop, it's probably a maintain and update.
I'm gonna put review and update.
And if you'll recall, when I talked to the mayor about Melissa and the sign, that's goal number 8. Design and construct new Loman's Street entrance signage at 1431. That's the one that was never completed because we weren't really sure that's the appropriate place for a marquee sign.
All right, the second one, develop a communication strategy. Let's see what it has. So I think this was something to keep. It may be, we may need to word it a little bit different. But like goal number 1, citywide survey. We talked about that. We wanted to reach out to the citizens to see from their perspective what's wrong with our communications. Manage city newsletter and website, goal number 2. Goal 3, strengthen school relationship. We've already discussed that in our informal liaison things. I think that's a given. Enhance relationships with other governmental area organizations. A, we've got that. Provide a year-end report. Anyway, I think this one needs to stick around, personally.
But those are things that we're doing, like the mayor's state of the city and the city manager's report. We publish that stuff to the website. I mean, it is ongoing.
Develop a communication strategy. We don't want to develop. I don't know that we need to develop it.
Improve it.
Yeah, we could certainly improve it. Mm-hmm.
Maintain it.
There we go. Improve. That's a good one.
Is this, we've had so much discussion on communication, and the sub-bullets, the goals under this are maybe broader than what we've been talking about. So I don't know if that's the right title for this section. You know, if we've got strengthen school relationship, enhance relationship with other governmental and area organizations, that's not something we talked about under communication or communication strategy.
Those we did.
It's kind of community relations.
Well, so this is all under the heading of community and quality of life. Yeah, they put those goals under communication strategy. Yeah. But I mean, I think under this area of emphasis, I think is good. Yeah. I just don't know if it's a goal under that. So we could say.
No, I understand. Maybe instead, where my mind was going, instead of improve communication strategy, is improve community interactions or something like that, where the communication strategy with citizens is one piece of it. Or, yeah, that may be a good way to break it up into improve communication internal, which we've already had a lot of discussion on, and then improve communication with other area organizations, which would include the school.
How does that work? Internal and external.
That works for me. That's great.
Is there a goal missing off of here or a strategy missing?
I'm sorry.
In this first section, it looks like there's a strategy missing. The second one, right, is the communications, and then it skips to goal 4 or strategy 4.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that.
Strategy 3 missing.
I-
There's a blank page.
And this is all I have. This is the final report that I've got on this. So if it's missing, it's
Probably
missing.
on that blank page.
So, yeah, I don't know what it was because they are not listed.
I think if you go back up to where there's all the text bullets, not the table format, but on page 31 of your packet.
Okay.
Which is page 39 of the public packet. I think it's the educate the community about successes, accomplishments, and productivity.
Well, see, that's what we have for number 4, isn't it?
Oh, is it in the table of 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It looks like it's just a numbering.
I don't know if he just numbered it wrong.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Or if that blank page is.
Yeah, something got wiped off of it mistakenly.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, that would be the third one I have. Educate the community about the successes, accomplishment, productivity. That kind of falls under improve internal communication. But I would say, I am going to put it down here. I'm going to put community education.
I understand, I watch everything.
Mainly because of that program that I talked about earlier, that 12-week class where we can educate the citizens on government, city operations. I think that would be something we could put as a goal under that subtopic.
Do you think at some point, Mayor, the city might consider expanding to other platforms such as Twitter or Instagram? I don't use them necessarily, but other folks do.
Yes and no. I don't think we would have a problem with it if we can accomplish retention aspect. And I think the problem with that is the budget. This company that we're looking at to help us, we haven't put out the RFP yet, so we don't know what company. We've had one that's been in contact with us about this. The package, you know, how many different platforms will they monitor and keep records for, and what's that cost going to be to us? You know, so it's possible.
I don't know the answer to this, but I wonder if ISDs have the same requirements, because so many school districts use like Twitter and all of these other platforms. I wonder if they have faced some of the same challenges, and if there's anything we might learn from some of those.
And that'll be a question for Aaron probably, but I would think.
You can request a release of information from their boards, from the board meetings and that kind of thing, so they have to have it for that, but can you request information from the school?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, when I was a campus
Like
principal, we used
records
to get
and things?
But, and I know because I work for City of Austin, Austin Fire Department has a Twitter account. I mean, they tweet out stuff all the time.
When I was a campus principal, we had a requirement, we had to have 5 tweets out a day from our campus. Every campus principal, seriously.
You know, a city the size of Austin.
It's just why I don't use Twitter anymore. Let's just Twitter down. Tweet it out.
They have resources.
Yeah, I mean, they just set aside $950,000 for a 6-week study on the effects of COVID on something. 6 weeks, $950,000 on this 6-week study. You know, they have the ability to, you know, retain their records. I don't know if we have that ability, you know, and whereas the communication is needed. And we, at that point where we have to have access to every single platform, you know? And I know you can link Twitter to Facebook, or if you send out a tweet, it shows up on Facebook, but I don't know if it's, or if it's the other way around. I'm thinking it's Twitter to Facebook.
Because there's Instagram to Facebook, for sure.
Yes, I think you can Twitter as well too.
I don't do that one, so.
Because I had found out at one time I had linked mine, and I would share something on my Facebook page, and then I'd go and tweet it, and I'd have it twice on my Facebook page. Well, how did I get this twice? But because there's a character limitation on Twitter, I think it's Twitter to Facebook, not Facebook to Twitter.
That would make more sense.
But, and if that's the case, then you can link them, and all we have to do is retain our record from Facebook. And we know for a fact that Twitter will show up on Facebook. That would solve that problem, but I don't know. We'll have to, if we start interviewing companies, it's something we have to ask them, you know. What platforms are covered? All right, so we're still on number 3, right? Educating the community about successes. Was there anything, I mean, I put that up there because of that. No.
The computer won't turn on?
If you do anything with it. So I'm like, okay. It closed by accident.
Yeah.
You know, ever since I'm like, okay.
You can always do a hard reset by holding the power button.
Let's see, their goals. Utilize all media, if we can. Conduct town hall meetings, which is something we don't do very often. And I don't know if that's just because we just really have not had that need.
I was gonna make that point. I mean, I remember in the 16-18 timeframe, we probably had a couple of them. But there were, some really hot button issues that caused us to do that. I don't know that we've had issues since then that were hot.
Well, and those issues too were driven by people that wanted huge turnouts.
Maybe so.
And it was a tactic.
Right.
Not a need.
I just don't think we've had similar issues since then.
Quality of life, their next strategy is strategy for the beautification of the city. I don't know that this one's even relevant anymore, because we have got KLVP, we've got Scenic City, we've got Dark Skies, we've got Firewise, we've got enough.
There's one thing that's still on here that I think we have not accomplished, and that's standardized wayfinding signage throughout the city. It's been around for a long time. I think we all recognize we'd like it, but we've never done it.
Well, and we were actually, the topic of signs has been thrown about, but it hasn't came to council yet. But I know in the last 6 months or so, we've talked about signs.
We've had several discussions about
Yeah, and I think we will see that one come to us.
Towards the end of my original time on council, I remember stopping because, Cedar Park has got their really nice signs on 1431 and other places. And I stopped and took a picture, and that was when Kenneth Renault was here, if you remember, Mayor. I sent him a thing and said, this is what I'd like to see. And we talked about it, but it never got into the budget and.
Well, and my question has always been, these wayfinding signs are for people that are out of town, are they not? Why can we not use hotel occupancy tax?
So the internet
And
simultaneously.
I don't know that I've
building and not being used.
I don't know that I've got a definitive answer on that, but I think it's kind of been, that doesn't fall under the realm. But I don't know, maybe something to look at.
Yeah.
But I can leave it in there if you think, because I think we can.
We put money into the budget for signs this year, didn't we?
I'm thinking we could just take that goal and put it under,
70,000, I think.
maybe under one of these other subtopics. whether it's improved communication, internal, or even community education. I think we could move that goal into one of these subtopics and we could just,
Sure.
personally, I think we could.
That means strategy could go away.
Yeah.
But keep the goal.
And then the last one, develop a program to actively engage volunteers in participation in community events. So, I'm going to tell you my experience. 4th of July, right? Ann Morrow did that forever.
Yeah.
She finally reached the point she wasn't doing that anymore. So there was one year that the city did it. No. Other people have stepped in to take over the 4th of July council.
And Allison did it last year.
Yes.
Not 2020 because we didn't have one, but 2019.
Right. I think we did it in 18 and we discovered it was just too much and it was better for, and we have been successful in getting other people to step up and do the 4th of July. Our Lago Fest is still pretty much done in-house, with Chamber and POA also helping us come up with volunteers. That I think has been pretty successful. I don't think we ever have as many volunteers as we would like to have, but we have not had a Lago Fest, hurt because we didn't really have enough volunteers. But on a personal side, there was 3 areas that I wanted to reach out to get citizen engagement, and that was my welcome committee. That did go fairly well until COVID hit, but I still didn't quite have enough. I had 2 groups that were going out door to door delivering the welcome packages. And they were doing okay. Then COVID hit. That I hope to bring back.
Oh, they're coming back online.
There you go.
Trying.
Hello. There we go. The second one was young families, and I had a wonderful turnout at the very beginning. And Emily and Allison Sargent and Darnell and a few others, they worked really hard for about 9 months on the young families. And they ran into the same problems that we have. None of the young families would show up for any of the events. Young families are just so busy that I don't know, unless it's something actually around the child.
Yeah, that their kids are already involved in.
Yeah, they don't get into things for themselves. They're doing everything for their kids.
Yeah.
My third one was community events. I felt like there were certain things that we could bring volunteers together, kind of like the Lions Club does with the street cleanup. I felt like there was certain things, maintaining sports facilities, or if something needed to be painted at the baseball fields or something, that we can maybe get community volunteers to help out. No, it wasn't so much that I couldn't get the volunteers. Nobody could ever come up with a project. It seemed like in your mind, you think there's 1,000 things out there that we could get the community to get behind and do. But then when you all sit down and start thinking about it, nobody could ever come up with anything.
Well, you have so many groups that are already like KLVP and Lions and stuff that are already doing it.
Yeah.
So you've got to come up with something unique.
And my youth advisory committee, we've got it on hold right now until the end of the school year. and then I'll start taking nominations. But we ran into the same problem as with the youth advisory. I'd get 4 or 5 kids to join up, and then nobody could ever think of anything they wanted to do.
But
You know?
but my question would be, because there are so many groups already in Lago Vista, private independent groups like Lions and so forth, does the city really need to be in this business?
And that's what I'm asking, you know, other than maybe when the President's Council meets, which is the presidents from all of our groups when they come together.
Right. But like
To
to
make
me,
sure that we have a representative there.
Yeah, Lago Fest is a part, I mean, the city kind of puts that on. So it makes sense for it to generate the volunteers to make that thing happen. But outside of that, I would say, you know, let the other private organizations rally volunteer troops for things that need to be accomplished.
Yeah,
I agree.
All right, well then we'll just take that one out. And I think that's it for community and quality of life. The next area of emphasis was economy and growth. Let's see if I can just use the same page. And the first strategy, become the city of choice, and they have one goal: create activities that promote opportunities and attract business and visitors. Expand infrastructure into undeveloped areas. I think that's kind of what we talked on with our eco-environmental recreation type stuff, right? Define what Lago has to offer to new businesses. We've got retail strategies and Eric Zeno working on that. Provide additional information on infrastructure capacities. Again, that's Zeno and retail strategies.
I think from a council standpoint, as far as working on attracting businesses to the neighborhood, I think we have to be more involved. And once Eric and the staff has established that this company wants to come to, like a hotel wants to come to us, okay, and he's worked out the preliminary details and he needs what incentives we might give as a city, that's when we would be involved. And I think now that we have an economic development manager working on developing strategies to bring people this way, that would be more part of that department, wouldn't it? And we would get involved in, is there additional funding that we will provide or to that business for being a part of the community?
Right. Yeah, if you remember when this was done, we didn't have the
We didn't have
economic
that.
development
Right.
director.
It wasn't a department, it wasn't a
Exactly.
director, so,
Yeah.
I mean, if we have a director, a lot of these that you just said would be his responsibility to do. And then we need to just wait for him to come to city council and say, or the city manager to come and say, this is what we need to get this company here.
Right.
So I don't know what we would call that. Call it,
So I'm putting council,
Recruitment efforts. We've got retail strategy and we got Eric Zeno. That's staff and somebody else on their recruitment efforts.
that's their recruitment.
So-
That's not necessarily our recruitment.
So I put down here as a goal for us is to, council recruitment efforts. What can, and then we can come back to this and add some action items later. But
So like individually, what we as council members could do to potentially.
Yeah, like he's talking about, you know, if once retail strategy and Eric Zeno, if they've identified a hotel group to come in, now what can we do as a council to support them and reach out as a council?
Again, that would come to the abatements and tax abatements and,
But it can be.
I don't know, we'd want to start there.
No, I don't think that's the starting point, but I think that's the point that Eric Zeno and the city manager would be getting us involved in that process, would be what additional things we could bring to the table to help make that deal go all the way through. I don't think once they figure out, well, here's the land that we need to put this hotel, and I think the staff would come and say what additional parts we need to bring to the table. I don't think we would be in those initial conversations. If a restaurant was to come, if I was to bring Philman Petita in here and he was gonna put a restaurant in, it would be working with the city, and then all of a sudden he would say, okay, now I need to meet with city council to determine what you could do to make it more attractive for me to come to your city, but that's down the road. But that's not, I don't see that as recruitment at that time. I see that as finalizing the deal and not necessarily recruitment.
But maybe what it is it's our participation in the recruitment effort. So, because it could be something as simple as the city manager and/or Eric Zeno coming and saying, hey, Mayor, I've got X vendor on the hook. They're coming to town. They'd really love to see you. Can you spare 4 hours in an afternoon to come chat with them, kind of thing?
And you do that.
I do that.
Yeah.
But I put council because maybe I'm not available.
Right.
Yeah.
So
more people can participate in that. To make it less of a burden on you individually.
Right.
Okay.
So
representing.
And I think that would be.
Yeah, that would be good.
Kind of nice, they're not always hearing from the same person.
Yeah.
It shows that the council, more of the council as a whole is interested. It's not just the mayor coming out.
Right.
If there's a free meal involved, you can call me.
Oh, okay. Put that down. Well, Art's probably number one because he's the pro tem now.
He's pro tem now. Yeah.
He gets all the free meals.
Why didn't I get any of those when I was pro tem?
I called you.
You didn't set it up, man.
I didn't.
You missed out on it.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You did all the work and got none of the benefits.
Very much work.
And utility.
Okay. Oh, I got it up here. So the second one, and we are kind of working on this. They have down here, create opportunity for a town square. Expand utilities. Well, the utilities are going to be
put in the ground,
changed. So that goal is sort of being taken care of.
In the process.
Yeah.
I think at this point we've bought all the land that.
Yeah, we bought all the land that's necessary.
Yeah.
It's currently available.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's, it's really not something we want to own the land.
Right.
We've bought these lots to try and jumpstart. We're bringing in, I'm not sure what we're going to do with it. We talked about the food court, but it's not on the main street like the one. So I don't know if a food court would be successful here or not, but we're thinking maybe if we,
Not as much traffic on Douglas a little bit.
if we got more people, the library expansion, if we had more people coming here and we have a food court there and we just increase traffic, maybe we're hoping it would jumpstart businesses down the line that would cater to a nice walking.
people already there. And the food truck owners, operators realize that, and they get together and they put a food park together.
Right.
I'm very curious on how the food park is going to work. There's a 1431 down by that.
Right.
By
Yeah.
that new.
That design building or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting to see, and we have a few, the Cajun truck moved down there, and the ice moved down there. But I'm waiting to see how successful that is, because there's not a lot around there for them to bring people.
I mean, relatively close proximity, but not like right there.
Right. So I'm waiting to see if they're successful in their efforts.
Right. And Mayor, just one comment about this area here. I'm not sure, because of all our commerce is focused up at 1431 and Loman, I think it's going to be somewhat difficult to get commerce on this road right here. And my thought process is that, maybe it might eventually happen. But the other thing to consider for those two lots is that, we're already talking about expanding City Hall and the library. That'll happen and it'll last for some period of time. But at some point, we'll outgrow that as well. And it might be smarter to retain those two lots up front for additional municipal building growth versus thinking that a business might come along there. Just another thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and along those lines, I think the retail areas would be different. 1431, that corridor is definitely going to be the number one.
Right.
But unless you get back onto Bronco, it's really not conducive to a tight-knit walking type thing. This was looked at more as a, walking, shopping type, different thing.
And I get it. I just don't know if we've got the density of people, like, Dave was talking about, that businesses will come there because they're not sure if they'll be successful. Yeah, that's my only concern.
Improve Veterans Memorial Park. I believe that's done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
So, strategy to create opportunity for town square. And do we still see any goals under that? I mean, I think that is a wish list type thing, but I don't know if that's an area of emphasis so much as we once wanted it to be.
I think that one could go away and probably not be missed a huge amount.
Economy and growth, the strategy number 3, attract more revenue streams. Well, create strategies to encourage business and housing development. They talk about Buxton. We got rid of Buxton, and we're using retail strategies. I think we're already looking at goal number 1.
And I don't know that we need to do any more encouraging about residential development.
No.
I mean, it's happening without any encouragement whatsoever.
Right.
The only revenue stream, goal number 2, create an annexation plan. Well, guess what? We cannot annex, so
Unless they come.
goal number 2 is gone. Implement airport master plan.
Well, and that is a good point, because the plans are there purposefully to come up with ways to generate revenue so that the airport is self-sustaining. So that's a lot of what was in that airport action plan that we passed in late 16.
Some of that is happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like fuel.
Sure. Yes.
We're selling fuel.
Yes.
I think we have to take care of come with a plan for the runway to get that squared away.
Right.
So I think the airport master plan type things being addressed. The only thing I would say under revenue streams that I think we should leave in here is the Economic Development Corporation.
Yeah.
But that goes
with us getting rid of Metro.
Cap Metro.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep that in here.
Okay, 57.
additional revenue stream. Put EDC. So I'm gonna keep that in there as a strategy under economy and growth, but that's all gonna, if the voters choose to stay with Cap Metro, then that's not a reality, so. But we'll keep it in there.
Is this with the completion of the thoroughfare plan, transportation plan would come into play? Us completing the plan, updating it? Where would we put that?
Let me see, did they?
Was there a transportation or thoroughfare plan in this one?
No, you were talking about we had the one in 2008.
Okay, got it.
And is this the area where we would put updating that plan?
I think it might be better under the next
one
area of emphasis, which is organizational and operational effectiveness.
Okay.
I think maybe the thoroughfare plan may be operational effectiveness.
Yeah, under there, okay. In the rate study.
So the fourth one, golf course. Develop and improve a long-term strategy for the golf courses that is not a financial strain on the community yet remains an asset.
That's done.
We're not 100%, but
It's pretty dang close.
we're pretty tight on that.
We just need to keep executing what we put in place.
Yeah.
From an operational perspective, that's true, not from capital improvement projects. We've got some
Compared to
big
where
dollar numbers.
we were.
Oh, yeah, it's a huge improvement.
And I think we need to just continue to bring that number down, but.
Yeah.
I think we're at the point now that we can take it out of an area of emphasis, and now it's just in line with some of our other capital improvement project plans. Establish a strategy to attract hotel. I don't think we need that one in there anymore.
Just to see that come to fruition.
I know it, I wish.
And we talked about strategy number 6, identify and create public access to the waterfront. I don't know. We need it, and there's an area of emphasis. We know the reality behind that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so bent on access to the water, but I would like to see some sort of project between the POA and us and school district, where we're working on some sort of joint project that allows all citizens to be able to have access to whatever it is, whether it's a swimming pool or something. Right. I don't know what.
Something like that, might be
Maybe we all work together on the recreational center for the city, and everyone contributes into the recreational center.
But the POA has plans they're moving forward with to
I
expand
know.
so they're not, I don't know that that'd be something that they would jump in with us on.
Yeah, the challenge is that really the POA, up level, right? The POA doesn't need the city. The city needs the POA in any of these projects, but I'm not sure the POA.
No, they need us too, because they're running into issues and wanting to do some things in their park, but they really need our help on water lines and stuff like that in order to do what they need to do, which they didn't need us before.
Well, and I would suggest something like a swimming pool. I don't think that's something they could tackle on their own. I think that one would be a difficult one.
particularly if you're talking about one the size.
At Olympics.
Olympic size.
Oh, yeah. I mean, certainly you could define something that would be.
I'm not talking about the little one down at Bar K.
I'm just saying in general, and the cost, and X might have a list from CAP, because in the last council meeting, I volunteered to be the POA rep, and so I've been having some conversations on the list from Kathy, so I'm aware of some of the, cost of water kind of stuff. So we have, I'll say it this way, I think the city has some leverage with POA because of some of the water infrastructure that they need. But in general, the mindset has been that POA doesn't feel like they need the city. The city needs the POA resources. That's kind of the position we've been in for years. So it's a little bit difficult
That would be their-
to come
that
to a
would be their
win-win
stance anyway.
situation.
Yeah, that would be their stance, but I would argue we don't need their resources. We really don't. I mean, if it's thought that the city has to have water access, we don't really need access to their resources. But it comes down to a question of, can we all work together, all these different entities, and create something awesome for the community that a lot of people would really get a benefit from? Now that I can get behind. I think there are opportunities for that to happen.
Yeah, because I know of individual homeowners that have tribes that have not been able to join the POA.
Yeah.
And, you know, for like the subdivision of Lakeside by Sarah, the homeowners didn't have any say in that. And this neighborhood back here behind the Green Park, they didn't have any say. So they tried to join the POA, individual people, and pay their $5,000, $6,000 or whatever they needed to join. But they said all undeveloped lots and developed lots have to say they want to join as a unit, as a group, versus individually. I think, you know, I wonder if there was some way in which individual homeowners could join the POA in a particular subdivision like that. And if everyone else doesn't want to, at least those that.
I know that's what.
Well, I know Clive looked into that at one point, but there's issues with the way the bylaws of the POA are written that it couldn't happen.
I think that's also part of the reason why they talked about having you could just buy a membership for a year or whatever. And the problem is that you then would be utilizing some of those facilities for commercial purposes. That's the way I would read it. And then all of a sudden their properties will be taxed at the full value, not at the nominal value that they are. So there's all kinds of reasons why they don't do some of the things that people would want them to do. And there are good reasons why they don't do it.
Got it.
And the last one that I have, complete the appointment process of the Economic Development Committee. I think that's done.
I think we can take that one off.
So we get to the third and final area of emphasis, and that's organizational and operational effectiveness. I don't know if it's on here, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm gonna put thoroughfare plan that Dave mentioned. Let's see, their first one says employer of choice. What is their goals? They develop an organizational plan that would identify the changing expectations and demands of the public as growth occurs. What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with being an employer of choice? I don't see the tie-in.
I think basically what it's saying is that the city would become the place where everybody would want to work.
Yeah, but what does conduct town hall meetings have to do with?
I have no idea.
Conduct survey with comprehensive.
Yeah, we understand the strategy, just not the goals that
What's connected to that.
It's like they put strategy 1, but then they took goal number 1 from, it's like a typo. You know, it's like this was somewhere else. And like under communication or something like that. Let's see, we're community and quality of life. Develop communication strategy. You know, is that, let me look back at that one. No, it's not exactly the same, but I don't know, to me, goal number 1 does not fit under.
Correct.
Goal number 2, seek and maintain operational effectiveness, maintain staff. I think we've discussed that, with our succession plan and our expectations. When we were talking about making sure all of our employees have the proper education and the proper resources and
Well, I mean, before COVID hit, we used to be able to go to TML and get training for ourselves on different topics. I don't know if we'll get back to that in the new year or if it's gonna be.
Maybe next October.
Maybe, yeah.
That's usually what it is, isn't it? In the early fall.
Yeah.
If I can back up a little bit, so if you look at the action steps that are outlined under strategy number 1, goal number 1, all that stuff, it's actually a cohesive set of actions if the goal and the strategy were to be an efficient and effective city operation. Right? It's not an employer of choice, and it's not board plans to meet actually, if the strategy was be an efficient and effective city operation, then goal number 1 kind of makes sense, and the action steps under that make sense. I hate to throw the whole thing out because it's a lot of that work is talking about being effective as a city organization. And then you say, well, conduct town hall meetings to find out what the problems are that we need to do better at. That makes some sense in that context. And you start looking through the action steps, and there's some logic to some of the action steps, but it's really about running the city operations efficiently and effectively.
And I think I understand that, but how does that make us the municipal employer
No,
of
it doesn't.
choice?
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly the wrong title for this whole section.
Yeah.
Maybe that, look at goal number 2, it says, seek and maintain operational effectiveness. Maybe that should be the label for that.
The label for that.
Instead of being the
Yeah.
municipal employer of choice.
Yeah, the strategy number 1 label is the wrong label for this whole section, but this section is actually a good section.
Yeah. Maybe it should just be maintaining operational effectiveness.
Yeah.
That might be the whole section.
For the whole section.
So what was the title?
Maintain operational effectiveness.
The title right now is to be the municipal employer of choice, and we're saying strike that, replace the title with David's suggestion.
Maintain operational effectiveness.
Okay, because I wrote efficient and effective city operations.
And that's really what those action sets are talking to.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
fine too.
Yeah, that works.
That works. You don't have to, yeah.
You said effective and
Efficient and effective city operations.
And that's strategy number 1.
Yeah.
On our chart here.
Yeah, then you could keep all those
Yeah.
things.
That's all good stuff. Yeah.
And then goal number 2 would,
But before you go to goal number 2, scroll down towards the bottom of the action items for number 1, and you see make changes to organizational structure as appropriate to meet changing demands, complete an employee compensation plan, those really relate to the original title of this section of being the municipal employer of choice. So it's like there's action items in this strategy that belong to 2 different.
I would argue that that's true. These action items you're talking about could be under a section titled employer of choice. But I would argue that a well-run city operation needs to be an employer of choice. And so they belong under that larger umbrella.
Okay.
Yeah, and my question is this an area of emphasis for us right now? I mean, I think.
Well, but it talks about, so.
As a whole?
It says that it's develop an organizational plan that will identify the changing expectations and demands of the public as growth occurs, right? And so to those bullets you were just talking about, the employee compensation plan and the human resources manual and the human resources plan, the more we grow, or the bigger we get, the more competitive we're gonna have to be, right? With salaries and
Right.
human resource management, and we're gonna have to add staff. So why wouldn't those go there?
The only comment I'd make is, Mayor, maybe you can remember this with me, I could swear Ron Smith, the last year he was here, worked on those last three items.
Uh-huh.
And came forward with a plan before he was gone. And you guys might have been on board at that point.
Yeah.
I could swear Ron did that.
Yeah.
So is it already done? Is that
I
what it is,
believe it's
maybe?
finished.
Yeah.
I wonder if you just need to revisit it to make sure that it's still, given the growth that I mean, it could be that it's perfect the way that it is, but maybe just make sure that it kind of fits with the more explosive growth we're seeing.
Right.
And we'll see over the next 5 years.
I want to say he worked with the human resources person at the time to come forward with a HR manual and.
Now, there is an HR manual and there's a compensation plan for.
Yeah, well, you'll see off
plan.
on the side too, it'll say complete.
Begin process.
Begin process again.
Because it says ongoing, and I guess, to me, I guess that means like, as we continue to grow, we're gonna have to revisit that, right? We're gonna have to add staff
And then as y'all work with staff and you work with Dan, Dan's probably one of the people that we will work with the least, because he's HR. When we talk at budget time, when we're talking about their compensation packages and stuff, we do that. We've got the manual, we've got the compensation packages, and we review them annually at business time. Maybe not so much the manual, but the benefits and compensation and all that.
I think by what I meant by bringing that up and saying that, I think Ron did a bunch of this, is I'm not sure it is an area of emphasis, because we did put significant effort into it in the past, years, and I'm not so sure of that level of emphasis.
Right, that's what I would say.
Yeah. So maybe it's just like a review it, like you're saying, annually, but not necessarily that it's a huge area for us to focus time and effort on right at this moment.
And I think this year, I don't think the compensation, what do I call it? The bonus was as high this year as it was last year. I think it was adjusted slightly.
Yeah, slightly down from what it was last year. It was 5% last year, where certain part was 2% and the other part was 2%.
So we do review that every budget cycle, so. I would say it's not necessarily an area of emphasis at this point.
Part of it was cost of living, and then the rest of it was all based on merit, based on their performance review.
Strategy number 2, establish a strategy for the implementation of the CIP. Again, I would say this is another one that it's important, but we've got it in place now.
Right.
And I don't know that it's such an emphasis that we need to keep it in here as an area of emphasis.
I don't know, and Dick, correct me if I'm wrong here, but my sense was we don't really have a master plan for water and sewer investments. We have a list of programs, but I thought there was actually in the CIP, isn't there a line item for creating the master plan?
I think
it's in the master plan.
It's in the master plan. I mean,
It's part of the master plan.
And if you look at the comprehensive.
If you look at the actions that are planned over the next years, there's spots in there for increasing water production, improving the waste
Yeah,
plan,
at
all
a
that
macro
kind of
level, but is there a plan that detail, and I'm thinking of we've got this detailed road work prioritized, here's all the things we need to do.
Oh, well,
I don't think we have something like that for water and wastewater, do we?
That was gonna be this year, coming up. That was, I mean, because what we tried to do was to utilize the funding that we had in our budget to do streets without having to get a bond. We knew that the water treatment plants and everything else were going to require us to sit down as a council and figure out how much bond money we need and really actually develop that. So we actually thought it would happen in 2021. And that's why you don't see the line by line element.
So back to this, I think it is very important for us to have a focus on water and wastewater and the prioritizing of the spend, because we've got a huge bucket of spend planned.
Right.
Some of which may have to be funded by bonds. But I don't think we've had really the detailed discussion of this is the exact order of things that they need to be done in. This
No,
is the
we haven't had
priority.
that yet.
So I think it's a very high focus area.
Correct, correct.
Eric has a plan. Eric has developed a plan. I do not know that, I don't think that's been presented to council.
To us yet.
But I know he has
He's got his,
a
what he wants it to be.
thing of what he feels like needs to be approached with, needs to be taken care of. Which of those items will be the most problematic coming up over the next few years?
Yeah.
So
Well,
I don't know that we've been presented with anything.
we were actually, I think, prior to the budget, we were supposed to have this information. We actually hired a strategic planning company.
Yes.
That was supposed to set this out for us or to work with the citizens. Some of you may have seen the survey. Hopefully, a lot of people have seen the survey. And they were supposed to get with council and discuss all this, but then the COVID hit. And they basically asked for an extension of their contract. They had no additional money or anything like that. But they basically have furloughed themselves.
Well, part of their strategy was to have town meetings.
Yeah.
And to go door to door.
Yeah,
to have a lot of contact with our citizens.
And COVID.
And COVID just put a crimp in the middle.
Yeah, so we were actually working on this, coming up with the strategy and prioritizing all of our CIP, not just water and wastewater, but I mean, across the board. We were gonna prioritize and come up with a strategic plan for all of our projects and timelines, but we're in a stand down mode. So, yeah, we'll keep this on there and we'll continue working with that group.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I think that to me, the more urgent problem is around utilities investments.
Yeah.
Because that's by far the biggest part of our budget. And I don't know that there's citizen input isn't going to help us much on that. Right?
No, it's not.
Well, and if, if they're not gonna be able to work with citizens and do stuff, we can't wait forever, right? We're gonna have to tackle this on our own.
Yeah.
So,
And to me, 80% of the problem on setting priorities for spending this year in capital improvements needs to be around utilities.
and I believe when we,
And
That's a problem we should be able to contain within, Eric, and maybe we get a consultant, Ron Smith, God bless him, put in a ton of time and did his own prioritized list.
yeah, but we'll have to
share all
sit
that
down with the
Eric and
bond person. We'll have to, see what's out there and study the different bonds that are out there that make sense for us to do. And go from there. But we did have it in our head that was going to happen in 2021.
Yeah.
But we wanted, so much emphasis was put on streets because that's what we were hearing most about.
Absolutely.
So we tried to utilize our funding knowing that we won't have to go get a big chunk of money for wastewater. And so let's utilize the funds we had to fix some of the streets.
Right, and I'm 100% there on what you guys did before I was on council on streets. That was great.
But
I know Eric has bubbled way up to the top of his list, finding leaks in water.
Yeah.
As like that's the most important thing. In my mind, The second most important thing is having an overall master plan for where we invest before we start spending $1 million here, $2 million there.
Oh, I agree. And I think he has some of that.
Well, that's what Dick is
Well,
saying.
yeah.
He's got some of that there.
But the biggest part of that plan is in line with what's in the master plan, the comprehensive plan, because that delineated a number of things that had to do with improvement of water and wastewater over several years. So I know a lot of what his planning has been along the lines of what a comprehensive plan had directed. Now, do we need to reevaluate those and possibly look at whether that's still where we are? I think so.
Yeah.
Because the thing that, my biggest problem with our comprehensive plan right now is nowhere in there did anybody at any time consider or plan for the growth that we have had over the last 4 years.
That's right.
Nobody could have. There wasn't any way to know. But we really, on so many things that are in there, and why we're talking about this strategic planning group that we were just discussing, why we were bringing them in, is that there's so much of it that just doesn't necessarily seem to be the appropriate way to go with the development and with the growth that we've had. So we definitely need to look at it again. And those are things that I know I definitely want to see brought to us this year. So we have a chance to look at it, particularly before we get the budget and start talking about bonds.
Yeah.
Well, and earlier rather than
That's-
later, especially if we're gonna put the bond package on an election, for the
Yeah.
citizens to say,
Correct.
do we want that or
Yes.
not?
Yeah.
It's got to.
It's gonna have to be in the first part of this new year.
Yeah.
You know,
Because if we decide that we're going to have an election for the bond, then we've got to do some education. We've got to get data out to the citizens so they know what we're talking about. Where'd you go? We lost the mayor. There he is.
All right. We on to the next one?
Yeah.
pursuit
Right.
grants available for small cities to offset O&M.
So pursue grants available to small cities to offset operation. That is, again, I'm gonna say this is something that we don't need in our area of emphasis. I don't know anybody who is not seeking grants. Jan is always on top of it. Now that we have Eric in economic development, and he's reaching out to every organization.
Chris and Parks.
Christian Parks.
Eric Belay as well, because there's areas that they know about that we don't necessarily know about. I get the big ones from CapCog and LCRA, and I pass them on. I just got the one from Homeland Security that's through CapCog. I mentioned that one earlier today. I think we're on top of grants personally.
Well, and we've gotten quite a few.
We have. And my only thing would be is if you as council members see grant opportunities, just make us aware of them, make staff aware of it.
Okay.
The only thing we really don't have, professional grant writer. Now Laura, that works, has a lot of training and does do a lot of our grant writing. But if it gets to something like the Texas Parks and Wildlife, that one was so big and so detailed. We did go outside to bring a writer in on that one, but for the most part, Laura can handle our grant writing, which is really nice that she went out and got that training.
I think we can skip number 4.
Yeah, number 4 is Southern Marshall Point. That's done there.
And then improve permitting effectiveness.
I hear about this one a lot. citizens.
Yeah. We'll leave that one in there. I don't know what our goals would be for it off the top of my head, but yeah, I mean, permitting, development services, that's always a big one.
And as we grow, it's not gonna get any, less, important.
It's up there on top.
What does it? No.
Something I'll say about this is that
Impressive.
I don't mind beer. One thing I'd say about it is that Roy is constantly working at improving our ordinances, looking through them and trying to find the areas that need improvement and clarification. And he's really been great at finding things and then bringing it to us so that it is in a clearer, better fashion than what we have had. The overlap and ambiguity of several of them has been a problem. There's no question.
Yeah, that's true. I've been both, I've been kind of on both sides of the fence because I've been on building and standards, helping Roy write a lot of these things and clean up bad language. And I'm a small business owner. And I'll tell you my personal experience, which I also just a few days ago talked to the owner of Wild Navy, and her experience is exactly like mine, and that is going through the process as a small business person who doesn't normally do city permitting. Man, it's a nightmare. It is so hard. And I actually had started wondering whether, and this comes back to my earlier comment about, a city that's easy to do business with. As we're attracting businesses, I wonder whether we need somebody that's actually in the economic development organization that is a business liaison to help people get through that process faster.
Which part of the gate?
So I'm gonna excuse myself for a few minutes. That is the last strategy that's under that topic, but if we have things that we need to add that weren't on there, we need to do that.
Go back
with the pen.
Wow, he's in charge.
In my example, and also talking to the owner of Wild Navy, she said exactly the same. It's, you don't know what you don't know going in there, and it's while Roy especially is a very helpful guy, finding what you need to, forms you need to fill out, finding out what the process is, getting, what do I need to do to schedule an inspection? I'm not a professional developer, right?
Gotcha.
I'm a business owner. What do I need to do in order to get us, I'm currently doing ADA work on my house across the street here, right?
Yeah.
Owner of the Wild Navy said the same kind of thing. Well, we went in and they told us we needed to do this permit and this permit and this permit. We did all of that, and then we went back and they said, oh, you also need to do this permit and this permit and this permit.
So we
And
need
you need to
something.
schedule it. Yeah, it's like somebody,
Checklist.
right? I don't know if it's a checklist or it's a person that is not Roy who understands the process that can help people like me and like, the owner of small businesses that we're trying to get up into the strip mall up there. I think there's an opportunity for us to make it a lot easier and not put it on Roy to make him, make it easier to deal with him.
I think if we had the necessary personnel, that when a business person walks into that building, they can go to a room and sit down and go over all the steps from A to Z and answer those. Like I hear problems with the size of my sign that I need for my business on the building. I hear problems about putting up a temporary, in this COVID environment, putting up a sign on the street showing that I'm going to have live music on my weekend. What other ones do I hear? Just someone coming out and looking at my location and telling me all the things that I need in the building while I'm designing it. I think we don't have that kind of personnel. We don't have enough personnel to do that. And that would make us more of a really nice city if we had a person that just showed up to my business and said, let's sit down and look at what you're trying to do. And
And I actually think that position could pay for itself, because
It
right
could.
now, people like me and other small business owners, they don't know what to do, so they call Roy. And so Roy
Right.
spends so much of his time on the phone, talking to people, trying to answer their questions. If we had a person that was the, you know, the ombudsman or the business interface or whatever, it actually frees him up to do what's really his job.
Correct.
So
We are in process, we've approved the funds to hire Roy an assistant.
yeah, it's already started, I think.
I
Yeah,
wonder-
It started December 1st.
Yeah, he's on
I'm
board.
wondering if that could be,
This is the planner that we approved recently.
yeah. I'm wondering if maybe that person could be
Maybe so.
that liaison, if we could look into the possibility of getting with our city manager and with Roy and seeing if we could possibly set up some kind of it sounds to me like what you need is a checklist.
I mean, that's one way to solve it.
And you need a checklist and somebody that would take it to a business owner or would meet with the business owner and say, okay, this is what you need to do. Here it is. You gotta have this. And either have with that checklist, the sites to go get the forms, where to find them. Or if necessary, have the forms available so that they can be given to them.
I also think it needs to be divvied up amongst the various types of projects. If I'm as a business trying to open up a new business location, that's one set of permitting. If I'm trying to put my boat and have a driveway to put my boat on, that's another permitting. Or if I'm doing a fence, there's another permitting process. I think we need to have enough buckets that fencing, building an addition to your house, starting a new business from scratch, so that they could pick up each one based on what you're trying to do. Because it'd be difficult to have all the things on one. You get burned out trying to figure out what applies to me. So I think we need to
Have a system maybe where you have envelopes that have all the different permits necessary for that.
And
function.
there's already some of that. I mean,
There's some of that, but
if you go in and say, hey, I need to do the driveway, then Alice will say, you need to fill out this form.
Right.
So simple stuff, it's fine.
Right.
But once you get a little more complicated than that, then it pretty quickly goes down to, well, I need to sit down and talk to Roy and ask him my questions.
And that should not be the person that they need to sit down and talk to.
Well, this may be the function that the planner takes over.
And hopefully that we'll get that.
I think the planner, my understanding is that it's supposed to be somebody that's going to be, someone that has pretty close to the same, skill set that Roy has.
Wow.
If I understood him right, the person that he has hired and started on December 1st is a woman that has a master's degree and is a pretty sharp person, but doesn't necessarily have the
Haven't seen her
architectural
yet.
building background.
Haven't seen her show up yet, but. yeah.
Oh, she's not here yet?
I don't.
Is that not Tam?
Is it Tam?
I understood we had just hired someone, Tam.
Oh.
Mhm.
T. Picklick? Picklick is her last name?
I think so.
She goes to St. Mary's. Her daughters were ultra servers for me for, I don't know, 5-6 years. I coordinated the ultra service.
All I know is.
I saw her the other day.
People pay with the resume.
Yeah, she
and what
started,
they're
yeah.
expecting.
So
Came from Jonestown.
I saw her, yes, that's
Yeah.
exactly who it is. She did. I saw her the other day when I was in here talking to you and Aaron on Monday. When I left, she was sitting up front, so she is here.
Does she have a
Hand
spot
over the
yet?
microphone and the pen back to the mayor.
Does she have a spot yet?
Yeah, she's sitting up front.
Up front?
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
In front of Greg, kind of.
Okay, in front of Greg.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, lady.
Kind of next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw her.
We've also hired another deputy court clerk, Fabi, if y'all haven't met Fabi yet. Yeah, she started, I think, same day, if not the day after.
Yeah.
We have 2 new employees in the building. Did y'all add anything?
No.
Okay.
No, we had
We're
conversations
discussing
around
permitting.
improved permitting.
Um,
Since you just said those two names and haven't you met, is there, I know that they're on the city website, there's a quote org structure, but it's by job title, not by people. Is there any kind of a org chart for the city that we could have access to so we can see names and roles, that kind of thing?
Yeah, we'll just have to ask Josh to get that out to you.
I asked about an org chart, because it would be nice, even for me to have, and certainly for the citizens to have access to an org chart that names folks. So not just the general one that's already on the website, but a more detailed one by department. So like, here's Roy, and these are everybody who reports to Roy, but like by name. So you know who to, if you're a citizen, who you might need to communicate with if you have questions.
I don't know if we want to go too far down the line.
That is, if there's a problem with the developmental services, you want that to go to Roy. You don't want that to go to his people underneath him.
Well, it just depends. Because you've got Alice. So there are
certain
second levels. You want to go, like Greg or Crystal or Alice. They will handle a lot of that stuff.
Right.
So they are the appropriate person. But now when you get into public works, I don't know that we need to put every laborer.
Right.
Yes,
there are limits to that, certainly.
You have Eric and you have
than what we have now.
Victor, that's his assistant, and then maybe Walden.
There's a lady in there too.
Laura.
That's the other, Laura.
Which she's got married, and I don't know her last name anymore.
But then you've got Dave, and then you've got James, and then everybody else below. And having those names I probably couldn't even pronounce, but those are not names that really need to be out to the public.
But for like the department heads, and to your point, like the assistant, maybe, assistant director, that sort of thing.
And I think,
or even just positions listed.
Like airport falls under Parks and Recreation. Even though it's its own enterprise fund, it's under Parks and Recreation. So, but you don't necessarily go to.
That wouldn't necessarily, it wouldn't.
You don't necessarily go to Chris Mobley for. I mean, you can, but he's got somebody else that does airport now. So, we can get that.
Used to airport was under Roy, wasn't it?
It was.
That's a change.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Roy's a little overwhelmed.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Totally understand.
Donna was telling me the other day, since December 1st, 29 new residential applications.
It is not slow at all.
No. And today's the 11th, 12th?
But they're all trying to get them in before the 25th.
For the end of the year or something, I don't know.
Well, Cedar Park and Leander are getting overbuilt right now, so, they're gonna come to different areas, and if the younger they are, they wanna be close to the water, close to the, hill country, so.
And the point was made earlier too, that people are working from home now, so why not live in a place?
Why not live in a place?
Right.
All right, so before we go to the next agenda item, which is almost, well, it is the last thing other than miscellaneous and additional items. But before I go to number 7, I'm gonna reach out to the audience again to see if anybody has any comments on what we have discussed as far as areas of emphasis.
I did see some in, Jane B had said, plan for the replacement of Cab Metro.
Okay.
That's on the.
Yeah, I put that down as additional revenue.
As additional,
Economic Development Corporation, those kind of, we know where that's hidden at. Oh, the 28th, just to update you on that, I have finally gotten confirmation. Josh and I will be having our discussion with Representative Vicky Goodwill on the 28th.
Oh, will you? Okay. Good.
So will she agree to carry it forward?
Good.
I don't know. And I still haven't heard back from, Eckhart, our new state senator. Her office has not got back to me yet. Sarah Eckhart, former county judge. Yes,
No, that's yours.
that's it. That's all I have.
I have two quick questions. The first one is there anywhere in here where we need to mention anything about, and I'm asking because I don't know if it rises to the level of being in here or not, but about internet access, broadband access here in the city.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so it's really difficult sometimes to get access to high-speed internet.
Yeah.
I can tell you when we moved into our house 2 years ago, it was pretty ridiculous what we had to go through to try to get, even cable.
Yeah.
And we had a house, 3 lots down on this side and 2 lots over on this side, and I couldn't understand why they wanted us to pay them $3,000 to move a line from here to there. But as we grow more, I'm just wondering, is that something that should be addressed somewhere in this, especially when we have companies that have fiber now, right? Google Fiber and things like that we don't even, I think, have out here at all, right? Do we have that out here anywhere?
No.
No.
I don't know if that rises to the level of putting in here.
So
anywhere or not.
the question.
You say no, but I thought the school got gigabit. I don't know if it was AT&T or Google, but,
It's not AT&T, because AT&T is not being very flexible in working with us
Okay.
at all. Spectrum is
They've
worth.
got the high-speed spectrum, but that's
So,
only 200 gigabytes.
so here's the thing. Those are franchises, and we get, franchise fees from them, but we have no control over.
Spectrum has at least been working to make sure that the areas that didn't have internet capabilities now, they've completed all their lines. AT&T is not being
So
very.
we have reached out to them
Yeah.
on numerous occasions.
Okay.
AT&T, that's a phone. And Spectrum.
Internet also.
Well, right, but I mean,
You
they're known as a phone company,
Oh, okay.
I know that's an antiquated.
But they branched out with
Right.
DirecTV and all this other stuff.
Which we can't get at our house, but when we were renting while we were building our house, which was around the corner, maybe half a mile, we could only get AT&T, and then when we built our house half a mile away, we were only able to end up with Spectrum.
With
after a
Spectrum.
huge fight.
And there's some people that
Really
have had
hot.
to go through a satellite. There's some areas that they couldn't get either one. They had to bring in a satellite.
Right.
So the satellite, it's satellite. You can go with them if you want, but it's going to be as reliable as what it is. AT&T, nope. They're on their own plan. They expand whenever they want to. An example of working with AT&T, we got ready to do that water main upgrade along Bowman Ford Road. We placed all the hydrants and everything. Well, AT&T had a line in there. We told them that way ahead of time we were going to be doing that, and that they needed to come and move their lines. Okay, no problem. So we started work. Well, it got time to where they needed to come and do their lines. They're like, we don't have time. And so you saw where those hydrants sat with black bags on there for how many months? 6, 9 months before AT&T would come out and move their line so that we could finish our job, and so they're very difficult to work with. Spectrum, about 6 months ago, or I guess right about the time of the COVID and the push, when the world was realizing that people are going to be working from home and kids are going to be going to school. Spectrum, bam, we're on it. we're gonna try to expand our services to the areas that don't have it as fast as we can. And Spectrum is constantly trying to get stuff to people. It's gonna take them a while, obviously, but Spectrum is coming.
And they've been advertising that I can upgrade, because I have them right now to 400 megabit and over the 200. But the other point I was gonna make, Dave, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought internet access and improved internet access out here on the peninsula is a big part of what the Economic Development Committee is focused on.
And there's 2 people on the economic development that are attending all those meetings in Austin, and they're being part of that group too.
I know it was a big deal to John Jandro. He's really pushing that.
Gage Hunt.
Okay. Yeah. So there are folks on the committee
Okay,
that
so
are
it doesn't need to go here because it's already being kind of.
Yeah, they're working at it pretty hard.
Yeah, and it's not something that we can,
Have it, and that's
we
why I
can
asked. like,
take
can we
care of
influence it?
internally.
They're the ones that put the spark into the Spectrum to really get after it.
And then the other question I was gonna ask, Mayor, when these documents are all revised or revamped with feedback that we had from today, do you know if the format of this will change at all, like of the goals? Because like for us, when we write goals at our organization, it's the SMART goals, right? So the specific and they're measurable and they're
Time
yep,
bound and the whole.
exactly, yep, they're attainable, like can we even do it?
Right.
That sort of thing. Do you know if these are gonna be kind of written to where we have like a definitive format of how these goals are set up so that we also have deadlines and very specific?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It will change because I'm doing it. And, so the chart, you probably definitely won't see that. But I specifically have not covered goals. I've only gone in the areas of emphasis and the subtopics under these areas of emphasis. But based on time, it's 3 to go with the goals.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On all that. I think we need to go back and have work sessions.
It's not 3, it's 420.
420, yeah.
We're almost out of time.
Just a suggestion, and you may have been going there. It may be that we could take these pieces and split it up and have maybe pairs of us that take a stab at goals for each section and then come back and bring those in. So it's not all on you. I'd be willing to, take a stab.
Sure.
Maybe others would be willing.
Because we've already talked about some of them.
So
we have, but
maybe we can, that way we can do some individual background work or, in pairs or whatever, and then bring it back in for discussion to try to finalize those goals.
So when we get to that point where we're finalizing our goals, then we can add all that in there. And that's probably something I will have to come to you or something to assist me with.
Because that mindset of single sales objective and SMART objectives and call plans.
We don't talk about that at the fire station.
That's something that's a mindset culture.
Have note on the microphone that I'm still here. My surface went dead.
Oh.
No longer on the screen.
Okay.
So just a note that I am still here.
Well, I'm the secretary as well. I'm the secretary as well as the.
You're afraid Darcy's gonna call you out.
No, another thing I'm wondering about, I don't want to see it Sandra say, Mr. Witherly left the meeting at 4:20.
Sandra's not in here. I am the secretary as well.
Are you gonna have to type all this up?
Yeah.
Really? Boy, I don't want the job of mayor for nothing.
We probably won't have, we'll have some minutes, but, Sandra will probably actually go back and listen to it and do the minutes.
Yeah.
But as far as this is gonna be on me.
Yeah. All right.
Back on Cap Metro, because Jane and Darcy are saying something in the chat window here. I think we need to be clear that not only you're going to have that meeting with our legislators and hopefully they'll actually take some action. That would be awesome. We need, as we discussed, we need to focus on, if we're going to have an election on Cap Metro, we need to focus on education for that.
Correct.
And then to their point here in the chat window, we also need to have a plan for an alternative for transportation that we present to our
Oh,
citizens,
definitely.
whether that's cards or whatever.
Yeah.
So that needs to be explicitly, something that we're focused on.
So the legislation is basically an afterthought, but because of the timing, it's coming up first, and we've pursued it in the past. It may not happen again.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that the rest of the stuff stops. So then the first thing we would just have to decide as council is, are we going to put it on the ballot in November? And then if that is yes, then we get into the alternatives. Because there are requirements that we have to provide. So we got to make sure we got those in place, and then anything else, and then the education will come.
Jane wants to make a comment.
All right,
Jane B.
Jane, you have the floor.
Microphone muted, unmuted.
No.
Hit the volume button on.
Oh,
Now
now she's muted.
Do we have anybody with speakers on that we'd be able to hear them?
Well, should go through that. We were hearing Aaron before through the.
Been a while since we've heard anyone on this.
I'm still here. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we got Aaron.
Yes, we hear Aaron.
Oh, we don't hear Jane.
It shows her microphone as it turned on, but.
Yeah.
Jane, do you have the volume on your computer up? And the volume on your mic?
Well, the little microphone is green, but we can't hear anything.
Yeah. Yeah, we show you a screen, Jane, but we're not hearing you.
Do the chat.
You may have to chat it to us.
Oh, she's saying before you go to the voters, you need a plan, which we just talked about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, we need a communication plan, and we need an alternate transportation plan.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
And hopefully we're interpreting it kind of.
Okay. Yes.
Well, that's strange, because earlier in the session, we were getting feedback from her computer.
Yeah.
All right. So we will now go into number 7. Command and control. And I have A, reporting, and I show this to be page 25 for reference. Well, I shows, it's 17 in my packet, so.
Okay. There is something about reporting.
Reporting protocols.
Yeah, on page 25.
So. I think we've already discussed this in many occasions, like in our expectations and stuff like that. But I just wanted, to make a separate note so that we know exactly what our expectations are as far as who's doing reporting on what areas. So I'll put down here. Command and control, reporting protocols. So the first one says council.
Second one says city manager.
Receives periodic updates regarding various projects related to the strategic plan. So all of this that we're discussing and will be presenting to staff later on and working with them at our second half of our retreat in January. And that once the retreat's over, this doesn't just get mothballed and we forget about it. So this is something that we have set as the direction for the city for this year. So we need to make sure that we're staying on top of it. So, you know, we need to make sure that staff is giving us periodic updates on any of these projects and topics that we have discussed. Number 2, receives formal status reports twice a year, including an annual report. You know, this has been in there since we did this. I don't think we've ever, our annual report pretty much comes at budget time. Or we do kind of have a state of the city that, you know, goes out to the public kind of as a annual report.
I can swear, and I don't know if it's in the comprehensive master plan or where, but I thought planning and zoning was supposed to review the comprehensive master plan multiple times a year and report to
Yeah,
council.
they've been so bogged down with the hearings, they haven't been able to do that.
And that's kind of why we set that little subcommittee up to go and review and see where we're at.
Okay.
Because they haven't been able to.
And who's on the subcommittee? Is it council members? Is it P and Z members?
Yeah,
Is it
who
staff
is it?
members?
Well, it depends on that one.
I thought it was y'all.
On the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, the review committee that we set up.
One is,
Frank was the one that was head of it.
yeah, Frank was the head of it, so we have to.
And we were on it.
Yeah, it's gonna be the 3 of us, but.
Yeah, so
we could probably put a third person on that since Frank is no longer with us.
Mr. P and Z.
So,
yeah, that'd be great.
yeah. And don't let me forget Monday, somebody email me, text me something so that I can, when we're adjusting the agenda on Monday.
I'll send you an email right now if you want.
Sure.
So you want that, or you're asking for someone to text you on Monday?
It doesn't.
To add the discussion of the master plan subcommittee?
Adding, to me, all we're doing, to me, it's all we're doing is adding you. And if there's.
Doesn't need to be an item.
Is there an existing list of other people that are on that subcommittee?
These two.
No, I mean, other than city council people.
Yes, there was Tom Monahan from Planning and Zoning. There was,
Roy was on it.
Roy was on it, and
Josh was on it.
who was on it from, other than you, from Building and Standards Committee? I think there was one more person.
No. Building standards.
I'll have to go back and look at the notes, but I'll let you know the whole group.
Okay. I would be shocked if we have that discussion next Thursday, council, if there's not strong input from some people on adding more citizens to that subcommittee. So we just probably need to be prepared for that.
I know, again, I don't know if that's one of those. We'll have to look. I don't know if this will.
I'm just saying it's gonna come up.
Well, it was council staff the last time, so I don't know.
I don't think we've opened this up to citizens at all. Just.
No, we got some commission members.
Right.
Tom Monahan, I guess, was the only name.
Yeah. Well, I think.
If we could wrap,
somebody else.
there was another one too.
Wasn't Richard, I think it may have been Lance.
Jacob?
I think it may have been Jacob Lance.
That's, yeah,
But he didn't, I don't think he attended very often.
no, he didn't attend there.
So what I'm hearing you say is there was one or two people from planning and zoning, one or two people from building and standards.
Right. Staff.
3 council members and then
And
appropriate staff.
Yes.
Mayor, can I ask a question about?
And it's not like
it's just trying to.
It's not like we're trying to amend it or anything like that.
We were just trying to do.
We're just trying to analyze where we are.
Where we are in relationship to the.
Assess progress.
So when we.
CIP objectives that are out there, are we behind on this one, or are we current on this one? It wasn't creating new CIP.
Yeah, so when we actually stand up
that would
comprehensive master plan
that's where,
review committee, that's when we'll bring in citizens.
Citizens, yeah. We were just trying to see if we were on board, or because P&Z hasn't had the time to sit down and say, this one's done, this one's not, this one. So we were trying to help them.
That makes sense.
Just go through the process of looking at where are we?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And Josh has presented us with a couple of things that basically just has like, this was what was on the CIP, completed, in progress, completed, in progress, but it didn't tell us much about where we were with some of the in progress things. Some of them, it did give us a pretty good idea of what was done, but it didn't give us a real good idea.
By staff, but it didn't give us what was done by the committee. So we're trying to.
I'm a little confused because I thought we were talking about comprehensive master plan subcommittee, but then
Yeah.
now we're talking about capital investment program.
The CIP as it relates to the comprehensive plan.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll find that the comprehensive master plan contains a lot of what our CIP is trying to
do. Yeah.
You know, it's trying to meet the master plan. So, I mean, there are areas that it covers that aren't CIP, but,
yes,
you know, like our future land use map that's in our comprehensive master plan, that's not necessarily something that changes. So really that what we're looking at is where we at in our projects that we were, you know, we're supposed to do this in 16, this in 17, this in.
And that's why this whole discussion makes a lot more sense to me now, thinking about it in the context of reporting.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
where are we on it? Yeah.
Where are we? You know, are we behind schedule?
Well, especially when we get to our areas of emphasis, when we go back and set our goals. Because those areas of emphasis and our goals may change our CIP plan.
Yeah.
You know, because we might say, okay, so this is not necessarily as big of an emphasis as that. And so our priority may change. And then staff may come back and say, hey, something's happened. And yes, I know this is your area of emphasis, but this really needs attention. So I covered the 2 that were listed, the 2 bullet points under the reports that we should receive. Is there anything that I can add?
I have a question, maybe a couple of questions. In the reporting protocols to council, it says receives periodic updates regarding various projects related to the strategic plan. How often is how often are these periodic updates, and who gives them to us?
Well, in my mind, it should be done monthly at that second meeting of the month when we have our city manager reports. So I think our city manager should be reporting to us monthly.
But see,
where we're at in, you know.
Not everything that happens monthly in a particular committee or commission is related to strategic plan.
Right.
So, I mean, that's where if I'm doing a strategic plan analysis, I think that would be more of a quarterly thing. If I'm just trying to show you what's going on monthly with P&Z, that would be based off the minutes that I get and showing you that, well, we dealt with this hearing and that hearing. Those are 2 different
Which the city manager doesn't do that anyway.
Right.
Right. So, but I'm thinking he pretty much reports on projects, is what he does.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as thorough as I would like to see on that. But when he's reporting on a project, if it relates to what we have in this, it should be noted, okay, this was in your strategic plan. You know, this is where we're at. You know, some projects may not be in this plan that he's reporting on, but if it is, you know, and if there's projects in here that for some reason aren't being accomplished, then hopefully on a quarterly basis, at that point, you'll say, okay, well, this one, you haven't heard me report on this because it's not being pursued or something like that. So
what I was dealing with was the part on the council part. You know, I wasn't even dealing with the city manager part, where you said receive periodic updates on the strategic plan from the council.
To the council.
No, it's to the council.
Okay.
This is,
okay.
But I think Arch had a really good point earlier about who it is that's reporting and what they're reporting, because quite frankly, the library committee, the airport committee, the golf committee, they all have requirements to report to the council at least once, if not twice a year. So that should be included as part of what we get reports, who we get it from and what we're getting reported.
That was gonna be my point. I believe that department heads, you know, utility, economic, not economic, but development services, golf course, anybody that has a department head position, I think should make at least a semi-annual report to us about what they're doing.
and that's going to depend on your city manager.
I was going to make that exact point.
I mean,
There's most of your city managers will not have their department heads brief council directly.
Melissa did, but Josh did not.
Right.
He took it all through himself.
Josh had Chris Godwin do the golf course.
Yeah.
Semi-annual.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's the only one, but we didn't hear from Parks and Rec, we didn't hear from the airport or anybody else.
And I think they feel left out a little bit. You know, if you had the Parks and Rec, head of Parks and Rec sit down and from the committee and sit down and say what they've been working on with the Park and Rec director, that would be a added plus. Or the library, or, you know.
Well, I was talking about the director.
Just the director.
The director, the librarian, the golf course.
Yeah, most of them will tell you they do not want to address you.
And get monthly reports.
Not monthly, I said semi-annually.
But we get a monthly report.
They're writing a monthly report.
They're writing a monthly
Yeah,
report, which pretty much gives you where they are.
Right.
And if they wrote a semi-annual report, it would just be a compilation
But
of
for
what they've given you over the last 6 months.
Well, you're talking about what we're getting.
Yeah.
People out there aren't getting.
No, these monthly reports are public information.
They're public information, anybody get them.
But hang on a second, guys. Let's make sure we discriminate between the department heads and the reports they provide and the reporting they're supposed to provide, and the committees and the reporting that they're supposed to. Because those two are working on different things.
Oh, yeah.
And the committees have their own requirements for reporting to council.
Right.
So we have to, I mean, I'm not saying crack the whip, but we need to be working with them to get more reporting from those committees if they haven't been. So that we know what they're working on. And if they, like, I sat in my first library advisory board meeting just the other day, and they feel kind of stumped about the progress and what they're supposed to be doing and how it dovetails with the building and blah, blah, blah. And so, you know, if that were coming to council, then maybe we could help
them
resolve
along.
that issue.
Right.
Is that what I'm getting at? So.
And that has been one of those things where we've said, tell us what you got. And they never tell us what they got. Yes.
I would also even say that I think encouraging them to post minutes regularly is a part of that, because that's another way that citizens and council can educate themselves on what's happening in these committees, because in some cases there haven't been minutes posted in a year and a half. And so I think, ensuring that we're requiring that minutes be posted in a timely manner. I mean, they're approving them every agenda, but we don't see the minutes. So I think that would be helpful as well.
Okay,
And
so.
it might be a added plus to spur some of those advisory committees on to want to participate even more.
Sure.
If they know that they can get in front of the council and have some sort of dialogue with us as a council, you know, so that they feel that they've been heard.
Right.
You know, I mean, if you feel that you've done a report and
Nobody's looking at it.
nobody's looking at it.
You're gonna go, why should I do the report?
Right. So we need to get them more involved in coming in front of us and, you know, maybe once a year or semi-annually or something.
Who's that?
Like the golf course committee.
Oh, the committees,
Library
yeah.
committee,
Airport.
airport committee.
Yeah, your department heads will be a little bit different, that's gonna,
Yeah.
that's your.
You know, based on this conversation, we may want to add a number 3 on the council. So number 1 is receives periodic updates, which are happening, to Dick's point, in the monthly reports. I think that's kind of there.
Yeah.
It's on us to go read what they're putting out.
Yeah.
Now, and I said this to Josh in email recently. I said, you know, as with anywhere I've ever worked, quality of status reports vary widely, wildly. There's the monthly report from Development Services. It's got a wealth of information, and then there's some other monthly reports that are pretty sparse. But I think that number 1 is not too bad right now, frankly, in general. Number 2, I would suggest maybe from this conversation, let's split it into 2 and 3. 1 is receives formal status reports twice per year from the city manager and his directors, and the city manager's directors, including an annual report. And then number 3 is receives formal status reports, and here's where we can debate it, twice per year or once per year, from the heads of the advisory boards and committees. Those are 2 very separate things, but I think we should have both of them.
All right, so what I have down here, as far as, I've got 3 on here, as far as the strategic plan that we're working on here, as far as our retreat. Anything that relates to this strategic plan, if it's something that's been worked on, that should be included in the monthly city manager report. If there's something in there that hasn't been worked on, then that may be at the quarterly level that he'll say, because we could say, hey, it's been 3 months, we haven't heard about this. What's the status on that? Boards.
On that monthly, quarterly, I just said that in monthly reports, if you actually read these reports, there's a big difference in a report that is a activity report and a report that is a status report. And some of the reports that I see are activity reports. I met with this person, I met with this person, I met with this person. But that has nothing to do with the progress against strategic plans.
Right.
So I think there is some pretty significant improvement that needs to be put in place in some cases. In other cases, they're, as I said, they're pretty good. So, activity, not status. I mean, so status, not activity. It's what should be the focus.
All right, so then I got boards down here once a year.
Yeah.
And then I put department heads / whether city manager has them do it or whether he does it. And this is probably more along the status, right, than the activity, because your activity.
Yeah. Well, even monthly, I think status is far more important than activity. I
did include that activity and status.
Yeah. I think both of them really need to be status. These are status reports. They're not activity reports.
One of the things that prompts me to bring this up is, we found out at the end of the year that there were 371 House bills last year. Well, I didn't find out about that until I went to that meeting. That came at the end of the year. It would have been nice to have known, like on a quarterly basis, where we were in the number of permits that had been issued. Yeah. So then we would have been seeing just exactly what was transpiring in terms of the number of permits that were issued.
Well,
Well, that's.
In your monthly thing,
There is a monthly thing.
there's a running total.
Yeah,
there is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is. Yeah,
And it's off the charts already.
yeah, yeah, it's off the chart, yeah.
It is in the monthly thing. That's an example where Roy's data set is pretty rich. So if you go read his reports, it will probably, if the question you want answered is probably in there. I think it would have been really nice if Josh had been coming in once a month or once every couple of months and said, hey, just so you guys are aware, you're reading the status reports, over the last 2 months, we've had X number, just to raise the visibility.
I guess must have missed the totals.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the report, but it shows all the permits and the address of the house and.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I know what
there was actually a time, I want to say April or May, something happened in the report. If you look at it, it went bam, 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 and then boom. Because somewhere there was a glitch, and they did catch it after about 2 months, but they were like, something's just not right here. We know we're getting more applications than this. And it was going up 5, 10, and then all of a sudden it went up like 60 at one point, because they found where all these things were getting entered into my permits now, but for some reason wasn't getting downloaded into his thing, but he's got it working now. Yes.
A quick question on these formal status reports, would they be written and included in the packets for us to review ahead of time rather than just verbal?
It can be. We can always request that.
I would like to see them written so I can review them as part of the packet. I don't know about everybody else.
Well, in some cases, it may be that they bring that report with them at the time that they come to see us. At other times, it could be that they put it in packet,
Yeah, we've kind of gotten away from that.
Yeah.
Because, the citizen input pretty much got us away from that, because we were, well, when we've had to set deadlines too, with our packets, getting Thursday is the absolute deadline for information. And if there's something, it's got to be there by Monday.
Right.
And we were having things, they were putting things on the agenda, and I'll get you the information, I'll get you the status report, I'll get you this. And then it wouldn't come out till Wednesday or Thursday, and there was no way we could get it in the packet. And so they were having to bring handouts to give to the council. And then, of course, the citizens weren't seeing it.
Right,
but
that's my point, is so that way the citizens can also see it, and that seems like it would be a responsibility of whoever they're reporting to, whether it's the city manager or whoever, to make sure these are received.
Yeah, we made that change about a year ago, because I got to where I wasn't letting the department heads be doing the report on the agenda item. Used to, I would always just say, all right, here's something, Roy, tell us about this. Well, sometimes Roy didn't have all the information, so I took that away from the department heads and the city manager. No, I'm going to be doing all the introducing and reporting and reading of everything. So you have to have your information in the packet. And so that's eliminated a lot of the handouts that we used to get.
Yep.
But it still happens a little bit, but rare.
I'm doing it this way, so.
Yeah, I think anything that's a report to council,
should be written.
It's got to be accessible to the citizens. So, to me, that shouldn't be a question. It should be a given that it's going to be written.
And it's part of their job, I'm thinking, to make sure that they have it in by the deadline. So if the deadline is Thursday, it's in by Thursday. We've all worked before and had deadlines.
Are we at the end?
Well, we've got on here reporting city manager. City manager receives regular updates from staff at regular staff meetings on progress of assignments. Is that something we got to put in our strategic plan? I mean,
that's his job.
Yeah. You would think he would want to
Yeah,
know.
that's just part of his job. That's,
City manager receives formal quarterly updates from staff on progress.
that's
Again,
reasonable.
if we're asking him to give us these reports, he's obviously got to go and get them from somewhere.
Again, that's just part of his job.
Yeah. I think that's a redundancy.
Yep.
That's Captain Obvious.
Yeah. Reporting protocols, we covered boards. Status reports. Yeah. All right, was there what else did I have? Accountability. That's page 24. I think where it talks about accountability.
Accountability, yes.
So council determined the following accountability reporting protocols. Maybe I just duplicated myself. Did we just discuss the reporting protocols?
Yeah. Because reporting probably is part of it. Well,
Reporting is an accountability tool.
Yeah.
But it's focused reporting. So, yeah, I was going through it I was trying to make it look good and add stuff to my outline. So I think that brings us to miscellaneous and additional items. And I wrote down here, A, it is not included in the thing because I thought of it after I published this, but I've got A, implementation. And I put out to the, underneath there, the strategic planning group, which when I wrote that down last night, I can't think of their name. You don't recall who the company is?
oh, Freeze and Nichols?
No.
Oh.
This is a group out of,
That we hired to do the strategic plan.
where are they at? Out of San Marcos, Buda? Out of Buda.
Out of Butte, I think. That sounds right, but I could.
It's something else.
Hired to do what?
Something
Strategic planning. So they were supposed to
Strategy.
take all of our, I want to say retail strategy, but it's not retail strategy.
This is something you guys did recently.
No, we did it January of last year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they were supposed to have everything done by we told them your deadline is budget.
Yeah, this was
Because-
the focus groups and everything else that they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
But I say recent in relative to 2014 and
Oh,
15
yeah.
when some of this other stuff.
Yeah, no, this was something, in lieu of a retreat last year, I wanted a more formal strategic planning.
Okay.
So we didn't have a retreat last year. We did the thing at the Highland Lake Grill. I already talked about some of that, but it was basically projects that Josh brought. And we kind of gave him our goals on the projects.
And this was a company that was going to lead us through the strategic plan. They were going to do the focus groups with different groups in
Yeah.
our community. And then we would all get together.
It's like GSD&M, but that's not it.
I
It's,
can't think of
darn
the COVID.
Mayor, GAP strategies?
What?
GAP strategies? Is that who you're thinking of?
Yeah,
strategy.
There you go. I knew it was strategies.
I knew there was somebody with a better retention than.
Thank you, Aaron.
So, implementation. So, yes, we are going to make sure at our level that we're implementing what we're discussing here today. But some of the bigger project priority things, the park, our streets, our wastewater, these things that are really huge. We brought in GAP strategies to work with the citizens and what their priorities are, staff, and what they deem as the priorities from their perspective, and then
And COVID,
and
cost
us.
and all that.
Yeah,
And-
kind of, because they would just like, Shalane was asking about SMART objectives, and they would have brought that process to the fold.
Okay.
So that we would know from council what we need to do in order for them to achieve that goal that they're trying to do. Staff would know what they need to do. Staff would know how to approach us to get the help that's needed. You'd have the single sales objective and everybody be working on the same page.
Got it.
And that's a process that's a little bit harder for us to teach them, but a third party teaching us and working together as a group would be able to make that happen a lot easier. So that's what we were trying to do.
So yeah, I have that under, additional items, miscellaneous, implementation of this.
So what they did, they're still here, they just put this stuff on hold until they can get back to it.
And who knows, I mean, it could be middle of next year before they have the opportunity.
One of the things, their contract was expiring,
Oh,
so
right.
because we gave them a deadline
Got it.
to correspond with the budget, and they're like, we haven't got to talk to anybody.
Right.
Their big thing was, getting out and, having meetings with the citizens, with getting citizen input.
Now, a lot like we went through with the comprehensive master plan.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Got it.
But the thing that we looked at, and then I see it in so many things, we've had so many changes. There's so many things that are different than what they were. And we've got a different populace. We've got a different group of people in our community.
Absolutely.
So what we discussed was we need to go back and look at this and see if we're still on the page with the citizens. Are we still advancing the things that are important and doing the right things? Or are we off the page because we're using a plan that's 4 or 5 years old that doesn't apply to what's going on now? And this company was.
Depending on how this COVID thing goes, our strategic plan may just turn into the review of the comprehensive master plan and the strategic plan.
That may be where we are.
It may be, we may get to the point that the master plan needs review and the strategy wouldn't do us any good anyway, because we'll be redoing the master plan, so.
Right.
I don't know, it's just something we're gonna have to adjust.
Right.
And an awful lot of change.
Is there anything that y'all can think of that we're missing? So we have another meeting, and that's gonna be with staff. So.
Was that tentatively for just after the first of the year?
January 2nd.
Okay.
And then I set aside January 3rd also. That's a Friday and a Saturday.
Saturday and Sunday.
Depending on how many.
Is that what it was, Saturday and Sunday?
Depending on how many can make it to the second.
Well,
It's her birthday on the 3rd, so she said no.
Well, if you remember Josh's list from last year, it took us 2 days to get through his list.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is the right atmosphere to be, going through the projects and I don't know, maybe.
We'll just have to see.
Huh?
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Maybe that we need to put it off a little bit longer.
Well, and if, we could do the first day, and if that's not enough, maybe not do the next one just right away, maybe do, another few weeks before we come back and do that last day.
Yeah. The only reason I did it like that is if we wanted it to discuss any of it or present any of it to the citizens at the first meeting in January.
Yeah.
I don't know after the second day if we'll be able to complete the package in time for that first meeting or not.
Right.
But I just kind of penciled in everything prior to that meeting, just in case. All right, well, if nobody else has anything, then citizens, this is the last opportunity to make comments.
The bar is about to close. Last call.
Erin's been with us this whole time. She's chimed in when she needed to, but if Erin has some comments, she can chime in as well.
Just a reminder, the packet would be due by the 30th for anything for that first meeting in January of the council, unless you guys choose to move it, which might be something you will want to consider at your council meeting next week, given that you're going to have quite a few staff that will be out the last 2 weeks of December, possibly including myself, God willing. So just thoughts for that. So whatever you do on the 2nd and 3rd really wouldn't be something that you could get into the packet legally for your first meeting in January unless you move that date.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You still forget these things all the time, yeah. Oh, no, I've got to get it done here.
I wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
All right.
Stay safe, travel.
We'll be here Thursday.
Well, if that is everything, let me check just to make sure. Yeah, I don't have anything. Then I will call the meeting adjourned at 5:08 p.m.
Going out.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for your charger, Mayor.
What's that?
People are trying to